morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm going to do a couple of moving around things here real quick. And then I think we found a big solution to a little problem we've been having the last few months here. And I believe it may, almost a year actually. And I believe it may be solved. There we go. All right, let's get it all fired up. Oh, Corey Adam is here. Let's bring Corey up. And how is your view different today?
My view is the same, so.
No. That can't be it.
Okay.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Can you see what I just popped up on the screen right now?
Yes, now.
Okay. All right.
Now it's different.
So
the delay.
Cool. Okay, good. The delay is a little different than usual. I fixed it. I do have to thank Kevin Dumbfuck from Who Are These, or Why Did I Podcast, for helping me with that. He sent me a message, and he said, look, Corey is having to deal with like being way behind because he can't see the video until it shows up on the stream, which is seconds and seconds afterward. And he goes, the way you can fix that is by using the OBS virtual camera as the display, as the Zoom display. And
cool.
I started doing that now. It's working a treat, apparently. And here we are. So now no more of me being, 10, 15, 20 seconds ahead, and then you having to wait until the thing I'm talking about pops up on your screen.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Welcome to the show, everyone. We've got a great one planned for you today. I promise. Oh, no. I debuted something last night on the evening show, and I have a feeling people are expecting it now. I did say that every time someone contributed more than $10 to the show, and I may have to up this number because I don't want to get in any kind of trouble. But we went to an antique store yesterday. Let me just get a box set up. Anytime I have to set up a display, it's never typically a good thing. I'm just going to
say disavow before this happens. I don't know what this is, but I'm going to say disavow.
You're wise to do so. Thank you, Matthew, for the $50. I have to, or over there on PayPal. We're $270 away from next Tuesday morning's goal. So we're no longer a week ahead, but we are still plenty ahead as it sits right now. But April and I went to an antique store after breakfast yesterday, and we went to a particular antique store in St. Cloud that seems to have a lot of old blackface items there. April bought a blackface Valentine's Day card a while back. And I saw a blackface salt and pepper shaker, and I didn't have the guts to buy it. I wouldn't tell the people I didn't want to bring it to the counter. I didn't want them to see it, and I didn't want them to perhaps judge me somehow. So then April, in a real cucking move, decided to buy a blackface greeting card while I was out in the truck, just so, she goes, oh, look, I did it. I went and bought this thing. So I felt challenged. And yesterday I said, I'm going to go and buy my blackface salt and pepper shaker. I'm going to have some guts. I'm going to actually go buy the thing I want to buy. And then, hold on. Let me chuck this. That looks unprofessional. There we go. I went in, and my salt and pepper shaker was now behind a glass case. And I didn't want to ask look, I was ready to go buy my blackface salt and pepper shaker, but I wasn't ready to go and ask the lovely young lady behind the counter to unlock the case so she could grab me the blackface salt and pepper shaker.
So you weren't ready at all?
No, I wasn't as ready as I thought I was. And so now, in the meantime, April had found something else. I found it. I fell in love, and I purchased it for $40 yesterday. And I named it Shaka Zulu. Shaka is now before I show this on camera, and I know we showed it on camera last night, so I think we're fine. This is just an antique toy This is not any kind of bannable thing. This is not any kind of strikeable thing. This is purely an antique toy. That's all. This is not like a Jimmy Kimmel thing. This is not like an Al Jolson thing. This is 100% a antique toy that I'm debuting on the show today. I want to introduce everyone, and I may have to move it up over $10. Otherwise, we'll never get anything done on the show but watching this guy dance. This is my new friend, Shaka Zulu. There he is. There's Shaka. And as you can see, Shaka dances.
Wow.
So thank you.
It's like somebody put a nutcracker in blackface.
Right. Thank you, Matthew, for the $50. Look at this. I got to get a sound drop so I can play music for Shaka when he dances. But that's my new buddy, Shaka Zulu. And he dances, and he's a toy. And like any young man with a new toy, I absolutely love him.
That's a lot to take in a short amount of time.
So that's my new guy. That's Shaka. And now every time someone contributes more than, I'll probably have to up that to 20 someday. But we'll see how it goes at 10. Anything over $10, Shaka will dance.
All right. I feel like there's no way the Royals are going to come off this at all.
I don't know what to tell you. I found it. I don't like being judged because all I did was fall in love. And I don't think that's something that should be chastised.
It's not all you did. You also cowered out of getting the salt and pepper shakers you wanted, right?
Oh, salt and pepper shaker versus my buddy Shaka. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Now, the only thing about Shaka is sometimes when his legs really get going, he sticks. He catches.
So what's the new second mic schedule on Rumble then?
Oh, we're going to have to start from scratch on Rumble, I think. Now, wait a minute. People were saying that. People were making that joke, and I want to make sure that they were just making a joke because that's technically, there's nothing terms of service about that. This is just.
I feel like that's where the term. See, I can't even say the term without feeling like I'm feeding into it, but I feel like that's where the term shadow ban comes from.
No, see, because it's a piece of wood painted. It's a toy. It's an antique.
I know that.
I guarantee.
So are swastikas. That doesn't mean they're allowed on YouTube.
No. I guarantee there are shows out there, and we can find them, where they have a background where they have one of those cookie jars, or they have one of those types of things. It's art. It's just art. That's it. And
so Rumble next week then?
No, I'm telling you, I don't have the Rumble properly set up yet, so I can't. No, this has to. I want to live in a world where that's okay. Just,
you can. That world is Rumble.
No, I don't want it to be Rumble. Uppercut Grandma says this is.
I guess it's also cozy TV.
I just want to be able to have my Shaka. He's not doing anything wrong.
Yes.
He just wants to dance. And I don't want that to be something where,
have you played with him to Lady Gaga's Just Dance yet?
Ooh, no, I haven't. I wish I could on YouTube. I can't. There's those copyright rules will get you.
There's an 8-bit version.
Ooh, 8-bit Just Dance. Don't encourage this. Hold on a minute.
You're right. I did this.
Yeah, I mean, how dare you? Here we go. Just Dance 8 or MIDI or 8-bit. I guess same thing.
Usually, yeah.
Here we go. Keyboard. It's an antique toy. That's all it is. You're the only, Druzilla says, you're the only one thinking this is a bad idea. I wish people weren't making me feel so self-conscious about this.
Disavow. Disavow.
Me too. Brittany says, my tits wanted to thank Steel Toe for the signal boost. No problem. Brittany put something up on Instagram that she wanted us to see and judge on the show. It was a picture of her with a lot of breast meat showing in a dress. And I then, on the show, commented on it, just wrote pass. And while I thought that was funny, apparently that's very hurtful to people. And I apologize for nothing. I thought it was hilarious. But you're welcome. You're welcome. Uppercut Grandma says 8-bit was the way to go, but maybe without the doll. The 8-bit doesn't make sense without the doll. The doll doesn't make sense without the 8-bit. All of these things need to come together or it doesn't work. You know what? Look, before tonight's show, I'm definitely going to check into the rules on whether or not I can have.
Yeah, you probably should have done that beforehand. I'm just saying.
Antique blackface toys YouTube. Black dolls offer unique history lesson according to YouTube. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Does this video have?
In this Black History Month, a new exhibit opens today at the New York Historical Society.
It showcases hundreds of black dolls made from the 1850s to today. CBS's Jesse Mitchell got a sneak peek.
Oh, wait a minute.
Seen through a child's...
Look! It's on YouTube on the news story. That's a blackface doll.
It's true.
I mean, so it seems like it's okay.
This history lesson celebrates the playthings that celebrate.
And that's all I'm
blackness.
doing. I'm doing a history lesson.
So we're just a little early on Black History Month?
That's all it is. Yeah. I think it's unfair and unjust to only celebrate Black history 1 month out of the year. My assertion is, why can't we just celebrate Black History Month all the time?
Is this your way of getting YouTube to fire me so you don't have to?
No. This is one. No, look, nobody's going to have to eat the bullet for this one but me. But what I'm saying is.
So Rumble then.
All I'm trying to do is honor a heritage. That's it.
Oh, God. I can't even not ask this question at that point. Which heritage are you honoring there, Aaron?
The proud African-American heritage of this country.
Okay, and not the northern owning.
No.
Certain.
No, in
people making them dance.
No. He's happy.
That would also be history, right?
He's happy. He's in a good mood and he's dancing. That's all.
Wait, is this a diversity hire?
Yes. Shaka's a guy. I wanted to diversify things a little, so I brought Shaka in. Yeah, look at the stuff they're putting on here.
Each face shares its own story of resilience.
Oh, come on. See? They're stories of resilience. These are on YouTube. This story's on YouTube. They're talking about stories of resilience. That's what Shaka Zulu is. He's a story of resilience. No matter what he's been through, he's still dancing.
It's kind of a parable for the American spirit, huh?
Right. It's a parable. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. This guy gets it. I'm just trying to make a parable to the...
I feel like this show needs an adult.
Since 2014. We've been the Lost Boys for almost 9 years.
Museum director Margie Hofer admires the women who wove the fabric of history despite hardship.
We sort of have a window into their lives.
Look at that.
And what we see through these dolls is a challenge to the pervasive stereotypes. This really.
By the way, of course, the Black Dolls Empowerment thing at the art museum is run by the whitest woman you've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we all saw that coming, right?
I mean, who's the person running the Black Dolls exhibit? How about Susan? Can we get Susan?
Yeah.
Inspired.
Many of the beautiful faces are a reminder of an ugly time in American
Beautiful
history.
faces.
A lot of the imagery was incredibly overt.
None of these
incredibly
dance, though.
Intentional. in
Yeah,
its
mine's more
dehumanizing
honorable.
depiction of African Americans.
The exhibit explores the roles of dolls in racism from topsy-turvy to mammy.
Service, right?
No,
This
what?
black
Wait,
doll is
no, that's not what I'm doing. No. I'm honoring. You're honoring. I'm honoring.
Disavow.
Look, that little girl had a black doll at her tea party. It's diversity.
serving the white dolls at the tea
Her
party.
dad then busted into her room and beat her with a belt 3 minutes after this photo was taken. People don't know that.
Which
Also
really
history.
help us
Yeah, also history.
understand how children are reenacting the roles and the
Look,
ideas that they're being
That
presented
doll's way
with
worse
in
than
the world.
anything I
The
have.
stroll through time brings visitors to modern-day dolls like Addie Walker, the first black character in the American Girl lineup.
Just like
Addie doll was
Shaka.
iconic when I was growing up, but even her story is rooted in slavery.
She's on display here with her American Girl book and her own handmade doll, Ida Bean, who she carried with her to freedom.
Further,
Yeah, see? It's Shaka is an homage. Shaka's an homage to a better day for history and people and honor.
highlighting that relationship between children's experience of history and the way that they play with dolls.
Hofer says the message was intentional and important.
Dolls can be a powerful tool for
Right.
teaching children about
Yeah.
race.
That, and see, that's another thing I'm doing, Corey. I'm teaching children about race.
What children?
The people who listen to this show.
Fair.
Thank you.
And they were used that way in the 19th century. They still are today.
A reminder of the lessons we've learned. At the New York Historical Society, Jesse Mitchell, CBS 2 News.
I mean, at least you didn't name it Jim Crow or something, I guess.
Right,
You're
look,
growing a little bit.
I was sensitive. Shaka Zulu is an honorable.
A little more dancier, too, you know?
Well, I mean, look, I'm just looking. Look, I'm looking at YouTube videos. What I'm basically looking for is an I'mRight.com moment. All I want to do is see things that make it okay for me to have my doll on YouTube. And I'm seeing a couple videos. Look, they've got one on the Jim Crow Museum. The nation's biggest collection of racist objects are all in one place. So as long as these are homages and coverages, it looks like I'm okay here.
Yeah, well, you know, I look forward to Rumble.
It's no Rumble. There's no need for it. It's fine. I'm telling you. Thank you for the 1149.
This clip of you saying there's no Rumble, there's no need for it is going to be really funny next week.
Gray Duckling says dance. Well, I'm not going to say what he said. Dance a certain animal dance, but this isn't an animal. This is our buddy Shaka Zulu. Thank you very much for the 1123. Says Shaka Zulu. Thank you, buddy. There you go. You get a little dancing. Yeah. It's just a bit. Antiquing with Aaron. See, Corey?
Uh-huh.
Antiquing with Aaron is the name of the bit.
Jesus. That is not how I thought the opening minutes of this program would go.
Look, we'll get to all the other stuff. What I'm trying to say is
I'm not mad about it necessarily. I'm just
there are a lot of elements going on right now that need to be.
you just sometimes you just raise the ante out of nowhere. It's like if you're playing a poker hand.
Yeah.
Like you're re-raising yourself.
Everyone else checked. And
everybody checked. And you just re-raised yourself.
I could have saw a card for free, but instead I made everybody pay for it. All right. So, yes, there we go. That's our new buddy Shaka, and we'll see how long this bit lasts. Yeah, I think Matt raises a great point. Blame April for the antiquing bit. I would have never wanted something like this until I went to, and people are saying I need to find this store. The Rusty Pick in St. Cloud. It's also the greatest, it's also where I found the greatest poster of all time, my Cold Spring Select Stock poster, which is hanging up right now in the studio with the guy dressed up like an SS officer introducing the Cold Spring Select Stock Premium Amber Beer. So that store has a lot of great...
I mean, honestly, any antique store, though, really.
is going to have stuff like that. Yeah. We found one that was super, like, it was
there's
pretty...
one, I don't know if it's still like that, but, like, there's a whole questionable section at one of them in Hopkins. Like, so Hopkins, the town I'm from, is the antique capital of the world. They say that, you know, they're like, that's their build. You know, it's bullshit, but they just say that. but they have this one that's like, it was called like the Antique Mall. And the whole place is normal, but there's this one corner that's a little questionable.
A little questionable?
We call that the Aaron section.
Oh, okay. Well, so look.
I think they have your salt and pepper shakers as well.
Look.
Although they look like just pepper and pepper shakers to me, but what do I know?
The worst part about, that's the thing. If you have blackface salt and pepper shakers, how do you know which one's which?
No clue.
I feel like there should be some contrast there. But anyway, they had the worst thing I've ever seen at this place was, because it was so meta, they had an unpainted ceramic statue, and it was clearly a blackface guy. Like it was a guy, a big old, leaning over, show boss, but it wasn't painted. So it was just the like off-white ceramic color, but you could totally tell with the lips and everything that it was supposed to be blackface.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I saw one of those, kind of the same thing, except it was painted over completely. But so it just looked like a blackface doll that was like Michael Myers.
Yeah, right, exactly. So you have these, I mean, that's a doll where you're almost like, oh wait, you're making me do the racist legwork for you. Like you don't even have the guts to tell me what this is. You're insinuating, and then I have to do the rest. It's really not fair, if you ask me. I got some questions coming in here for you. The chat has moved too fast for us to catch up from earlier, but I did get a personal message from Herman the Great. He says, Aaron, can you ask Andy Reid how this team is getting ready for the playoffs?
Just some good old-fashioned Coors Light and Smash Mouth football.
There you go. All right, Herman. There's your answer from Andy Reid. I'm glad you could get your access. So you did, obviously you shaved the beard. You're back to just the mustache. What was
this is CGI, bro. Oh. Looks real, right? I'm actually filming Avatar 3.
So you have a bunch of bulbs inside your beard currently.
I've always told you I was full of bulbs. You never listen.
And that's a blue screen behind you, and that's where you're projecting.
It looks real though, right? Like every time I move, the shadowing, it's pretty cool.
I mean, it's way better than that Henry Cavill mustache in the reshoots of Justice League.
Yeah, for sure it is.
I mean, it looks really, really good. I had no idea that was CGI. I thought you just went and got your beard shaved off. But let's talk a little bit about the shit bomb that hit this program on Monday during the middle of the show, which I think I can shit on it now because it's not coming back as a restaurant. Salzer, don't send me heart dropping out of my ass news in the middle of the show.
That's kind of a dick move, right?
It's kind of a dick move. I can say that because I know for sure I'm not getting paid for December's advertising because the business is
that guy will do anything to get those duck wontons off the menu, you know?
I know. It's just people. He had a horrible time just having people bitch about how they wanted those duck wontons back. And he's like, you know what? I'll show you. I'll close the fucking place.
Yeah, fuck you. No duck wontons.
So Old Capitol leaves. And then I have to do the panicky thing where I'm like, shit, because this business lost a lot in 2022. There were just a lot of changes, a lot of headwinds that changed, not the least of which, and I fell way behind on this, handling other parts of the business. Our show stopped being a local show and started being a national/worldwide show that had grew outside of its parameters of what it used to be. And that's what when you go on Twitch, you're kind of just talking to your echo chamber. You're just kind of talking to your people. Twitch does a terrible job of getting you out to other people. Like at least YouTube has an algorithm where if you do the right things, you can get your stuff out there. And you can
also tell you where you fucked up.
Right. That sucks too. I mean, I still don't know why I can't have a Twitch account, but YouTube helps.
Have you checked lately?
Yeah, I have. I check probably every couple of months. And
you know what's really funny? And I just checked this the other day because I was curious. I am still a member of the Steel Toe stream team, though, just so you know.
And again, I can't tell the people who are still subscribers to that channel how much that helps us, because we do still have a decent amount of people, probably about 75, 80, nearly 100 people still subscribing to that channel. It does really help because, we run things on a shoestring here. Back in 2021, 2022, or 2021, I should say, All the radio advertisers came with us. It was fucking bananas. We had so much to play with in terms of compensation, in terms of anything else. And then this really frustrating thing, and this is a point Corey and I have made more than anyone else has made. We've kind of understood this. It's really difficult to watch the show grow outside of anything it ever was, have more people watching it than they've ever watched it before or listened to it before on radio, but then watch the things that fund it go down. I mean, that's a really frustrating thing, because on one hand, you're sitting there going, this is great. I've always wanted as many people as possible to watch my program. I've always thought it was that good. And then
you're even more of a numbers guy than I am. Like, I'm not a numbers is everything guy, because I'm one of those guys that, like, if I get done with a really good show, like on Twitch Talk or something, I feel good about it. Like, I don't really give a shit how many people, but that's because I'm not wired radio like you are.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I'm not the boss.
Right. And so for me, when I see like 225,000 views in a month and 40,000 unique viewers in a month, I'm like, holy shit, I've never had 40,000 individuals check out my show before. Radio, Twitch, that's incredible. That's double our best month on Twitch. So, and it's 4 times our best month on small market, medium market radio, whatever you want to call it.
That tow truck video I had went 5,000.
Yeah, right.
50,000 rather. It's like, what the fuck?
Right. So I'm sitting here going, this is fucking awesome. This is great. But I'm also watching as that audience grows, like the percentage of our audience, and this is crazy to say, the percentage of our audience that came from radio is minuscule at this point. Like, it's a very small portion. It's maybe 5%. Because you're talking about,
I think it's probably bigger than 5%.
I'm thinking we're lucky if 2,000 of the people we have are from the radio days. And if you're talking 40,000 people.
How many subscribers are there to the channel?
7,400 about. I think we're at 7,400.
I would be shocked if like 500 to 1,000 of those aren't old radio people. Maybe not, though. Like, even if they don't catch the show as often as they'd like people that smash that button.
I'm just talking about the people who put eyes on the program. Because, like, if that, like, unique viewers. So if it's 40,000 people, you know, maybe at 2,000 at most. You got to think, if you're talking about 40,000 people, and you're talking about 10,000 people in the radio days, maybe 2,000 came with, you know, and then you had the influx of Bubba people on Twitch, and they came with, and now, I mean, on YouTube, it's just been allowed to go from 1,000 the day we got here last April to, you know, almost 7,500 subscribers now. I mean, it's fucking wild, man. And then, so to watch that, but, you know, and this is maybe partially my fault, I was so happy that we had all these local people that came with us from radio days that I was like, okay, we're good. The funding is in place. You know, we may be losing, you know, Raleigh's, My Pillow, Mr. O's, all these, like 2022 was a absolute.
My Pillow was kind of on us, though.
Yeah, My Pillow was, well, you know, I've made that. My problem was I've been doing that with My Pillow since the day we got him, since the day we got My Pillow. I just posted.
They just decided to care all of a sudden.
Well, and I posted part of it as a clip one time because I thought it was funny. And My Pillow saw that. Well, actually, here's what happened.
Kind of fucked up because it shows they were never actually watching the show.
Right. I think what happened was the people from 101 sent it to them. They were really bitter and upset.
Those guys? No,
yeah,
no way.
I think 101 sent it to them. But hey, I mean, they got their comeuppance with a 0.0 in the key demo in the morning. So what do you do? So we had all that stuff happen. And then the old Capitol thing happens in the middle of the show. And I'm sitting here looking and I'm like, we're down to 3. We're down to 3. And the way the funding mechanism for this program works is I've explained this to people. Now, I'm not going to explain this to like a handful of people in the fucking Towboys group because they're just absolute cunts. Except Mikey. I will say this. Mikey and I went back and forth. And Mikey goes, oh, I guess we both kind of overreacted then, didn't we? And I went, you know what?
Mikey, Mikey's my boy, and I love him to death. Like, one of my favorite things about Mikey Two Milks is that you can almost always count on him for an instant overreaction, but then he'll also own it.
He'll walk it back.
I love that shit. I love when somebody can go, that's how I interact with you, is sometimes you go ape shit off the rails, but then afterwards you're like, oh shit, I did this. Like, all right, you know, I can everybody has their moments when they fucking go ape shit. You know what I mean? It's just whether or not they can own it after the fact.
And to show personal growth, I believe I turned on this one in record time. I think this one was within an hour or two. I was texting you. I'm like, wait, you know what? I finally talked to April about it, and she said, now, wait a minute. You have some time here. We can figure this out. And I'm like, you know what? Let me write Corey back. Let him know. You know what? I may have jumped the gun on that. Because when you see that news, you panic. Well, I shouldn't say you. I shouldn't say everybody. I do. I panic. And I go, fuck, because you just got everything under control. 2022 was a real kick in the dick. It was a rough year for us to try and get the business under control because it was bleeding a lot. And then you finally get, that feeling when you finally get something under control. And then all of a sudden somebody goes, oh, no, things aren't as stable as you thought they were. And you're like, fuck, I give up. And that's your immediate impulse. And then you're feeling it while you're on the air, so you have to talk about it on the air because otherwise it's going to fuck with you the rest of the show. And so then I do that, and then I finally get a chance to talk to April, and she goes, look, I'm getting messages from people who have ideas for advertisers and people who want to be advertisers. And we had enough of those come forward where I'm like, look, it's got to be a national thing. I don't want to take people's advertising dollars who are like local to Minnesota because I can't make that work for them. And I don't want them to, have to do that. But
that's always kind of been the crux of this, is that as you grow, the market that you have to advertise has to grow with it, or you're screwed.
Right.
I mean, again, I don't know what all went down. I'm not the business guy. I just show up and tell dick jokes. But with something like Raleigh's, I don't know exactly how that went down. I don't care. It's not about that. But I can definitely understand how a place like Raleigh's is just because how many people are going to get new listeners? Nobody.
You're not going to get. You're not going to get new customers to Raleigh's out of us.
Right. So. Nobody that is in Florida that listens to fucking Bubba that came over here is going to drive from fucking Orlando to go to Raleigh's because they heard about it on the internet.
Now, Stoney's can be different because it's like our home base. It's where we have our anniversary show. We still draw them a nice.
Well, Stoney's is like a spectacle too. If you want a small town biker bar, it's like one of the best.
It's perfect. Yeah. And All Care, look, they rely on repeat business, and those are our, the 2,000 people that are here. Look, I'm poo-pooing the 2,000 thing. That's more than most St. Cloud stations have listening to them in the morning. So 2,000.
For sure more than 101 has.
Right, yeah, absolutely. So 2,000 is still a good number. But then Midland Armory, what we've got to focus on is more the Midland Armory type places where people around the country can purchase. Because then they're getting access to 40,000 instead of 2,000. Is essentially how that works. So we've had some people come in. We've had some people go, I'd like to do this. I'd like to do that. And so I wrote Corey. I said, look, I think we're going to be okay for Wednesdays. I think we're going to be good. As a matter of fact, if I can find something else, I think we can bump things up a little bit. The only
You're causing me flashbacks of ex-girlfriends too. It was crazy.
Why is that? Just because of the back and forth?
Well, Monday was so fucked on my. I feel like you and I had really crazy days on Monday.
I had a dog shit Monday. Yeah.
Right. Cool. So I wake up to your. I wake up my alarm. I'm getting ready to do the show. I get your text to hey, I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I go over to start my show, and fucking Spectrum sucks so much ass that I can't even get OBS to go out of the red on the player. And so I couldn't even do my show. So now it's oh, cool. I'm losing this one show, and then I can't even do my other show.
Yeah.
And then I had to go to the fucking DMV after that.
Oof.
And so I'm sitting here at the DMV, and then I'm getting blown up by you, and I'm just what the fuck is happening here? And it's the second fucking day of the year.
Right. And then Damar Hamlin and then Ken Block and Jeremy Renner and all these fucking people are dropping dead. And
I was in the finals, not that it matters, obviously player safety and all that, but I'm in the finals of my fucking fantasy team. We have no idea who wins that game.
Right. Because there's Josh Allen, there's Joe Burrow.
Because here's the real question. I know maybe we'll get to that. When are they going to reschedule that? Are you going to postpone the entire fucking playoffs to replay this game? And I'm not even saying stopping the game wasn't the right move. It absolutely was. But so what? In an era where we're all fucking obsessed with concussions, you're going to make these guys play 2 games in a week? Because I don't think you're gonna.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do. So for example, I'm in the third place game, and there's a decent amount of money in there in my league. I'm up 95-66, and we both all of our players have played, except I have Cincinnati's kicker, but I'm already up by 30 points. I should just be awarded the third place. Nope, it's all on hold.
See, and I'm down 15-20, but I have Gabe Davis going. So if he has a game, I'm right back in it. But like, whatever. I already conceded in my league because I'm like, dude, I don't care. Just because second is still money, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, so we had the old Capitol thing. And by the way, someone asked in the chat, no, Jeremy Renner is not dead. He's in critical condition. I think he's better now because he's awake and shit. We've got an update for you a little later today. But the old Capitol thing happens, and then, I have to let Corey go for about an hour. And then I'm like, wait a minute, you know what? No, we can run this one on the finger for this month, and that gives us 30 days to kind of fix this old Capitol deal. And it looks like we're going to be able to do that. But then the other thing was, it was an opportunity, and this sucks to talk about, but I really have to give the fans a lot of credit on this one because the fans, I guess, saw it before I did. And the fans also have been very understanding about this one. I think I'm going to leave Tuesdays open for a while only because, and I've talked to Oz about this, Oz is never a guy who's going to tell you he can't go unless it's snowing out.
Right.
And I told Oz a few weeks ago after a couple shows in a row, I said, man, are you okay? You're not saying anything. You're not talking on the show. One day we're about to get into our overtime segment, and he just gets up in
the car.
Yeah, he gets up in the middle of the show and starts his car. And Corey, I don't know if you've seen the clip of my face when that happened.
Dude, no, I commented on that. Whoever posted that on Reddit, I'm like, it's not even your face. It's your fucking hand that cracks me up in that because your face is doing the like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But like, the fucking, like, it's like your hand twitched like you wanted to throw a punch, but then you were just exasperated. So it's like one of these. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm just sitting here. Like, it would be like if I go to you, like, and Corey, and I don't know if you saw the news, but this thing, and you just went, hold that thought for 1 second. And you just got up and walked off. And I'm like,
yeah, I'll be right back.
What the fuck? So, and then,
I don't know, because that's like, to me, that kind of just like looked like I was being radio guide, right? Oh, we dropped a sponsor. Let's cut the chaff, you know? And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. Because like on my end, because like I got fucking people blowing up my end. Like I had fans of this show who were motherfucking me in my own inbox being like, why don't you just offer to take less money? And I'm like, I fucking have for months. I don't know what you want from me.
Right, and that's what I've said. I'm like, people are like, why can't you come back? I'm like, I can't cut these guys back anymore. We've lost so much. We're at about $4,000 a month less than we were when we brought everyone over and started this thing in terms of advertising. It's been a bloodbath, which, we'll get it back to where, it's a respectable level and everything. But, there was no more cutting left to do. And so we were able to fix it. We were able to make it okay. And hopefully we can, get it picked back up here. But as far as the Oz thing, it's just the guy health-wise needs a break, and he'll never say it. And what I hate about that is I hate being the guy that has to make that call. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question? And maybe it's already been addressed between the two. And obviously he's on break, and maybe once a month or something. Maybe
that's what I'm thinking.
Like,
yeah.
Have you thought about just letting him phone in like I do?
I don't know if he still has that capability. I know he used to.
Honestly, like as somebody that used to do a little bit longer of a drive, right?
Yeah.
Like that drive was more punishing than the show. Like trying to say, you used to, like, I don't know if you remember this, but like when I used to drive up there right around like 9 o'clock or whatever, I used to have to stand up and move around. And it wasn't like, and it wasn't me disconnecting. It wasn't anything. It's just because you have to get up. Like for me, I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning to make it there by 6.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, maybe that helps. I don't know if that's an option or not, but it's something that I was wondering. I was like, because he used to remote in back in the day, right?
He used to remote in audio wise. He couldn't do it like he didn't have the video thing.
Oh,
yes, it's and then you got to worry about like the computer capability and the streaming capability and all that stuff. And it's not that; it's the performance. It's what I'm getting out of him. Like there's nothing more heart wrenching and nerve wracking than you're talking, you're setting something up, and then the other person just goes, yeah. And there's no worse feeling. You're feeling two things at once. You're feeling, oh my God, the rhythm of the show is fucked. And then the other thing, you're going, oh shit, did I not pick something interesting? Is this bad? Like, do I have to move on now? I had a certain amount of time slated that I wanted to talk about this particular thing, and that required some give and take, and I'm not getting that. I don't know if it's health. I don't know if it's the different speed that a YouTube show moves at. I don't know if it's like the wider world of things we have to cover. I don't know what it is, but yeah. This is one of those deals where, and I've said this before, and I won't spend too much time on it. This is something that I've been talking about with Oz for a while now, where I've been checking up on him. I've been checking up on him, and I'm going, "Are you okay?" Because he's had health problems. And,
yeah, well, I mean, it's not like I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but it's also like the dude had a stroke, you know? I mean, like, right. And then I talk to him here and there. I'm sure you interact with him more or whatever. And God knows I am not the person to throw this fucking stone, right? But he has been pretty drunk most times I call him. And there's no way when you're recovering from a stroke or trying to get your mental capacities, crawling into a bottle is not going to help.
And that's something and again, I don't want to go too deep into it because I don't want to reveal too much, but because that's on him. But it's just, and it's one of those things where I'm like, the show has to be a certain way. And one of those things is the second mic has to talk. And if I'm not getting that and I'm talking to and the other thing, like I said about Oz will soldier on through anything. And so if I go, dude, are you okay? Like, are you all right? You're kind of, it's your way of telling a guy, I don't think you're doing all right. Like, I don't think you're okay. Tell me, and then we can figure something out. And then when that person goes, no, I'm good. It's like, shit, now I have to be I don't want to be the guy to go, look, man, you're not. And I wrote to him the other day. I said, you're not saying much on the show. Like, it's kind of a difficult slog. I feel like I'm putting Tuesdays on my shoulders every week. And I'll say from my perspective, that fucks me up both professionally and personally. I'm not the best guy.
Because you're worried about your friend overall.
Worried about your friend. And also, if I do a dog shit show, it really fucks my personal life. Like, I bring it with me if I don't do a good show. And I can't have that. I can't do that because I don't process these things well. It's something I need to work on, surely. But also, when every other day of the week, you're like, wow, that show went by quick. Wow, that was awesome. That was great. And then the other week, you're like, fuck, I'm exhausted because I did basically a solo show. And then you've got other people writing you and asking you like, hey, is this person okay? Is this all right? It's like, again, the guy's a good soldier. The guy will go until he drops dead. My problem is that's not what I don't want a guy to drop dead. I don't want a guy to give me the last bit he has. I'm not Bear Bryant. I'm not, it's a show. I'm not here to go, I want the last drop of blood I've got. No. I want my friend to be okay. So I think if, like you said, once a month, if Oz is like second mic emeritus, if he takes on a role of like, steel toe Mount Rushmore guy who's semi-retired and comes by once in a while to say, hey, I think that's great. I think that's wonderful.
Ring of Honor him, dude.
Ring of Honor, exactly. He'd be the first member of the Ring of Honor, after Gary, of course. No,
absolutely not after Gary.
Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to, as you and I called him, Mr. Overreaction this morning, but a man who always admits his overreactions, much like myself. Let's go to Mikey. Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Fuck you, Aaron. Fuck you, man. You fired my best friend, buddy. Me and you got beef. Buddy, listen.
Who's your best
buddy? Friend? Fucking Corey, you fired my friend, man. I'm fucking angry.
Corey's on the show right now.
Yeah, but I'm still fired.
Oh, Corey's Corey's
Hey, what up, Mikey?
Right
how are you? Are we still on for racial antiquing later?
Yes, sir.
Can Shaka Zulu come?
No,
we're gonna get him. We're gonna get him a mom.
I gotta say, I gotta come up with a music. I gotta come up with a drop for Shaka Zulu. It just doesn't. It's not right just bringing him on with. It's like Andre the Giant coming out to no music. It's not something odd about it. All right. Well, Mikey, thank you very much, buddy. I'm glad we could get that all figured out.
Aye. Later.
All right, later. Fucking psychopath.
I know, but he's the best kind of psychopath. I love Mikey too much.
Yeah, he's a guy who will.
I love him, dude. He will always be one of my favorite listeners. From like, I don't know if you. I'm sure you remember this when we say it, but the first time I ever met him, he came in the studio and he helped me ransack your car because you left it open.
Yes, that's true. You guys did do that.
And we bonded immediately on the because I was like, holy shit, his car's open. Do you want to fuck with Aaron? And he immediately said, yes, I want to fuck with Aaron.
Gene says, sucks having to be the Rogan to Schaub. Time to hang it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel. Like, Rogan didn't want to give that speech to Schaub about fighting, but Schaub wouldn't quit. And you had to be like, dude, I care too much about you. You can't, like this, you can't, you got something, you got to, it's going to fuck up your health. K-Fallen the Great with $2 says, when did you hire Cowpote? All right, that's too far. You son of a bitch.
Corpote, bro.
That's too goddamn far. So anyway, Corey's still here. We're going to be able to, it looks like we'll be able
at least we know my neck is next on the chopping block. I'm glad we got the chopping order well established, though.
Look, I've got no more chop left. After Old Capital left, I got no more chop left here. After
you got two more chop. You got me, you got Johnny. I feel like if April gets chopped, you'll chop your wrists. But
no,
like,
as I look here, unless we find a couple of people, any of these other ones cut or take off, I can't cut the other two and make that up. Meaning, like, we're cutting into everything else. And then
that's when you start selling cars.
Yeah, exactly. We're like one or two sponsors away from, hey, guys, we're not going to be doing an evening show anymore because Aaron needs to get to the car lot after the morning show.
He's going to go work at the car wash. You don't get a car lot job.
Exactly. That's where it goes after that.
I can just imagine you detailing somebody else's fucking Buick and like, I remember when I was on radio, I used to own a Buick.
Oh God. That's the thing that keeps me, putting up the clips and going for the clicks and the subs and everything else is just thinking about those damn cars and being that guy who goes, I used to be on the radio. I do not want to be that man. All right, guys. So that is the latest. That is the official story, as it were. That's where we're at. You got to hit rock bottom before you can come back up, and hopefully this Old Capital thing. Look, I'll say this. I'm in a lot better spot than Old Capital is. The show's in a lot better spot.
But are you in a better spot than Cabin Fever is?
It's a lot better off than Cabin Fever.
That's a little local restaurant humor for our national audience.
Yes, of course. So yes, that's where the whole thing's at. And we are good. And we're all, and people have been saying, you're almost a week ahead on the goal. First of all, that's from two guys going fucking ape shit at the end of the year. You cannot count on that. We will be caught up to the goal again. Eventually, probably next week at some point. We will be caught up to that goal, and it will be back to business as usual. But that's what keeps the lights on and keeps things going here. The advertisers was always the thing that I needed in order to have a staff.
Well, I think that's the thing that people really get confused about is that like the donations and stuff used to pay for everything because like on Twitch, it was just a different monetized system.
Yeah.
And now, you go over to here and it's just, I don't know, man. It's very confusing to me. Like and you can vouch. I didn't even get mad. I was like, all right. I mean, I get it, and like you have a whole family to deal with. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah, that's the craziest part. I could sell one of the kids. I don't know.
Well, at least sell their kidneys first.
April's Parents Hobby Farm said, you always said the goal was for the second mics and advertisers were for the great. I never said the goal was for the second mics. I said the goals paid the bills. That's a big difference, my friend. No. The goal has always been to pay the bills and keep payroll. When I say payroll, I mean me. I'm payroll. These guys are contractors. I'm payroll. April's pay. Everything around here that runs the business is payroll. That's keeping the lights on, my friend. So it's okay, April's Parents Hobby Farm. You misunderstood. That's all right. I've always said the advertisers pay to bring everybody here. But that's okay. You're always, the one dishonest thing about April's Parents Hobby Farm is he's always looking for the yeah, but. Like he's never a guy, and he's never a guy who's going to go, oh, I was wrong about that. Even when he is.
Because he's never correct, but he has to like act.
Right. He always wants to be naysayer guy and then still.
He reminds me of like Guy Sartell. Like I really didn't like him at first, but once I got used to him, he kind of cracks me up.
Guy's actually a little bit better.
Guy is the best troll ever. Like people could take lessons from Guy on how to troll.
Right.
And you know what I love about Guy is the worse the moment is to make the joke, the funnier his joke is.
Right. April's Parents Hobby Farm always wants to prove something or like, I've got a thing that's going to trip you up. And it's like, no, now I'm just going to set you straight and get a little pissed at you. Guy Sartell is always like, there's always a wink and a smile with his that makes you go, oh, that's fun. Let's go on and let's talk about some stuff now that we set April's Parents Hobby Farm straight for about the 97th time. That's the other thing I will respect about April's Parents Hobby Farm. No matter how terrible he looks or how many times he gets the backhand, keeps coming back for more every time.
And he loves it.
Oh, yeah. The show's terrible. It fucking sucks now. It's not any good, but goddamn.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Aaron. Your show is fucking terrible. You're not any good.
He's clocking out to a job, cussing out his boss. See you tomorrow, Bill.
Exactly. He's like Stone Cold going to Vince after Raw, like, all right, see you tomorrow, Vince, you piece of trash. And so, yeah, with April's Parents Hobby Farm, it's always, the things that have gotten you viewers and subs, I don't like it, so the show's changing and it's terrible. And you're like, all right, cool, so see you tomorrow? Yep, see you tomorrow. I got nothing else going on. All right. Thanks, buddy. So, yes, I am April's Parents Hobby Farm. Don't take it personally. I'm absolutely, I'm a big fan of your work. You give me a chance to sharpen my blades, that's all. Pontiva says, so is that retarded guy that slouches over the mic all day fired? Yeah, the guy with MS, Pontiva, your ongoing joke was very funny the first couple of times. Now you're just kind of being a rat piece of shit, honestly. Like, I need some of these people in the chat to get their own show. I need to teach them. I want to be able to help them. Because the people who are like, hey, remember that thing you laughed at like 4 months ago? Can I keep doing it? It's like, no. I laughed. I want to laugh at you when you're funny. But then I really want you to figure out a new bit once in a while. That's all. Or, here's the thing. Instead of being a bit, you know what would be fun? If you just enjoyed the show and commented when you felt necessary.
I don't like that. That sounds terrible.
Wattlife says almost 500 watching and less than 30 likes. Must be a lot of trolls. Oh, absolutely not. Look at our chat. There are no trolls. Everybody loves this program. They're just getting a little lazy with the like button. So here, let's do this for you, Wattlife. I don't want you to feel bad. Everybody hit the like button. There you go. You got, out of the 500 of you that are here, soon to be 600 in the next hour or two. Holy shit, 500 in the first hour is pretty fucking good. Go ahead and hit the like button on this video. If you're on the stream, hit that like. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Become a big Steel Toe fan. Absolutely. We're also 260 away from next Tuesday morning's goal. We've been staying a week ahead for a while now. That's obviously not going to hold, but hey, if we can...
What if it does, though?
Yeah, if it does, that would be awesome. 260 away. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal link. Perfect. Cordless says, you suck at this shit, Aaron. You contradict yourself all the time. Oh, Cordless, you're getting even lazy with your trolling. You didn't even provide evidence. You didn't even say why. You just, I don't know. I think Cordless is getting desperate on Twitter, too. He's like, I'm never going to listen to Steel Toe again after they made jokes about Damar Hamlin, which obviously we didn't do. But he
I did.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to get this... He thinks he's going to get this big, like, Twitter support of, oh, I can't believe you would do that. I don't like Steel Toe either. I'm like, dude, you have 7 followers. What are you doing? He says, 20 grand a month and you're failing. Let me tell you something, Cordless. If I was making 20 grand a month, everybody here would be shitting gold, my friend. That would be honest. That would be awesome, to tell you the truth. Oh, you're a lot of fun, Cordless. You're another one I like, kind of just like poking every once in a while. All right, guys, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel and all that stuff. Yeah, the ghost of Damar Hamlin, Cordless. Cordless, stop being such a sensitive guy. The ghost of Damar Hamlin in the chat even says, I'm okay with the jokes. Perfect. See? Ghost of Damar Hamlin.
I actually just was playing highlights yesterday to the song, Go On, Leave Me Breathless.
Yeah, see? And the ghost of Damar Hamlin is probably fine with that. Tim Down says, Aaron is a nerd that doesn't know he's a nerd. Oh, Tim, that's not true. I have always known I'm a nerd. Look at that, 117 likes now. Look, are you okay with that now, Watt? Is that okay? Look at the conspiracy theory on Cordless. He goes, you shadow banned my other accounts because you couldn't handle the truth.
Yeah. It's funny because he doesn't understand how hopelessly technologically adverse you actually are. I'm not even convinced you know how to ban anyone.
Yeah, you've shadow banned my other accounts. I'll tell you this. If shadow...
Come watch this guy try to program his fucking DVD and tell me he shadow banned anything.
If you think I shadow banned your accounts, I didn't. I will tell you this. I don't read most of your stuff because it's dumb. And the second I do read it, I just kind of make fun of you. I don't want to sit here and make fun of you all day. I got a fun show to do. I mean, yeah, it's a good time for everyone else watching. They like watching you get beat up. But I don't want to do that all day. A, I don't want to, cause you problems. B, you're clearly not a stable dude. And C, I got a lot better shit to talk about. But it is fun to just kind of, I like it when people come to me and they try to get to you. And then you just kick them in the nuts real hard and laugh. And
honestly, I think Monday you had this weird anxiety breakdown. And it feels like, and maybe I'm wrong, but the Monday night and then just a little bit today, it seems like you're a little bit more on edge with the chat. Just given this week, I think honestly what it is that you're way more sensitive to Oz having to leave the show than people realize, because people don't realize that, I've said this before, is as much as you like to say, oh, this show is mine, whatever, he was one of the guys that started out with you. And I know that in your head, you view this as his project too.
Yeah, oh no, I love Oz. Absolutely. And the thing that, what sucks for me is I have to make the call. I hate that. I hate that I have to make the call. I hate that.
I couldn't even fucking imagine, man. Because I talked to him on the phone after I got your text, I waited. I was in the fucking V, and I fucking he called me and talking to me, and it just it sucks, because it's like putting old Yeller down, kind of.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Johnny.
I mean, not to toot my own horn or whatever, but I have other stuff going on, and I always have. It's not doesn't make this show any less a priority for me, any of that, but it's just, it's not the steadfast thing that it is for a lot of people. And I with Oz, it's he doesn't even know what's happening. I don't know. It's like a kid almost.
Yeah. It's once a week. It should be a lower priority for you. There's nothing wrong with doing something once a week and going, yeah, the thing I do every day is more of a priority. By the way,
that's what I was telling these twerps in my fucking DM. They're like, oh, this and that. I'm like, yeah, he has to make his own money for his family, man. I don't know what you want. I've taken as less money as I can. I've even said I'll chip in where I can. That's all I can fucking do.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all of that stuff, all updated. I'm glad you guys are happy. I'm glad you guys are thrilled with the show. And I'm glad Cordless is still here being my biggest fan. I appreciate that, buddy. Give me a kiss, son.
Super fan.
Yeah, give me a kiss, son. Daddy's here. Don't worry. Is it a hug you want? Earn it. We got to go into the news. Let's get into it today. I love this. Going into New York, all the governors are being sworn in now. I don't know if you've been watching... I caught this because I had to go to Daily Mail yesterday because when I'm short on prep, when I don't have enough stuff, I'm like, you know what? I kind of keep Daily Mail in the back pocket because I know I'll get a bunch of stuff from them. But going on their actual website is fucking exhausting because you can't have your ad blocker on and they're nothing but ads. So
it's so bad.
So I usually once a week I'll have to do a Daily Mail run, and they have a lot of good news stuff up there. And the thing about Daily Mail is that Daily Mail will show you kind of what's going on with American politics, but also give you gossip about it. And it was the first time I've watched the whole Speaker of the House thing that's been going on the last few days. This to me was so perfect Republican Party. I couldn't believe it. So the Republicans get the House back. So Joe Biden doesn't have the House and the Senate anymore. And honestly, if he loses one more Democrat turning independent or Republican, he may not have the Senate anymore. I think it's with Kristen Sinema leaving the Democratic Party, it's 50-50 again?
I think the vice president still gets the majority, but they have to keep everybody in line or they're fucked.
That's what I'm saying. If they lose one more, if what's his name?
Or if just one Dem flips on any issue.
Yeah. So if you have Manchin, if Manchin decides, look, I have more in common with the Republicans than I do the Democrats, he goes over there. Now all of a sudden you're kind of fucked. Well, the Republicans, all they have to do now is pick a speaker. That's it. You just got to pick a speaker. Who's going to be who's going to be your guy? And I think the House Minority Leader was Kevin McCarthy. So that means if you win the election, which they did in the House, your guy gets to become the Speaker of the House. You're Minority Leader. Perfect. Well, the Republicans have decided that they're going to make that as fucking difficult as possible because a handful of them or a dozen of them or so voted for Jim Jordan. And that's got the whole thing gummed up. They can't reach a majority.
That's the Freedom Caucus. That's the libertarians that are in the Republican Party, too. That's what's so funny. They're like, how about just fuck you, dude?
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. So the opposition to Joe Biden can't even agree with itself. And to me, it's the most Republican thing ever, because I don't feel Republicans and libertarians are that far off. I feel like there's like the military industrial complex thing and then maybe some social stuff that they don't agree on. But they're so close to each other that they could form a coalition. And every time they get close, they go, oh, no, fuck you. It's like getting the Scottish clans together. So they're trying to have this vote. The Republicans finally have the House. Ha, we won. Now watch us do our pageantry and ceremony where we usher in our new speaker. And then here come those libertarian-leaning Republicans and going, I have a better idea. How about we just fuck the whole thing up and make ourselves look like retards?
Yeah. How about 20 of us just go over here and do nothing?
Yes. And now we can't crown a speaker to lead the House of Representatives. It's like,
in their defense, McCarthy is dog shit, though.
But in the other party's defense, he's the guy the party has chosen. Here's kind of my problem with these libertarians is they hate the game, but they play it. If they were libertarians, then run as a libertarian. They don't want to run as a libertarian. Why? Because they want to win. So they ran as they claimed Republican. I'm sorry. But if you want to go to the Republicans and say, I need you because I can't win on my own, then I think if you go to, it's kind of like seeking asylum in another country. If you're going to seek asylum in France, speak French, motherfucker. If you're going to use the Republican Party so that you can get your libertarian ass into Congress, well, guess what? The party that housed you, you got to play the game.
Yeah, but it's not just the Republicans. I mean, like Bernie's an independent. Like the Dems do this shit too. They all do this shit where they want to be like, they know they have to be the big label to make it to the dance, right? Because like you're not going to win as a third party.
Right.
And they're like, no, but I'm different than this. And it's not I don't think it's a mutually exclusive Republican trait, but it's fucking hilarious when it happens. Because right now, especially, how many Republicans are super pissed that Biden's in there? Now is, like you're saying, now is the time to just be like, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, now is the time where you can get your investigations going. You can call everybody before the House of Representatives. You can get Fauci in there, all these different people. And yet, you're just like, no, I've got it. How about we just completely fall flat on our dicks out of the starting blocks? Like, can we just pick our guy, please? Because, like, the guy they're trying to vote for is not going to win. It's going to be McCarthy, or it's going to be constant gridlock. And also, if you're sitting there going, our plan is, where the Democrats are fucking up and not getting their shit done, we're going to show how real leadership works. And then day one, you fumble and fuck up the picking the leader guy.
That's a reoccurring bit from both sides my entire fucking life.
You
remember when the Republicans, like, and this is my favorite one. So this isn't even the worst Republican thing I've seen. My favorite was when Obama put in Obamacare. And all these Republicans for fucking 8 years, we had to listen to like how shitty Obamacare is and how different they would do it. And then when they got the power, they had fucking nothing. They had 8 years to come up with it. Like Rand Paul at least had a plan. I don't think it would have worked, but none of them even had a fucking plan. They just bitched about it for years.
Yeah. They go in there and they talk, and you're right. It's the Democrats too. The Democrats will go in there and talk about how dog shit the Republicans are. Well, we talked about it with when Biden came in. Trump sucks. Everything Trump's done is terrible. We're undoing everything Trump's done, except the vaccines. And then, Well,
that's what I like. Check this out. Am I losing my mind? All the Republicans are trying to fucking memory hole the fact that like Trump was the vaccine guy and he started the lockdowns.
Yes, he absolutely did.
Everybody's like, it's so weird. It's such a weird memory hole event to watch Republicans like get mad at Biden for these lockdowns that started under Trump.
And then people go, well, what was Trump supposed to do? All of you guys want to fire. Well, he's retired now, but all of you guys wanted to fire Fauci. All of you guys want Fauci investigated. Guess who was the one guy for the whole first year of the pandemic who could have done that? Donald Trump. Did he? Nope. Took the guy's
He also
advice.
could have pardoned Snowden.
Could have pardoned Snowden.
The Tiger King, goddammit.
Yeah, but he did pardon Lil Wayne. So
I just, that was my biggest fucking anger moment with Trump is at the end of his term, it should have been pardon Palooza. Like, just burn it down. Let's go.
Right.
Snowden, Assange, like fucking Lil Wayne, fucking Tupac. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, nobody blamed Bill Clinton when he took his shit dog asshole brother-in-law and pardoned him after all the dog shit shady business things that he'd done. And everyone went, oh, it's just part of the game. And then Trump's like, look, I'm gonna let Wheezy go, and then after that, I'm gonna call it a day. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. So you got the Republicans fucking that up. Now, on the Democratic side of things, I was watching yesterday on Daily Mail, Kathy Hochul get sworn in as her first full term as governor of New York. Now, remember a few months ago, people were busting Kathy Hochul's balls that people were leaving New York and they were going to Florida and they were going to Texas and they were going to these other states. And at the time, when people would criticize her handling of the pandemic or people would criticize the crime or anything else, she told them, and this is a quote, head down to Florida where you belong. You know, all these, yeah.
That's awesome.
But dude, Gavin Newsom, Kathy Hochul, all these people in these blue states, their hubris got the best of them. And when people were showing them like, hey, people are leaving, they don't want to be here anymore because of your policies, their attitude, instead of why don't we work together and figure something out, it was fuck them, let them leave. We don't need them. Now they're watching the tax base and the brain drain that they're seeing from all these people leaving, like any other far lefty country or state, like the brain drain from the Soviet Union. Now the leaders are going, hey, guys, where are you going? Like, let's talk this out. You should stay. You should stick around. And you're like, I'm sorry, but weren't you the person who told me to go fuck myself and go to Florida where I belong? I'm just taking your advice. That's all.
Yeah.
Well,
like how many people didn't actually leave the country when Trump got elected? Shit like that. Just do it then.
Just do it. Well, she said, go to Florida where you belong. Well, the statistics are starting to show that a shitload of people in New York are heading to Florida where they belong. And New York Governor Kathy Hochul, in her inauguration speech yesterday, said the state has to figure out how to stop people from leaving. I mean, did they...
How about telling them not? Like, they don't even understand. And they were saying between Texas and Florida, California and New York might lose 6 seats. That's crazy.
That's insane, yeah. And now I guess we got to wait a couple election cycles to see if the people who moved are going to learn their lessons. Now, it seems like in Florida I
bet they won't.
I mean, in Florida so far they have. You got to give them credit. If the election is any indication, Florida went so much further red than it has in a long time.
I don't think that's like, to me, I'd have to see a different candidate than Ron DeSantis. I think that what happened was that no matter who moved down there or whatever, I think most people in Florida saw their governor fighting to keep them open and being vindicated across a lot of different areas, like, the being outside and not really going in. And so it's more that than them. But these people, every time they move, they keep voting blue. People are so fucking stupid. Like, yeah. I feel like you really just don't even grasp how dumb most people are sometimes. I mean, these people will flee their own little blue state that they voted into being bullshit. I mean, all the worst fucking cities right now have been blue for years. Yeah. It's not like it's a flash in the pan and they just turned blue overnight. Like, look at, like, St. Paul is like, you can't even get your own garbage service in St. Paul. And it's like they put in some stuff with you can't raise rent. And now there's a big thing in St. Paul where nobody's building any new businesses buildings because of the zoning codes.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're about to be fucked. And that's not anything new. That's keep voting blue and find out what you get.
But like in New York, especially, like they don't do shit about crime. In fact, they're confronted with a crime problem and they keep coming up with answers like, well, how about no cash bail? And we just arrest people, and if it's not for a felony, we cut them loose. And it's like, how is that going to make the problem we're having better? Like, even if you were in a point where you had like Bloomberg, Giuliani levels of crime in New York City, I still would be against the concept of no cash bail. Now add on top of that you're in the worst crime state you've ever been in 30 or 40 years, and you're throwing no cash bail on top of it. Like, who's the genius city planner who looks at that and goes, this is going to be a positive development?
I don't know, but they're probably from Chicago.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they're probably. Look, we tried it in Chicago, and then everyone looks at them stunned like, and he goes, well, it's fine from where I'm sitting. Thanks, bud.
Also, there's already 28 total shot in Chicago this year.
Oh, fuck. Is that true? That can't be true.
That's Hey Jackass.
No way.
Yeah. 7 total homicides, but 28 total shots.
You're right. 3 days in, because you can't count today. You almost can't count yesterday. This is pretty much 2 days in. 28 people shot. They only killed 7, though.
December's month in total, 244. 58 total homicides.
I don't know what your fucking problem is, though, Corey. I mean, 2022 numbers, total homicides down 14% to 735. Hey, they're almost down to 2 a day in Chicago. 2 people getting murdered every day in Chicago.
9.3 shootings a day.
Yeah. Their numbers are down about 15%, and people look at that and go, hey, it went down. It's like, yeah, it couldn't go up anymore.
Weird how those ones never make the news, right?
Yeah.
Black people shooting black people is hard to propagandize.
Right. That's why whenever you see a shooting of any kind, you immediately know who did it based on the amount of coverage it gets.
Yeah, or they wouldn't be covering it.
Yeah. All of a sudden, like, you can't question anyone's gender identity. You can't question what anyone identifies as you're a bigot. But the minute that guy shot up that gay club and he said he identifies as non-binary, they're like, no, he's just bullshitting. He's a fucking liar. And it's like, wait a minute. I thought doing that was against your rules. Like,
well, and that's also, it's a good argument for people who are super into gun control. Chicago has some of the worst gun control, like some of the strictest gun control in the entire country.
Yeah, and then they go ahead and instead of changing anything, they go, no, it's people from other parts of Illinois bringing guns in. It's like, well, yeah, no shit. People want guns. Like they're going
called gun running.
And not only that, like, isn't that our counter argument to them? Like they're like, oh, people are gun running into Chicago. It's like, yeah, we're the ones saying if people want guns, they're going to get guns. Like yes, that's what we're saying. Your laws, it's kind of like weed laws in the cartel and drug laws in the cartel. You're creating your enemy. You're creating your boogeyman. You're taking.
But Don Lemons is right. It's easy. They got Gary, Indiana to blame right there.
Oh, is that what Don Lemon blames? Is Gary, Indiana?
That's what Chicago blames. They always blame Gary, Indiana.
I'll tell you this. Gary, Indiana seems to be keeping a good chunk of their guns when you take a look at their numbers. I mean.
Yeah, you don't even want to go into like Maryville. Holy fuck. Indiana has gun solutions.
Yeah, exactly. But we have Kathy Hochul saying that, look, we need to stop people from leaving this state months after telling them to leave. That is such a politician thing, is they all think they have like the Men in Black neuralizer flashy thingy, and they hit it, and they think that we forgot what they said. And we're like, guys, that's not a real neuralizer. That came from a cereal box. Like that's.
But the more important is how relevant do they think they are that people are listening to that? When's the last time you moved somewhere because a politician told you to? Nobody gives a fuck what you say.
Yeah, right, exactly. So Kathy Hochul going, oh, I will say this, her telling people that are already thinking about leaving, like, fuck you, go to Florida where you belong. That I could see people pushing some people over the edge. But then going, hey, you know that shit I said before? Forget it. We all need to talk to each other and discuss how we can.
I don't even see that pushing people over the edge. I feel like people that are getting told that were already on their way out. Like, fuck this place.
Yeah, but like her coming back and saying, like, we need to discuss how we can keep you here. Like, I don't think that's keeping anybody.
Go to fucking Texas.
Yeah, exactly. Just go to Texas. You'll be fine. So I don't.
Texas, what? Nevada, Florida, lots of places don't have state tax.
Well, but now we've had an election in New York and they picked her. So now this goes from, like, before they had this election, it was, oh man, these poor people in New York. I just feel for them. I mean, all this shitty crime, and New York City's a shithole, and they've got a terrible mayor, and now you got this governor that nobody voted for. She just had to fill in when Cuomo left. This is really it is a problem for them. I feel bad. Once you have the election and you don't vote her out, now I stop saying it's a politician problem. Now the majority of New York's the problem. Like,
I mean, I would argue the majority of New York has always been the problem.
Right, but now we have the data to back it up. Now it's like, okay, you guys want us to feel sorry for you. Look, you had.
I feel like we had the data the moment Cuomo got reelected.
Yeah, Cuomo's
because he was like not the one that finally ended him, but he was amidst like 2 scandals when he got reelected.
Yeah, I would take Cuomo over her though.
Yeah, 100% in an instant.
There's a mob-like efficiency to a Cuomo versus a Hochul.
I was just about to say we'd have to. The mob would make us.
Like Hochul just seems like the basic, everyday incompetent politician.
Cuomo would kill us, and then our votes would go blue.
Right, exactly. He's like, oh, you're voting Republican? Well, you won't after you're dead. It's like, well, yeah, of course.
Do me a favor and register red right over by this incinerator. I'll be right back to get my ballot. I mean, your ballot.
Yeah. And then you go to Cuomo and you go, what do you mean? Of course I won't be voting Republican. I'll be dead. I won't be voting at all. And he goes, oh, you'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
Hold on. I got to give my brother a call. I got to spin this on the news. Also, here's your new ballot.
Right, exactly. Now come over here and let me finger pop you a little bit, and I'll tell my brother to tell everybody nothing to see here.
Oh, you're a good voter. I like you. You got that constituent pussy.
Yeah. Oh, man, I wish my brother worked for Fox News so people would actually see the propaganda I'm trying to channel through him. God, I should have gotten him a job with Ailes. That's the other thing is, like, the Murdochs and all these people, like, everyone's like, oh, there's Fox and they're on the Republican side, and there's MSNBC and they're on the Democratic side. All these politicians play golf and go to parties with all of these people who control the media.
But you and I have been saying that for years. Like during lockdowns, like none of these people are actually enemies. You know, like McConnell and fucking what's her name, Skin Lizard with the tits. Why can't I think of her
Skin Lizard
name?
with the tits is the way to go from now on. But Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, Pelosi. They're having drinks together afterwards.
Right.
You know, like they're not opposition. They're oligarchs that control the country.
The problem is they put all these spurgs on the internet and they let them all argue about politics, and they all thought they were all these people who treat it like it's this war. They all think they're in the game. And so you have all these people fighting with their neighbors and arguing with other human beings online when it's like, hey, dude, you know that they're down to fuck both of you. Like they don't give a shit that you guys are white knighting for them on Reddit or Twitter or YouTube or anything else. Like they're going to go be friends after their TV fighting is done. You guys are going to keep fighting it out. Meanwhile, if you would walk outside and talk to your neighbor, you guys probably agree on most of the big things. Yeah. But you just have these little slight disagreements, but you go on the internet, you blow them out of proportion. It's like Rasmussen took a poll yesterday. 50% of Americans believe that a particular medical procedure that people have been taking the last year and a half to 2 years, 50% of Americans feel that it's causing life-threatening side effects and think it should be investigated. Now,
like what, getting fake tits?
Yeah, right. Botox, right? Well, but if you watch the news or anything else, the news would have you believe that it's like 5% of the country. They're all psychos. They're crazy people. They're conspiracy theorists. But then again, you get people on the phone one-on-one. You actually talk to them. They go, no, I'm a little worried about this. This seems a little fucked up. Like you get them away from the people who would call them crazy conspiracy theorists and let them feel comfortable in just expressing themselves privately. They go, no, yeah. I just don't want to be called a name on the internet or anything, but yeah.
Not the internet names.
Right? Yeah, it's a little fucked up. It just
We'll never forget that, like, conspiracy theorists like that. Like, I always point this out to people too, is like the term conspiracy theorist was really invented by the CIA to not acknowledge that they had something to do with JFK. Anybody who thought that the official story of JFK was labeled that, and it becomes this weird, almost gaslighting tool for anybody that's questioning narratives. So if you have a question about something, you become this crazy fucking conspiracy theorist. But like, how many people were saying, oh, I think the CIA knew a lot more than they're owning up to. And then turns out they did.
Yeah, it's really something like
that JFK, like those papers that came out, like I'm not saying that they actually killed him, but they absolutely knew what was going to happen. And they allowed that dude to go to 3 different countries when they could have detained.
Right.
Like, it's all right there. And it's still heavily redacted.
And that's most of like conspiracy theory people's problems.
But the term conspiracy theory was literally to get people to shut the fuck up about saying the CIA killed Kennedy. That's where that term comes from. And it's a deep state military complex invention. And it got into our vernacular. And now with Facebook, anybody that questions, I mean, you look at this last year, I think this last year was really, really vindicating for people like myself who end up aligning with some conspiracy theories. I'm not one of those like fucking the sky is falling or Sandy Hook was staged guys. But when you're looking at, I bet Twitter was suppressing false narratives and that the government was telling them what to do. Turns out that's right. Yeah. There's tons of this stuff that's going on.
And not only was the government telling them what to do, fucking Twitter was going to them being like, are we good boys? Can you give us more stuff that we can do for you?
Right. And I like, again, here's we talked about this on my show yesterday with that injury, and I didn't want I don't like to delve too far into it, but I've been watching football my whole life. I've watched hours and hours and hours of highlights from before I was born. Yeah. Have you ever, and this is now 5 of them, CPR medical events in sports?
Yeah.
Prior to 2 years ago, I have not in my life remembered one. I do not remember ever seeing somebody get CPR on a football field.
Yeah, the only one I can think of, and I think this was before my time, but I've seen video of it, is Hank Gathers, the basketball player.
Yes.
He dropped dead at the free throw line, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hank Gathers is the only one I remember. I mean, Len Bias did coke and died before a game, but like you did fucking coke. Like that's not a right. mystery. Like, oh my God, what happened to Len Bias? He did a shitload of coke. You can't do that and play really, cardio active fucking sports. It doesn't work that way. But like, yeah, that's the craziest thing is like Twitter immediately went into protect us from conspiracy mode the minute Damar Hamlin
yesterday
went
we
down.
covered this. This is crazy. Yesterday there was this doctor who had a video that basically, like the first opening, we covered it yesterday. Like this guy had a video up diagnosing what had really happened 8 minutes after it happened. Check this out. You and I are both streamers, right? How long does it take you to upload a video?
Oh, I mean, it depends. Like if it's like our half-hour, 45-minute clip,
like a 20-minute video.
If I had to put it up right away, I would say, gun to my head, it would take at least 15 minutes.
Sure. So for you have better internet than I do. It would take me a little bit longer. But this doctor has this video.
I'm saying no. What I'm saying in the 15 minutes is like the standard definition upload. It wouldn't be done processing the HD yet. Like processing HD and the whole thing, 45 minutes.
So this dude had it like 8 minutes after the event. And the first words out of his mouth on this is like, hi, we're here to do sports medicine and all this. And I can send you the link. The first thing out of his mouth is him saying, now, just so you know, this isn't a vaccine thing or anything like that. Right. And then he diagnosed what is one of the most rare conditions ever from his fucking couch at home.
Yeah, is that the guy who called it the posse comitatus or whatever the fuck it was, the Kamio Kubia Hakuna Matata thing?
Pussy Huffin disease?
Something like, yeah, whatever it was, Kamio fuck it all. Well, then, like, a few hours later, the hospital came out and said, no, he just suffered cardiac arrest and went down. Like, it was no Kamio Pasitatis thing. It was cardiac arrest. He went down. And then, like, watching people go with, oh, it has nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with that. And you're looking at them going, and this has been the story for the last 3 years, is you going, we haven't said that yet. Like, we were thinking it, but we haven't said that out loud yet. Like, anytime you're trying to get ahead of something that hasn't been uttered out loud means that you're thinking it.
Well, that's like, that's one of the other telltale signs, right? It's like, what can't you joke about? And then what are you trying to get ahead of? Those are always going to be the things that matter. Also, I sent you the link in Facebook if you care. It's in the first few minutes. The guy just talks about it. But again, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen because this guy has and he's dressed up. He's got the lighting. They even have the fucking plays edited down. Like, I don't know how you can do all that in 8 minutes. I just don't.
Oh, I haven't watched this, but I've seen I've been sent this link. Yeah. Before we watch it though, like you said, I've been watching football my whole life.
My entire life.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen it. And this isn't the first time. Like, this is the first time we've seen it on national television. But how many stories have we been seeing about high school football players, college football players, D3 players and shit? They're dropping dead.
And this is 5 now in professional sports across the world in the last 2 years. Soccer had 2 of them. We had one. I can't remember one of them was like a sport I hadn't even heard of. Like, I'm just waiting because you know what's coming. It's going to be boxing or MMA next. And that's going to be, and they're going to use that as this fucking banner to try and cut it down. They're already using it as like we need to pay extra attention to concussion. This had nothing to do with concussion.
Right. Well,
and again, the only thing that these people have in common, they're all vaxxed.
Well, and look, and again, I'm going to be careful because it's YouTube. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Look, I have no idea. I'm not a medical professional. I don't fucking know anything. I just think it's weird that they have this guy coming up there. I talked about this yesterday too. It reminds me of a bit, and I forget who does the bit, but there's a chain down here called Jack in the Box, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Jack in the Box for years had fucking billboards that everywhere that said it had a picture of a chicken and it said real. And then it said Jack in the Box. And as you're looking at it, you go, I never would have thought their chicken wasn't real until they insisted that it is.
Yeah.
It didn't even fucking occur to me that this could be vax related till this guy showed up 8 minutes after an event with a well-edited, well-uploaded video, and the first thing out of his mouth was insisting it wasn't a vax thing.
Right. It's like none of us said that. Yeah, the chicken thing is a great analogy where you're like, dude, I kind of just assumed that it was real chicken.
I'm going to assume you're serving me chicken if I order chicken.
It's like if I get too caught up, like there's 500-600 people watching the show and one guy tries to get me and I go for it. And you're like, shit, you know what? Nobody was even thinking that until I read that retard's comment. You know, it's like, why don't listen to one guy going, you don't have real chicken, and then go, we're going to make a whole advertising campaign about it, because now all people are thinking is the one thing the dipshit said when you could have just let it go. But
like in Minnesota, they used to have these billboards everywhere that were like, they were targeted for pedophiles, right? And it said, it honestly, like on the billboard, it would say, having sexual thoughts about children. And you're like, well, I wasn't.
No.
Yeah. What's wrong with you people?
What the fuck are you talking about? I want to thank Balls Deep for $33 super chat. Thank you, buddy. We are 240 away from next Tuesday morning's goal. Shaka Zulu gets to dance because you did more than $10. There we go, buddy. Shaka Zulu dancing. I got to figure out how to get Shaka's feet to stop sticking. There we go. So, but we'll play this guy in a second. The most flimsy thing I've heard about the Damar Hamlin thing so far is people going, well, he took a hit to the chest. And, you know, I have to credit Gino Bisconti of In Hot Water on Compound for doing this. I was watching his show yesterday. He played
the chest, though. It was more his chin, right?
But he played a clip yesterday of just fucking decapitating NFL hits. I mean, just for years and years and decades. I mean, guys just getting destroyed.
That's what I'm saying. For our entire childhood, these people were getting lit the fuck up, and not once has this ever happened. Not once.
They all got up. And by the way, this guy got up. And then he just, whoop, keels over. And we're not even allowed to act like, all I want is when this guy recovers, if he recovers, or if he dies, either way, I just want you to tell us, look, the cardiac arrest, is there any way it could have been caused by this particular thing? And I just, like, people like me will be satisfied if you just have a conversation with me about it. If you at least admit, like, hey, man, we're seeing a lot more of these people have this thing happen to them since this particular thing started rolling out. Could there be a connection? Can we talk about it? There's no liability for you financially. You're already paid. Nobody can sue you. You're good. Can we at least discuss whether or not? Because I'm telling you this, I'm sure there's a lot of NFL players right now that are scared shitless. I'm sure there's NFL players right now that where even though they're being told the opposite, they're thinking it. They're thinking like, oh shit, what? I mean, because I'll tell you this, they've never seen it either. I mean, we've never seen it.
That's the thing is that, you know, and how many years prior to that, like take the injury off the table. How many years have people like you and I or anybody that watches football been bitching about how much pussification they're doing to it? As far as like, oh, they don't, I mean, dude, you used to be able to like fucking horse collar. I mean, that's a rule that happened in our lifetime.
Yeah, it was like Roy Williams or somebody. Yeah, some safety used to do it all the time, and he was like popping people's hamstrings.
Strahan did it to a Patriot, and they almost, I think it was, no, it was Justin Tuck, because it was the Tuck rule, right?
No, Tuck rule was Tom Brady and the Raiders.
Okay. Maybe it's the Raiders. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that they have been slowly taking the violent hits out of football, and it just, if this is what it was, we would have seen it before. You just would have.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, the horse collar tackle, the technique is most closely associated with Pro Bowl safety Roy Williams. I think he was a Cowboy.
Oh, okay.
And he injured, here's the article. He injured 4 people in 2004 with the horse collar tackle. Yeah, like people's calves and hamstrings were getting all fucked up because they were getting their feet caught in the ground. And then he'd pull them down like that, and their legs would jolt back. They'd like tear hamstrings and shit. And so I think after 2004, they said, nope, horse collar's illegal. People we're just having teams losing their offensive weapons on a regular basis. So I don't know. To watch the Damar Hamlin thing, and you feel weird because you don't want to have the conversation yet because the guy's still struggling in the hospital. But you also don't want to let these fucking animals get away with like controlling the narrative and not letting anybody ask any questions about the whole thing at all, ever. And the time, and you worry about it because you go, oh my God, the time's going to pass and it's going to be too late to talk about it. What are we going to do? I don't know.
That's my Oz impression. Too soon.
It's a little soon. All right, let's watch this guy, Brian Sutterer, MD. You said this guy had this up just minutes before or minutes after the thing?
8 minutes. We did the timestamp of it. He had this 8 minutes. Like the people were still kneeling on the ground when he went live with this. And he does a little thing where he's like, hi, I'm here to tell you about sports medicine. But it's like after his intro, it's the first sentence out of his fucking mouth.
And no doctor can take a look at this on television and diagnose it.
And he's telling, and he even says in it how rare of a condition it is, right?
Right.
But like, oh, it's so fucking rare that you diagnosed it from your fucking couch. And again, I'm not one to like really jump into it. Like, I'm not a big like, oh, they're fixing football and magnetic glove guy. Like, I just think like I'm a big mob guy when it comes to conspiracies, right? Because the only way to keep a secret between three people is if two of them are dead. That's an old mob quote, right? Yeah. And so, but this is fucking weird because again, as somebody who has uploaded a lot of videos to fucking YouTube, I don't know how you get a video up in 8 minutes. I just don't know. Maybe this guy, like maybe he's at his work and they have like fiber optic that goes straight up fucking Yahoo's ass or Google's ass. I don't know.
It's a high quality video that needs editing.
It's an HD video that has edits, spotlighting. He's dressed up, looks like he's done makeup 8 minutes like after it happened.
All right, let's watch Dr. Sutterer.
What we just witnessed tonight is one of the most rare things we can see in sports medicine. As Damar,
so let me tell you exactly what it was.
Right. Let me give you my full diagnostic of this super rare condition that I can tell you what it is just by looking at it.
Well, here, let's look at the pause moment. That hit is a hit that happens on every fucking play in football. That didn't kill this guy.
Every play.
This is a receiver lowering his shoulder into a corner and trying to run him over. This happens every goddamn play in football.
Appear to be cardiac arrest after taking.
Not only that, the guy took the hit and turned it. He didn't even absorb the full impact of the hit. He took it and turned the guy and brought him to the ground.
He didn't even land on his head. He landed on his shoulder.
I'm Dr. Brian Suter, and on this channel, I try to teach you about the sports medicine world
and
give you some insight into what we see on the field. What we saw happen tonight is not related to any sort of vaccines.
What?
18 seconds.
The first line after his promo.
Look, I hate to sound like you. I hate to be the double guy. I hate to hone in on your bit here. But it's like, you're not even fucking hiding it.
They're not trying. They're doing the quiet part out loud. And again, as somebody who's uploaded, and I get it, it's just a 2.5 minute video, but like, you did not get that edited because he has the fucking video edited. He has the lighting. He has all that. Yeah. He even has time for the little cute little bumper graphic on the bottom when he just did his intro. Yeah. And the first words out of his fucking mouth. Now, no, this isn't vaccine. Like, go back and just watch how quickly it rolls off of it. All I can think of, and I forget the comic. I wish I could remember his name, but all I can think of is that fucking Jack in the Box bit. Real. I never would have thought it wasn't. At no point in watching any of this as a football player, I was like, holy shit, that's fucked up. Are they going to finish the game? I was tuned in like, holy shit, this is nuts. And then I see this motherfucker. This isn't a vaccine related. And it's like, well, now I kind of think it is.
Right. You're sitting there like, this isn't vaccine related. Like, I haven't even had time to say that yet. And you're throwing it out there.
This is almost certainly something called commotio cordis, an extremely, extremely rare condition that's one of those things that we typically only think we're going to read about in textbooks. Essentially what can happen is...
So it's only read in textbook. It's super rare, but this guy knows what it is after watching a fucking second. And here's the other part too, okay? If this is legit and it's all coincidental and this actually happened because his super short video is able to upload it, right?
Yeah.
The editing and all that shit, you didn't have time to fucking go and look at it and actually diagnose it, right?
Right. You couldn't diagnose.
You literally watched it and then started editing this video, but you admit it's this super rare textbook condition.
One of the most common injuries for football players is a torn ACL. You couldn't diagnose that in that amount of time.
or over the television.
Right. You couldn't watch it on TV and tell the difference between whether this guy sprained his knee or tore his ACL. You wouldn't be able to do either one.
If you have a blunt trauma to the chest that occurs at exactly the right time in the cardiac electrical cycle, your heart can be sent into cardiac arrest. As Hamlin comes in here, we can see this square hit to the front of his chest. We see him get back up momentarily before ultimately collapsing back down to the ground and requiring CPR on the field. This is a tracing of our heart's electrical activity. Basically, this is one cycle of the heart squeezing. Starts off with this P voice.
And by the way, people started repeating on Twitter and shit. They started repeating this Commatio Cordis because they didn't want to even think that it could be this other thing. They started repeating this like they knew what the fuck it was. They watched this one guy's video. They heard him say it, and they go, "Oh, that sounds like something I want to hear. I'll just repeat that like I know what the fuck I'm talking about." It's
8 minutes after it happened.
It's just as bad as someone going, "This is most likely caused by the jab," 5 minutes after it happened. None of us know what the fuck happened to Damar Hamlin, but here's the only thing I've been saying and what I've been hearing other people who are worried about it possibly being the thing I'm worried about. When we figure out what happened, all I'm saying is I'd like to be able to talk about it. That's it. I'm not even saying that's what happened. I'm not like Mr. Commatio Cordis guy over here going, "Nope, this is what happened. Don't think about any shot or anything like that." All I'm saying is when we find out what happened with this guy, can I discuss it without losing a Google account, without losing a Twitter account, without losing an Instagram account?
Absolutely not.
All I want to do is be able to talk about it.
You can talk about it on Rumble.
Because if I'm not allowed to talk about it, now I worry that you're hiding something from me.
Yes. Here's the other thing. What did he say? Okay, let's go back a little bit. What did he say caused that? Like, can you go back just a little bit?
Commatio Cordis, it was the shot of the shoulder to the chest right at the perfect time in the heart cycle.
So if that's the case, why have we never seen this in any combat sport in history?
Never.
And like MMA, like I watch crazy shit like Luth Way where they're actually bare knuckle Thai boxing. Like it's not uncommon to get straight up side kicks and elbows right to your chest. Not once have I seen this in any other thing ever.
Let me grab a calculator here.
What are the odds?
If each team runs 60 plays a game, let's say there's a tackle and a hit on half those plays, 30 plays. Does that sound fair? Between plays going out of bounds and incomplete passes.
Sure.
Half the plays. So 60 times, there's 120 plays in a game. 60 plays a game, we have a hit. Times what? 16 games a week. Times 18 weeks in a season.
17 because of a bye, but whatever.
There are, okay, then let's count playoffs and we'll just call it even. 17,280 hits to end a play in a given football season.
Well, that's not even considering the fact that there's multiple hits in the same play sometimes.
Sure, that's not. So we're giving the benefit of the doubt. Times the NFL's been around for what, 100 years now?
Has it? Yeah, probably.
There's been 1.7 million tackles, bare minimum. Bare minimum. This is the bare minimum. 1.7 million tackles in the history of the NFL. This has never happened.
And they weren't even wearing pads for half of that.
Right. They were just wearing coats.
You've never seen it in rugby. You've never seen it in Australian football. You've never seen it in Irish hurling, all high impact sports.
Look, if like boxers and MMA guys dying in the ring, I get that. They've had their fucking brains beat to death. I get that.
But even then, like in all of boxing, right? I don't know how many there are. I think there's 2 in MMA that I know of. But like in all of boxing, there's what, 3? Maybe, and one of them, the dude was using concrete in his gloves.
Unfortunately, there's usually about probably about one every 4 or 5 years. Maybe maybe a little more. Yeah, unfortunately.
That is
the
sad.
amount of guys who have either died.
You got out without dying? I hate boxing now.
I mean, I have 18-ounce gloves on when I spar in headgear, so I mean, if I get fucking brain damage, and I've been in 2 fights, and those are still 12-ounce gloves with headgear, so I'm not sure. Get your nose broken right in the first round, then you don't have to really take that many.
I love getting hit early. Wakes you up.
Have a right hand crush your nose in the first round, and then the referee goes, "No, you're bleeding too much. You gotta get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, you gotta go. You're done.
You gotta go.
wave, which is the electrical activity of the atrium at the top of the heart squeezing. Then the QRS.
It's just mostly
complex,
him explaining the condition.
So that's
I just think it's so fucking crazy that video was on YouTube 8 minutes after it fucking happened.
And then people were promoting that video and going, "Oh, Cameo Cordis." They weren't doing it because they understood what the guy said.
They were doing it because they didn't want anybody to even imply that maybe a medical procedure could be this cause.
They heard what they wanted to hear, and they said, "Okay, that's not intellectual." There's nothing like, look.
It's kind of funny how all the people that are like follow the science just want to gaslight you out of asking questions. It's not very scientific.
Like, don't get me wrong, we're dumb guys and everything, but I know that it's very anti-intellectual to stop reading once you hear what you want to hear. I mean, that's just what do they call that? Confirmation bias.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of all we are as a society now, right? It's just confirmation bias.
Right. Again, unless you go and you talk to someone and they get to talk to you back in person. We're a lot more understanding and complimentary and conversational when someone gets to look at you and refute what you say. When people just get to type it at each other, there's a loss of humanity in there. Actually, I saw on Daily Mail yesterday, there was a study that shows children who are exposed to Snapchat and Instagram at a young age develop remarkably thin skin and are incapable of dealing with criticism later in life. And it was one of those stories where you saw it.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you read it and you went, that makes a lot of sense. But trying to avoid confirmation bias, you're like, I hope they look into this more, because this just kind of confirms what it makes sense. Like, it's kind of what I would think anyway. But I mean, young kids aren't supposed to hear a lot of horrific shit. I mean, think about it. If a kid is on Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok and they're getting shit on, that's no different than a kid being verbally abused by their parents at a young age. And we know that fucks kids up. So why would,
man, it's a little different. One's old school and like hands-on. It's like a craft.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. From the abuser, it's a more special thing. But in terms of affecting,
you don't know another man until you torture him for 100 days straight, right? That one day, that's when you meet that guy.
Especially if they're 4.
But you know how easy it is to torture 4-year-olds? Oh shit,
so easy. You just hold something over their head really high and they can't get it.
And they're super easy to trip. They're always running everywhere.
Like, if a kid is on the internet and getting yelled at and crapped on and all that other stuff, it's the same thing as having it happen to you in real life. And that, when it happens in real life, that fucks kids up. So of course it would fuck them up if they're on the internet. It's just,
I just think the internet in general is just not, it's that whole bar mentality where, I think you and I have talked about this before, but back in the day, it used to be, if you were in a bar, it's why political arguments are so weaponized now, right?
Yeah.
It's a weird thing when you're on the internet and you have access to just a number of idiots, right? Like, never underestimate alarming numbers with stupidity, right? Like TikTok, like how many, like the Tide Pod challenge is a good example of that, right?
Yeah.
Like, you would literally need a bunch of brain dead fucking restarts to dare each other to eat fucking closed detergent pods for that to actually happen.
Right.
And back in the day with political stuff or just anything in the world, you'd be at the bar with your friends because that's where everybody would hang out socially. And it'd be like fucking 10 people. And one dude would really like Trump or one dude would really hate Trump. And then maybe one other person gets their viewpoint because, again, out of 10 people, it's only going to be 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And that's more what life is. But then you go up on the fucking internet and you spew whatever fucking thing you believe in. And now here comes 300 fucking strangers liking and retweeting. And you're like, yeah, it like emboldens you to think that you're more correct than you are, when in reality, your reach is just more idiots than it's ever been.
Right. Exactly. It's, yeah. And that guy's video of him just right away telling people exactly what they need to hear, and they just go off and repeat it. It's remarkably effective. He
literally goes in 8 minutes after again, and they're still on the fucking field when this video drops.
Yeah.
And the first thing out of his mouth. Now, this is not a vaccine thing.
Yeah. The ghost of Damar Hamlin with $1.99. Thank you, buddy. He says Dr. Seuss's Lorax is the new second mic. Commentary about Corey's
mustache. I forget that a lot of people don't know me from like whence I came, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least half our audience is brand new in the last year or so. So, I mean.
Right. But I mean, like, my beard was like a COVID thing. I've had this mustache forever. Like, it's on all my fucking albums. This is the look, guys.
Let's go ahead and talk about this story in Nevada.
I would love to do that, but I gotta go start my car, take a piss.
Fuck.
Just kidding.
So in Nevada, this may have to be like the new blueprint for schools, because schools last year, decided to really start openly antagonizing parents. And parents were really, imagine this, parents were starting to get really fucking mad over it. And they tried to have school board meetings, and the rules would get changed, and they limited who could talk and this and that. And the school boards thought, well, we're going to escape this then, and these parents will stop giving us shit. Well, now in Nevada, they're starting to sue school districts.
Remember when they were trying to get them labeled as terrorists?
Yeah, the FBI was like putting plants into school board meetings. This is true.
Yeah.
The FBI was putting plants into school board meetings so they could monitor people's behavior and put them on watch lists because they were parents.
We're getting mad about their kids in school.
Yeah. And then there was that guy in Virginia who was like, hey, some boy who said he identified as female used it as a chance to go into the girl's bathroom and rape my child. And he got dragged out of there. Remember, they physically dragged him out because he was yelling at the school board going, you knew about this, you did nothing. And they investigated this thing and found out, sure enough, they knew about it. They did nothing because they didn't want to appear transphobic. And then they wondered why that parent lost his mind. And then they wondered why other parents don't trust their school boards. These people have proven time and time again that they will do what's best for them, not do what's best for the child. And if that means hiding shit from the parents, they'll do it. And then they act all high and mighty and noble and moral when people go, hey, we don't fucking trust you. And they're like, how dare you? You know that person who gets caught cheating and they pretend to be really moral? They're like, how dare you question my integrity? It's like, well, it's because you're fucking guilty. Like, you can't try guilt tripping us because you're the guilty one.
You can try it. It's just not going to work.
The school boards are doing the same thing now. Well, in Nevada, there's one set of parents that are actually saying, you know what, enough. I'm not even going to go to you guys about it because you're just going to cover up and lie. I'm going to the courts. Let me hit play on this out of Las Vegas.
Year-old daughter was required to read an expletive-laced monologue. Now, you may remember in May when the student's mom brought concerns to the Board of Trustees. That mother was reading the monologue, which included several expletives, when her mic went dead.
Oh, I remember this woman. This is the woman who's like, you made my child read this, and it was inappropriate, and I'm going to read it. And then she started reading it.
And they cut her mic because it was inappropriate, but she was reading what they made her kid read.
Right. This has happened a few times at these school board meetings now where the kids have these books that they're required to read, or the teacher, you got some LGBTQ teacher who wants to go on a fucking moral crusade and brainwash kids. And then the parents go, and then the parents complain about it, and the school board goes, oh, stop being transphobic or homophobic or whatever. Stop doing that. We're not going to tolerate that here. And they go, okay, fine. We're coming to the meeting. I'm going to read to you what they said. And then their penis was engorged and the blah, 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 and they cut their mic and they go, excuse me, ma'am, we have children here. And these parents go, but that's my fucking point. And the school board's like, well, you're being very inappropriate. We're going to have to silence you.
Sounds like you're homophobic.
So let's see. So this woman went to the school board meeting, tried to talk some sense into them. They didn't listen. She gave them every chance to cooperate.
If you don't want me to read it to you, what was that like for my 15-year-old daughter to have to memorize?
Oh, yeah, fucking got him.
Yeah.
And memorize it and put.
Madam President, members of the board, staff's on this.
The lawsuit claims CCSD and the teacher were negligent, among other allegations. CCSD does not comment on pending litigation.
All right, and that's the end
Weird,
of it.
how convenient.
But this is the case of the cover-up being worse than the actual behavior. You people, meaning school board teachers, you people keep thinking that you're in charge and you get to do whatever you want, and the minute someone tries to hold you accountable for it, you go, yeah, just cut their mic, just pretend it's not happening, and it'll go away. These aren't people who are upset that they bought a dented can of soup from the supermarket. These aren't people who didn't like the ending of Game of Thrones. These are people who feel like their kids are being fucked with and manipulated. They're not going to stop just because you cut their mic. So if you want to complain that, oh, now we're being sued as a school board and now the parents are even taking legal action against us, maybe if you would have listened to them in the first place, I'm sorry, maybe if you wouldn't have used the school as your social experiment playground, then maybe you wouldn't be facing these lawsuits. You can't keep shutting down these parents and then going, oh, well, they're suing us. What the fuck did we do? It's like everything. You did everything to make this happen.
Yeah, this is clearly on you.
Right. You don't try to play victim now, bitch.
Yeah, the time for playing victim was before you had my kid read pornography.
Right. You made my kid read a profanity, pornographic-laden, thing in school.
You made my kids watch this Debbie Does Dallas in class.
Yeah.
And then gave her a C on the book report.
You told my kid that you told my son that if he cut off his cock because he was feeling weird that day, it was, and I'm quoting, no biggie. I'd like to actually discuss this. Like, ma'am, we don't discuss genitals here at the school board meeting. It's inappropriate. Then what about the fucking school? What about the classroom? Ma'am,
mute her, Mike. She can't read that here.
Ma'am, you're being unreasonable. Like, bringing your concerns to a school board has now become just gaslighting central. It's just become, hey, you guys were doing this thing in the classroom where you were telling kids what to do with their genitals and shit. Ma'am, could you please stop talking about children's genitals? And she's like, but that's what I'm screaming. Saying, you're using my own point against me. I'm telling you guys to knock that shit off. You think I want to come here and talk to you about kids' dicks? Kind of, but I wouldn't.
It kind of does, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. But you guys talked about it first. It is. I don't know what they're going to do as far as the school board. I think this might be the blueprint. This might be the way you have to go in order to fix this whole school. That you're going to have to sue them.
Yeah. Well, lawsuits are going to be. I mean, look at all the stuff that's going on in Florida. This is the only way that they're going to be able to fight back, and especially if they get on like terrorist lists.
Right, exactly. The FBI is going to.
I mean, that's the thing that's crazy to me is just like think about that. Like the FBI put plans to put these fucking concerned parents on watch lists because they didn't want their kids reading porno.
Right. I don't want my.
This is the country we live in.
Yeah, I don't want my kids reading porn shit. And then they want to get mad at people who are like, oh, the FBI is engaging in social conditioning and this and that. And they're like, how dare you say that? Now, quick, go into those meetings where they're saying that and label them terrorists. Like, wait, but that makes it sound like you're doing what I said you were doing. Shut up. I mean, the only thing that really does change things, like people see like dumb signs up in stores and they're like, why do they have to put those stupid signs up? They seem obvious.
People are fucking stupid.
But not only that, the store will say, well, we've had lawsuits. We're worried about lawsuits. So maybe the only way to get this like horseshit to stop being discussed in the classroom, because they're obviously not afraid of the parents. They obviously don't think what they're doing is like socially wrong. But maybe if the school board has to go to the teacher and go, look, don't fucking talk about this shit. We're going to get sued.
It's like, it reminds me of that lady with the coffee in her lap, right?
Right.
Like now they got to put caution coffee's hot on every fucking cup because some lady ordered it extra hot, had it microwaved, and then spilled it on herself like she didn't know it was already hot.
Yeah. So it's like now, maybe if this woman sues the school board and all that, then maybe, who knows? Maybe that'll be the way to get this changed. All right, this should be a good call. Let's see what we got here.
Call from Double Electric Inc. To accept, press 1.
Yes. What can we do for you? Welcome to the Steel Toe Show.
Oh, this is Cardiff Electric with your Steel Toe Morning Show traffic and weather on the 5. It's currently 32 degrees in Minnesota with a 96% chance of precipitation for the afternoon. In traffic.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Cardiff. I'm sorry to...
Yeah, keep going.
Did you want the traffic report?
I did. I'm sorry. I made a sound and I apologize. I didn't mean to throw it. This is your segment.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
We have an accident on Highway 24. Please be safe out there, Minnesotans.
That's it? That's the whole traffic?
Traffic and weather on the 5.
All right. Thank you very much. Here. Cardiff Electric, thank you very much for the traffic on the 5s. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know who our fugitive was a while ago who stole our prize money, would you?
All right, I have to go.
All right. Just I'll talk to you later, Cardiff. All right. Cardiff Electric with the traffic and weather.
He started telling us fuckers stealing my bit from 5 years ago. Remember when he called in with the weather?
Yeah. Cardiff is stealing Guy's bit. Next time you call in, Cardiff, with the traffic and weather on the 5s, they would also like school cancellations. They would like school cancellations with the traffic and weather on the 5s. Well, we'll see.
5.
We've talked about Nevada and the school district there. Now in we were talking about how these like New York City kind of made their bed, and now they're kind of they're trying to figure out how to deal with it. And like, hey, fuck you guys, move to Florida. Now after everyone moved to Florida, they're like, hey guys, why don't you stick around? We'll figure something out. Well,
how stupid is New York and California going to feel when like the census comes around and they like lose those votes? Like they don't even matter anymore.
Yeah. Well, I guess Adam Carolla is leaving LA and he fired his podcast staff. Hack.
He didn't fire all his podcast staff.
Well, he fired his 2 co-hosts.
Yeah, but he didn't fire like Rudy and like the other guy. Like my buddy works for him, and he didn't.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with what Adam Carolla is doing nowadays, but yeah.
Come on, just get more into Adam Carolla. I told you that was in my writer. If you want me to stick around, you got to get more into the Spade Man, bro.
Well, then I did. I just said he fired his 2 co-hosts.
Deeper. I need you to go deeper.
Okay. All right. Well, he's moving out of LA, and he's letting his 2 co-hosts go. Seattle has been one of those cities that kind of turned its nose up at the rest of us and goes, you all treat the homeless like inhumane pieces of shit. And we're going to show you guys that if you just allow the homeless to gather and live their lives and share their needles and everything else, that you can build a utopia in your city. All we need to do is practice a little understanding. So I think it's only fair that if Seattle is going to be the Pied Piper and the canary in the coal mine on how to treat the homelessness situation, then we should check in with them and see how it's going. Ladies and gentlemen, Seattle, Washington.
Well, Michelle, like a lot of places in Seattle that have to operate near homeless encampments, the leaders of this church tell me they want the people in those camps to get help, but they also need for the people who come to their church to worship to feel safe when they're there.
And isn't that the crux of the homeless problem?
I don't know though. Like you got God's love protecting you. What are you scared of?
Yeah, it's one of those things where they're like, everyone wants to be nice. Nobody wants to sound like a dick. I don't have that problem, but nobody wants to sound like they're being rude or awful. But everyone also comes down to the same conclusion. Once it's in their backyard, they go, look, we really don't want to sound like we don't like homeless people or we want them just, put out of sight, out of mind. But
we do hate them.
Yeah, but we're like, fuck, when it actually gets dropped in our lap, it really is remarkably inconvenient for us. And you're like, come on, can you just be a little bit of honesty is all we're asking for. They're making your life a living hell. You'd like them put in some kind of facility so they get off the street and you don't have to see them anymore because they're causing all kinds of problems. And even this church will probably go, no, that's not what we're saying. We would like them to get help. That's all. It's like, until you guys decide you're going to be honest, this is not.
Would you say that that church believes that they in fact need Jesus?
Yes, they do. Well, and the other thing, I love that it's churches complaining about it of all things. This place that will take in anybody and help people, and they take in all this money every year. But these homeless people show up and they go, when the homeless people aren't there, they go, God's love is eternal and the church will provide. And then after like the homeless people show up, they're like, can we close the fucking doors and get these people somewhere, please? This is really uncomfortable for us. All right, let's go to the phones again.
Corey's number one fan.
Hi, Corey's number one fan. What can we do for you?
Well, I'm doing great. How are you?
Pretty good. How's your day going? It's a Corey day, so you must be very happy.
It is a great Corey day. I'm so happy, so excited. Can't believe it.
Was that it?
I love you, Corey.
Thank you. I love you loving me.
I love you so much. Why am I loving you?
No, I said I love you loving me.
And nobody asked that.
Oh, you didn't get fired from this show, did you?
No, I did. Then it got reversed. They checked the replay, and Aaron was charged with his first time out.
Yes, I was actually my panic hit the ground, and the firing was incomplete.
It was incomplete, yeah. Offsides on the governing branch.
So
repeat employment.
Aaron's not the smartest person in the world.
I think we all know that.
That's just a fact. I mean, you could probably compare me to. I'm probably not even the smartest person in my neighborhood.
Or your house.
My house.
To tell you that I love you so much, Corey. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Herman.
No problem.
I love
that was Herman. That explains a lot.
Yes,
All right.
that was Herman the Great. Herman, I have an idea for you. And just, look, kick this around in your head. Get back to me later. Write down a few bullet points next time. Just, have a general, idea going forward. All right, that was good to interrupt that Seattle homeless encampment story for Corey's number one fan. Let's get back to the Seattle story.
Well, Michelle, like a lot of places in Seattle that have to operate near homeless encampments, the leaders of this church tell me they want the people in those camps to get help, but they also need for the people who come to their church to worship to feel safe when they're there.
Outside the gates of the Greek Orthodox Church of the Assumption.
Oh, my God. That is, when they say just outside the gates, that is literally smacking you in the face. You can't even open those gates to walk out of the church. It is just loaded with pig shit and homeless people.
Dude, this looks like my my Walmart. Like across the street from my Walmart, there's like a shanty tent town. It looks just like that.
Oh, man. Like, how do these cities, not only, I mean, I know how they get to this point, but how do they think it's a good idea? Like, tents going up on the sidewalk. You understand, if you set up a lemonade stand on the sidewalk, they'll ask you to move that shit back into the grass.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what's so funny is if these were kids selling lemonade, they would arrest these fucking kids.
Right. If it was kids selling lemonade, they'd be ticketed and arrested. But if it's homeless people...
Kids got any black tar heroin in there? No, officer. You're coming with me, you motherfuckers. Let's go.
Are you guys doing drugs? No. Then you're fucking under arrest. Come on. If you were here shooting smack, it would be a different story.
I'll have a large lemonade and some needle drugs, please. Oh, we don't have any needle drugs. You're coming with me, you pieces of shit.
You fucking monsters.
Also, read this pornography or your homework's late.
We're going to chop your dick off because you look like you identify differently. Do you have any black tar heroin? No. Get out of here. You pieces of shit, kids. I'm telling you, you're under arrest. You're turning this city into a cesspool. It's like, officer, I think there's somebody dead in that tent. You stop it. They're experiencing homelessness. You need to practice
That's a goddamn patriot. You shut your fucking lemonade shilling ass.
Would you like a biscotti with your lemonade? You get out. You fucking kids and your biscottis. I swear to God, this whole generation is turning this country to shit. Officer, that man's nodding out over there. That man's sleepy. He's been on the street all day.
Can I have a large sweet tea with extra fentanyl, please?
He's been collecting cans and picking up, well, nothing. He's been actually dumping a lot of shit. He's been stealing shopping carts all day.
He's selling piss in a bottle and calling it a lemonade stand. You're not hassling him.
Well, that man happens to be an American hero, and he's been done in by the system.
He's been barking at his own pipe for 3 hours.
He's been growling at passersby and calling them Zool.
I'm pretty sure he bit someone and gave them rabies.
Yes. Officer, he's foaming at the mouth. I'm just trying to sell lemonade.
Yeah, well, you know what he's not doing? He's not selling lemonade for $2 a fucking glass, you shyster. Get out of here.
But, officer, I'm trying to go to college. You think that guy went to college? Look what he's doing. Huh? You don't need college. Officer,
he's got street smarts.
Officer, he's blocking the entrance to a church. He's probably protecting kids like you from getting molested. It's like, what? No, I believe he would molest me if it would get him drugs. Wow, that's mighty presumptuous of you, you privileged child. It's true, though. If they did have a lemonade stand on that sidewalk, they'd make them move it.
100%. That's how you know this is all bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Because if you had a lemonade stand anywhere that these fucking tent towns were, out they go. But just leave them on. And like I think was it Washington and Oregon, like where they just legalized heroin too. They just said, all right, fine, drugs are legal, basically.
Yeah, it was something.
I think it was Seattle
or Portland. Yeah.
I gotta verify. But they legalized heroin. These people are doing heroin legally on the streets, basically.
Yeah, and it's like, the broken window theory just went right out the window. It's like if you let people pitch tents on sidewalks, your city's fucked. Like that's gonna spread. And
it was Oregon.
Oregon, okay. But like that shit's going to spread. And not only that, but like there's no reason, like I don't understand why you would do it. Like this is the kind of shit, like when I was younger, when they would talk about like Klaus Schwab and George Soros and shit like that, like when they would do that, I would go, oh guys, that's a little out there. But like That's the only explanation that makes sense to me, that you're trying to destroy these cities in a way where they'll accept like a New World Order type of thing, because there's no other rational reason why politicians would allow their cities to actually go to shit unless there was a bigger play.
Check this out. I just did a quick little Google search, right? Seattle City Council approved a resolution in October to decriminalize non-commercial activity around a wide range of psychedelic substances. So as long as you're not caught selling them, they're fine with it, right?
Great.
So that includes psilocybin mushrooms, ayahuasca, and fucking peyote and peyote-derived mescaline.
Oh, no.
All legal as long as you're not selling it or decriminalized within Seattle. And their city board did that.
We're going to have schizophrenics and manic depressives who haven't showered in weeks on peyote running around Seattle.
At least their attitudes will be better.
And there's no consequence for it.
It's decriminalized.
Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood, this encampment lines the sidewalk. A flipped mattress with a message. Jesus was homeless. It is what it is.
What?
That is a hilarious flex.
Jesus was homeless, but I bet you still love him. His what it is, just trying.
It is what it is. That's very bad. That's an IT, not an H. It's very bad. You can only tell the dot barely on the upper right-hand corner.
I know the ink is blue, but you guys wouldn't understand this. It's actually written in homeless people's blood. That's how bad off they are.
Why are they bleeding blue? Are they Vulcans? Jesus.
I don't know. Peyote side effects, I'm not sure. They overdid it.
Am I on peyote?
No, wait a minute. You're homeless, so you're sleeping on the ground, and you decide to make a sign out of an overturned mattress. Isn't it more important to sleep on the fucking mattress at this point?
Yeah, you could be sleeping on. Well, it's probably just a box spring. You know, they don't have the mattress. They probably are sleeping on the mattress, and that's the box spring.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Sciatica.
Sometimes the message is more important than comfort.
I guess so. We're homeless. I've got something we can sleep on to make us a little more comfortable. Why don't I write a drug-addled message on it? It's like, wow, it's your guys' judgment that makes me surprised that you're here.
We want them to get the help.
Jesus was imaginary. So are these drugs. Fuck you, officer.
We want them to get the help they need.
Church President Penny Pepis says she has compassion for the campers, but says safety issues at the church have caused her to seek help.
Now, wait a minute. Just look at the language they're using. The campers.
English?
Yeah, the campers. Not the bums. Not the, like, if this were a 1960s news story, they go, a bunch of bums have gathered outside of a church. We talked to the police about the bums, and they said they're going to be rousting them at noon tomorrow.
I was going to say, if this were a 1960s thing, you'd already see cops with billy clubs beating the fuck out of these. Also, have you ever seen the movie They Live? It kind of looks like that church where they were doing all the drug siphoning.
Yeah.
They Live.
Yeah, where they had the sunglasses there.
Yeah, but the one thing, where they had all the sunglasses in the box, and he like would walk across the park. Like if you take those tents off, it looks almost identical to that.
Yes.
Our parishioners who come from all over are very worried about their safety. They're afraid to come.
Penny says the first tent.
Guess who's not afraid to come? The homeless people all over the sidewalk and in cups and throw it at the parishioners. They're like multiple.
Dude, my cat just got stuck in a door by his claw. That's hilarious.
Popped up about a month ago. One turned into 5, and Penny turned to the city.
There's never been a response. I've done reports through the app 2 or 3 times a week for the last 3 weeks.
She says
the app doesn't work, lady.
Yeah. Well, not only that, your city doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. So the city and the cops don't give a fuck, but you think an app is going to save you?
Right. Hey, we've got 6 tents camped out of homeless people camped out outside our church. And Seattle's like, honestly, the shithole that we're running right now, if the tent community isn't more than 15, we really can't afford to really give a shit about it.
We're experiencing camping, all right?
Yeah, so now you want us to kick people out for just camping? It's like, no, it's mostly the drugs and the throwing feces and the unsanitary conditions of the sidewalk. But, on your time, guys.
Staff found a homeless person inside the gates. And she says someone from the camp is sending their Amazon packages to the church.
That's amazing. So they're homeless, but they're sending their Amazon shit to the church.
Hey, deal with it, fuckers. That's the message.
You.
That's the message from the city of Seattle. They're like the Carl's Jr. in Idiocracy. Seattle, fuck you. We're governing.
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. We live here.
Hey, I've got homeless people.
But electrolytes, it's what plants crave.
Yeah, exactly. I've got homeless people sending packages to my church. Don't give a fuck, bro. We've got mushrooms to legalize. It's like, that sounds wildly irresponsible. Shouldn't we be getting this shit to shoe level first? No.
I just see the like delivery guy like fucking like 1384 tent 3. He's taking a picture of the package at the tent door.
He's just dropping it off at the church. He's like, I don't want to fuck this up. I mean, these people look like they mean business.
One of the homeless folks came.
Ma'am, campers, excuse me.
Campers, urban campers.
Excuse me, bigot.
And knocked on the door.
Also, check out how much fun at parties do you think she is not?
Oh,
she kind of looks like the Penguin from Batman got a sex change.
I don't know, man. I think you bust out the old Mogan David communion wine, and she starts to get a little loose.
Seriously, give her a monocle and an extended cigarette. She looks just like the Penguin.
Folks came and knocked on the door and said,
I disagree. I think she looks like an actual penguin. I think that might. We won't know unless we hear her go. Whack,
She's in the
whack,
new
whack.
reboot of Birdcage. Her nose is playing the bird.
did you get my package? So they're using our address.
They're saying our parishioners don't feel safe coming to church. A man from the camp who identified himself as Oberon.
Oberon? Really? That's what we're doing?
See, like,
like, do they even understand how funny this is? Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
It's only funny because we don't live there. A man.
Oberon and his life partner, Puck, have a lot of fucking shit to sound off on today.
How retarded do you feel that
I'm homeless and I can't read, but I just love the classics, like some Shakespeare.
Yeah. How retarded do you feel if you're the news guy and you're standing outside a guy's tent flap and you're like, this is the only way I can talk to Oberon?
Yeah. I named myself Oberon because it was the last name I could read out of the Shakespeare book I was ripping to wipe my ass with the pages.
It really is the de-evolution of Western civilization right before your eyes. Great works of art destroyed so someone can get the shit off their butthole.
I identify as a Shakespearean fairy.
Yes. Well, I was going to name myself Mercutio, but it just was too hard to spell. So Oberon.
Nobody could spell Julius Caesar, so I went with Oberon.
Is it A-E or E-A? It always trips me up.
It's not phonetic, and I'm homeless, so I just went with Oberon.
Can we go back to where it says and they had to say it in a serious.
Oh my God!
You had to say it in a serious voice. He goes, "I talked to one of the homeless people named Oberon."
That's their own punishment. Like, that's punishment enough. That's amazing.
And not only that, like these fucking cities, abandon them. Just
fucking Oberon though. Like what a weird fucking why not Macbeth? You're too good for Macbeth. Like, why? Like, that's such a weirdly cryptic pull for a name. Because I guarantee you their parents didn't name them that.
Right. Let me ask you, 50 years from now, when everything is abandoned and goes to shit in this city, and they finally elect someone who has to clean it up, how much of a fascist, crazy, like Nazi regime is that going to be? Like, how far does the pendulum swing back when they have to fix this problem?
Fucking, I don't know, but like the next names are going to be fucking like Nick.
Yeah, it's going to be broken. It's just going to be broken tents and like dead homeless bodies strewn about. And the new governor goes, look, you guys wanted me to clean the shit up. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's gotten really out of hand. So it's going to get messy before it gets better, guys. But I promise afterwards, nobody will even.
Don't worry, I'm sure Oberon has a plan.
Yes.
Using our address.
They're saying our parishioners don't feel safe coming to church.
Oh, by the way, Corey, that paint he's got right there, you see that acrylic or whatever kind of paint that is?
Yeah.
Do you think that perhaps that might be being used for reasons other than painting?
No, I think it was for that mattress.
That could be it, too. How much easier is it, this video version that you've got now?
So it's still a little bit of delay, but it's way quicker than the delay. And I feel like it's easier to keep the timing with it too. Cause it is really hard on this end. Cause comedy for, not to go behind the curtain or whatever, but comedy is like a momentum thing. We figured that out when I started driving up again. And it's just like being in the room at the same time is a little bit easier, but this absolutely sped it up maybe 2 seconds. So it's a little bit easier.
That's solid.
A man from the camp who identified himself as Oberon disputes that his camp is responsible for issues at the church. What's the plan here?
I don't know. Talk to the city. I've done all the paperwork. I'm waiting on
What's the plan here? I don't know, man. I've talked to the city. I've done all the fucking paperwork.
That is, I'll be honest, that is not the voice I expected to come out of that tent.
I mean, I don't know that I had expectations when you're living in a tent and calling yourself Oberon.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I love how the people who are pitching tents on other people's property act like they're the ones being inconvenienced. That's like that kind of welfare state of
mind. That always fucking happens. That's my sister. Like, I love my sister to death, but my sister fucking does that shit all the time. And like, you know, for people that don't know, my sister's a fucking drug addict that lives on the street. And like, she does that shit all the time where like she got kicked. I remember this was like a year ago. Her and her fucking dirtbag friends were fucking like just crashing on a fucking abandoned. So in downtown Minneapolis, they have a bunch of like housing that just isn't occupied because there's a housing crisis. They put a bunch of tags on the apartments, says luxury apartments, price it over the market. Long story longer, there's a bunch of really nice apartments with nobody there, right? So her and her friends figured out how to get in with like a pry bar, and they've been squatting at all these different places. And I remember like a year ago, she got kicked out of one of the places she was squatting, and the most indignant way she acted like she was being inconvenienced. Like, you broke into a house and then started living there.
Right.
Like, let's calm down with them inconveniencing you.
But that's kind of the attitude that goes hand in hand with being homeless or being a drug addict. Like the people, I just hate that people who run Seattle think that this is a condition that just happened upon these people. It's like, no, the attitude of don't bother me, fucking, I've done the paperwork with the city, don't fuck with me, I'm not doing anything wrong. It's like, no, you're squatting on their property, you're trespassing, and you're making a mess, and it looks like shit. Are you going to take any accountability for anything you've done? And then he goes, no.
Well, if you're talking about other places, look at LA. The homeless people brought back the fucking plague. That happened.
Right. Their shit brought back bubonic plague. So
in San Francisco, they had to legalize shitting outside because it got so bad.
Not only that, like for Oberon here, there should never be a sentence like this spoken by a homeless person where they go, I've done the paperwork. There should be no homeless paperwork.
The only paperwork you should be doing is filling out job applications.
That should be the paperwork.
He tells me he doesn't allow drugs in his camp.
Well, problem solved. I believe that homeless man named Oberon shaking his finger.
The story's over. There's no drugs there. He doesn't allow them.
Yeah, Oberon shook his finger at all the other crazy homeless people that call themselves Shakespearean names and goes, hey, guys, now I mean it. No drugs here. Because if there's anything homeless people do, it's listen to people in authority and stay off of drugs. Who would have known that all we had to do to help these homeless people was just shake our finger and go, hey, now listen to me. Hey, don't you be doing any drugs now. Oh, my bad. I thought we were supposed to. No, we need you to not do them. Well, fuck, why didn't you say so? And they just toss the needle on the ground. They're like, hey, and don't litter either. It's like, oh, shit, you guys have a lot of rules. I should go get an apartment.
I'm sorry. Well, but like, what do you do to the people trying to enforce, hey, don't litter? Oh, what are you going to do, break my lease? Get fucked.
Yeah, exactly. It's a leg you have to break if you want to get that shit stopped.
Criminals, not all homeless people have a record. Not all homeless people break into things.
This camp at 13th and Howell is just a block from a camp that Project Seattle reported on last month. Their businesses told us they were concerned the camps would...
Look at that. Look at how they fucking live. You're doing these people a favor if you destroy this camp and roust them. This is that soft bigotry of low expectations that George Bush talked about. You look at these homeless people and you go, fucking junkies, this is all they're good for, so let them live in squalor. Whereas the rest of us are like, no, how about we live in a nice, clean community, and if you can't, we'll put you in a fucking home somewhere where you're not bothering people.
Here's what I don't understand, and this isn't going to be popular, and I'm going to come off like a monster, but I don't care, right? Like,
I like it.
Why don't we just gentrify it? Right? Let's go to every fucking town has a tent town, right? Let's go get a fucking backhoe and a bulldozer. Let's dig a pit at the outskirts of town and just say, everybody that's homeless live here. Here's the homeless pit. You can live in the pit.
Get in the pit and try to love someone. That's what we're saying here at the homeless pit.
I mean, less Kid Rock, but sure.
You want to have a homeless pit and you don't want Kid Rock? Okay, now who's being unreasonable?
Yeah, right. It's me. I just don't really like his new patriotic bullshit.
Yeah, are you ready? Look, man, it's going to be Whitesnake and Kid Rock at uncomfortable hours of the night.
I mean, seriously, how many, like every fucking town, and we look at this and we go, oh, Seattle, this and that. Trust me when I tell you, Minneapolis isn't much better. There are places in Minneapolis that would shock you, the amount of tent towns. Here in Austin, there's a bunch of little pockets. I mean, they're everywhere.
And it's
like,
allowed.
why don't we had no problem gentrifying the black people to the outskirts of town. So why don't we just do it with the homeless people? All right, cool. Here's the area. Like if you're experiencing homelessness or whatever the fuck we're calling it, here's an area where you get to just fucking no man's town it. Like fucking, I mean, look at Minnesota. Would anybody really miss like Montrose if you just made that a fucking homeless ditch? I don't think they would.
We'll just take everybody in Montrose. We'll give them a voucher. We'll move them out. Yeah. And we'll move in the homeless.
Those people will be happy to leave anyways. Montrose sucks.
Yeah, right, exactly. You can go to Waverly. You can go to Howard Lake. Actually, have you ever been through Howard Lake? Nice little town.
Oh, yeah, I would keep Howard Lake. Howard Lake's
sorry,
well,
but you're right.
Way nicer
Montrose,
since you moved out of there.
You're right, though. You're right, though. Montrose is a piece of shit.
Montrose is a piece of shit. Like what? You're going to get mad at the fucking what? The roach-filled, weird-smelling, like fucking, what is that, hideaway motel.
Yeah.
And then the fucking what? McDonald's that only serves weirdly tasting bacon eggs.
Yeah. See, yeah, we can take Montrose. You can have that. You know, you probably have, if you want to be closer to the metro, you can have Ham Lake. There you go. Ham Lake can be yours.
Yeah, but if we give them Ham Lake, we got to get rid of a pizza factory.
Oh, okay. We'll redraw the lines with
really
Blaine.
All I wanted to do was punish JJ's blood alcohol content because he lives in Montrose.
Fair enough. I don't give a fuck about Blaine.
Yes, I don't give a fuck about Blaine. Here we are.
We can give him
if we can move Blainebrook to, let's just say, like Blainebrook is a really cool bowling alley with the most pinball machines in Minneapolis. If we do the little line like there, maybe we can keep the little KFC, then Blaine can go fuck itself. Yo, no, you know what? What are we doing? Fridley. It's been there the whole time. Goodbye, Fridley.
Spring Lake Park and Fridley. They can have them both.
I wouldn't miss them. I don't miss them now. Ever since Spring Lake Park got rid of Jay's Pizza, they've been dead to me anyways.
Spring Lake Park and Fridley. You can have them, boys.
Keep growing. Penny says she wants the city's homeless authorities to find a solution for her church and the campers.
We want...
Wait, time out. Do we know the racial makeup of the homeless people in Minnesota?
I don't know, not off the top of my head.
I was just saying, I think Coon Rapids has open territory. All right, go ahead.
Help, and we want them to get better, and we want them to get off the streets. We don't have the infrastructure as a small church to do that ourselves. So we need help. We need help.
I mean, you could ask the Pope to launch a crusade.
Or you could just ask God.
Yeah, ask God to help.
And you're not getting it?
No, absolutely.
Tell God that the homeless people aren't putting anything in the offering plate every week, and he'll smite them. He'll take care of it for you.
No response.
Tonight, the church tells me they're figuring out how to pay for added security. Now, when I talked to the King County Regional Homelessness Authority about the encampments on Howell last month, they told me
I look like I live here with this haircut.
Yeah.
Is currently outpacing the capacity, and they are working with the city to address citizen complaints. Reporting live.
It'd be ironic if he was Oberon and the whole interview was like a fucking Alfred Hitchcock Psycho event.
Right.
Because like they never showed the guy; they just showed his tent. Like, this is my mother, Oberon. Jeremy, go do your fucking reporting.
I like at the end there was the perfect line where they go, the supply is current, or we can't meet the demand of the people who want to do something about the homelessness situation. It's like, well, did you think that maybe you want to get on that before you try whatever fucking progressive policy you want to enact next? How about clean up the fucking mess you've made first, and then you can get on to your next mess. I mean, one thing I can guarantee, Seattle will come up with an idea that sucks and makes things worse. But could you at least clean up? It's like having children. Could you at least clean up your previous mess before you bring out your other toys and make another mess?
Look, if you're not done with this syringe, you're not getting another one.
Yes. Snubnose says, thank God for the homeless. Without them, Corey wouldn't have a superiority complex. That's
not true. You're still here, Snubnose.
It is easy to feel superior to someone when you're talking about the homeless.
You know what? It's really easy to feel superior to the homeless when you're standing in a home.
Right, exactly. It's a statistical proof.
I don't want to brag, but it's super humid here, and I just turned on the AC.
Oh, well, now you're spiking the football a little bit.
How much snow did you guys get, by the by?
I don't know. I haven't looked this morning. When I looked last night, it was a sizable amount, but I don't think it was like the 5 to 9 inches that they were saying it was.
All right.
I don't think it was.
My grandparents got hit up in Hibbing, I guess.
Yeah, it was different in other places. I feel like, I don't know. I'll be shoveling and shit later today.
Snubnose says, thanks for proving my point. I think he admitted he's homeless.
Oh, no. Snubnose.
I said he would still exist, so I'd still feel superior. And then he says, thanks for proving my... That's That's a confession of being homeless, right?
Maybe. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's Stoney's Bar.
I'll go start my car.
The best. See, now that's a proper time to do it. The best dive bar in central Minnesota is Stoney's. It's where we have our anniversary show every August. We're going to have it again this August. We got a show coming up January 21st at Partners Pub in Litchfield. Make sure if someone wants to throw the link to the Eventbrite there for tickets. We do have VIPs claiming their tickets already. We do have people buying tickets already for our show Saturday, January 21st at Partners Pub in Sartell. Be sure to, between tickets sold and VIPs, we're getting there. I'd say we're pushing halfway there, and we're 3 weeks? 17 days. Oh, we're about 3 weeks away from that show. Very exciting stuff. Go ahead and get your tickets. There's the Eventbrite link. Balls Deep has it in the chat. Click that. Partners Pub in Sartell, January 21st. If you're a VIP, you can claim up to 2 tickets. Just contact April to claim those tickets, and you'll be able to join us Saturday, January 21st for the Steel Toe Comedy Show. But Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, great Bloody Marys, awesome place to watch the Vikings game on Sundays, and they have live bands every single weekend. You know, a lot of bars, as times have changed and they've started struggling, they've cut out, they've cheaped you on the entertainment. Not Stoney's. You still get that great vibe of a live band playing great music, and it's a fun place to go and party on the weekends and blow off some steam. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Also, if you're a Minnesota listener, All Care Towing. You might need them today. Car doesn't start. You get stuck in the ditch. You get in an accident, what have you. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Okay, let's go to oh God, we're going from Seattle, Washington to Oregon. They really, just that part of the country has decided to do a whole social experiment. And look, man, you can accuse me of just doing the bad stories or just doing the horrible stuff.
All right, my car is on.
You can accuse me of just covering the bad shit out of Seattle and Portland, but I swear to God, I'm only covering the news that I'm seeing out of Portland and Seattle, and none of it is ever really hopeful, happy, good stuff. So let's check on Oregon. Let's see how they're doing there. Maybe this is a story that provides us an update.
He's a mean guy.
Snubnose. He's all right. He's just he teases rough.
I feel like maybe he wasn't held enough as a child, or perhaps held too much by the wrong relatives.
That's always a possibility. All right, let's check on Oregon, see how they're doing.
Brutal attack on a Max line sent an elderly man to the hospital and another man to jail. And before we go any further, a warning: the details of this attack are gruesome and disturbing. Police.
Okay, so far it does not sound like things are going so well.
If it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah, right.
It happened overnight at the.
By the way, I love that about the news. They're like, all right, what we're about to show you is horrible. 50 times in a row.
Check out how more wholesome this makes it sound, though. Like play that line again with him with the gruesome stuff.
And to jail. And before we go any further, a warning: the details of this attack are gruesome and disturbing. Police say.
But it's the old joke. It's the old joke about like when Joe Theismann broke his leg, and all the sports networks and stuff were going, hey, now this is really terrible and it's really awful to see. Now, if you watch it from this angle, all right, let's rewind it back. All right, play it again from the other angle. And if you see here, you can see right where the tibia snaps right in half, where Theismann's legs won't support the weight anymore, and his bones just snap under the pressure. If you see there you can see the compound fracture where the bone comes through the skin, and you're like, Jesus Christ, man, I thought you said that this was graphic. Well, yeah.
Trying to masturbate. Keep it down.
Exactly.
It happened overnight at the Cleveland Avenue Max Station in Gresham. And that's where we find Fox 12's Adrian Thomas with the latest on this investigation. Adrian.
No offense, Adrian. Using an ugly motherfucker.
Yeah, Pete, like you said, those details are just very
kind of looks like Alex Stein.
Police say the suspect, 25-year-old Corin.
He looks like Alex Stein fucked fucking the Daily Mail guy, Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro?
Look at that hair.
Shapiro and Stein. Oh, yeah, I definitely see some Shapiro facial features. And then you throw a little Stein in there. We just have to figure out who the 5 o'clock shadow is. Because that's throwing me off on the Alex Stein, Ben Shapiro comparison. All right, let's find out what happened.
It's spray on. It's spray on.
Let's find out what happened on this train.
25-year-old Corin Kramer attacked a 78-year-old man on this platform and chewed off the victim's ear and part of his face.
Welcome to Oregon, where they've now legalized mushrooms and peyote. Remember,
I mean, that kind of seems like on brand, right?
Right. Remember, you told us that you said, "Oh, where's the place that's taken psychedelics and legalized them?" Well, it's Oregon, and now we have a story where a 25-year-old guy bit off an old man's face. I'm not saying it's a point A to point B story. I'm just saying some dots can be connected.
Police are still investigating if drugs played a role in the attack, but
nah. You can cut that shit out right about now. Sounds like the guy was just having a bad day and that old man had a bacony smelling face.
But frequent writers who use this platform say something needs to change.
That's every fucking city where this happens. Portland, Seattle, LA, San Francisco. All of them keep saying something has to change, but hey, not the way I vote. Not the legislation. Right. Not the leadership I select. That's not what needs to change. I just need to count on these homeless, drug-addicted...
Wait, hold on. What color is Oregon typically?
Corey, let's call it a swing state, but I think it tends to lean blue a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's weird. What about Washington?
Well, that's interesting. You should ask. Let's see. Pacific Northwest. I believe that one leans a little blue as well.
Okay, what about California?
Oh, real close, but yeah, I think blue.
What about New York?
Well, look, as much as they tried last time, still pretty solidly blue.
I wish I could see a pattern here.
Yeah, me too. I don't know why you brought that up. It doesn't really seem to be apropos of anything, but anyway, this 25-year-old bit off an old man's face, and people are saying something has to change. That's what happens with this homelessness story we just did a little bit ago. And guy biting off other guy's face story. Everyone always says something has to change, but notice the thing that has to change is never them. Like, something has to change.
Weird.
About the way this city is run. Well, how about the people that pick the people that run the city? No, we're fine. Like,
I couldn't be that.
I'm not getting my face chewed off, and I'm not chewing off anyone else's face. So,
yeah, what are you trying to get my face chewed? No, dude, shut up.
Fuck off, man. I don't need to change. I've got it all figured out. I know what utopia is. It's what we're going to have once we get past all this face chewing.
Police were called here just after 2:15 Tuesday morning after witnesses saw someone being attacked and lots of blood on the ground. When law enforcement got here, police say Kramer was still attacking the victim. Detectives say
he's still munching on his face, still zombifying the guy's head. Still just eating. The guy was hungry.
The victim's wounds were so bad they could see part of his skull.
Oh,
Jesus.
And the guy fucking lived?
Yeah.
Someone chews through to your skull and you oh, God, kill me. Just shoot
Everything
me.
outside the skull is fine. It's inside the skull you got a problem.
That's true. You got to look out for the shit inside the skull. That's where the dying happens. But honestly, if somebody's chewed through to my skull and I'm in my 70s and the cops get there, I go, you just want to take out your gun and blast me in the face, please? Like, can we?
I'm surprised we haven't seen a classic news pun of like skullduggery or something,
Yeah. Well, one man suffered a real facial at the hands of another rider on the Metro.
Oral skullduggery.
Yes. Boy, a story you can really sink your teeth into as a 25-year-old man attacked a senior citizen today.
We heard that our audience had a hunger for news.
Well, they say you should never ride the train on a full stomach, and this story, or on an empty stomach, and this story tells you why.
Local citizen cannot stop eating organic junk food.
One rider who uses the Cleveland Avenue stop daily says after hours here are unsettling, and she often sees people who look like they're on drugs or are experiencing mental health crises.
Wow, awful judgmental of you, lady. What evidence have you seen?
Super weird, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems a lot of circumstantial bullshit right there.
You show me the evidence that any of these people are suffering any kind of... You show me where the guy who chewed off an old man's face down to the skull is suffering any kind of mental health crises. Madam Judgmental. God. If there's anything worse than people chewing off each other's faces in Oregon while they're high on mushrooms and peyote, it's the people who would adjudicate them mentally ill without any real expertise.
No, that never happens. Come on.
That's the real criminal here.
It's a scary place in the morning some days. I've come up with...
You think his name was Oberon too?
Half naked, and you don't know if they're been attacked or they are sleeping on the sidewalk that way.
This attack comes less than a week after another assault on a Max platform where a young girl was pushed down.
So I can tell you this, as somebody that lived in Oregon, those Metro Access Transits, those were rough before the homeless shit hit.
Holy
fuck! On the sidewalk that way.
This attack comes less than a week after another assault on a Max platform where a young girl was pushed down onto tracks.
Oh my God! Kill that guy, like immediately. Just everybody. We were talking about this with an airport story the other day, where a woman was freaking out and yelling and screaming at the staff at the airport, and everyone else was just walking patiently in line to try and board their plane. We need to have like a renaissance of human intervention where like we just all agree as a society on a set of rules. And one of them is, if you start fucking with the airline staff and being a dick, we all just beat the living shit out of you right there on the ground, and we basically gift wrap you to the police. And if you're a guy who pushes a little girl onto train tracks, we just hold you until the train gets there, explain to the conductor what happened, and he goes, "Oh, really? Here, just put his head under the tires real quick, and we'll take care of this once and for all." Like, that's just a guy who there's no cops involved. Like, in a perfect world, there's no cops, there's no judge, there's no jury. It's just a group.
I don't know. Maybe that kid called him the N-word or something.
Look, I understand, but she learned it from her mother.
Well, now the mom's going to learn a valuable lesson.
But, like, this should just be one of those stories where it ends with, and then a group of 7 people stomped the man until you could see his skull all over the ground.
The girl is expected to be okay. Another writer we caught up with at the Cleveland Avenue stop says he has experienced quite a bit of hostility from people lately at this Max station and on trains.
They do the intimidation factor. It's mainly getting like caught off guard. And
can't imagine the kid with purple hair gets intimidated easily.
Not really having much
probably Antifa.
For some riders, like Sarah Seaborn, they feel TriMet doesn't do enough to keep law-abiding riders safe.
All right, well, wait a minute. Explain to me, please, Miss Seaborn. Explain to me what you would do. And this is what I hate about people in Oregon and Seattle and stuff like that. As a citizen, explain to me what you do to stop guy from chewing guy's face off.
Oh, I got this. This. Yeah, you know what she'd do?
What?
Fucking Newton.
Right.
You'll do fucking Newton.
You'll do fucking Newton.
I used to have it. I guess not.
Uh-oh.
Apology accepted.
Oh, well. You'll do nothing though. You'll like this is my biggest problem with these fucking Slack that like, oh, everybody needs to do their part, this and that. You do nothing. You just sat by, watch it. I mean, you know. And if I saw and I'm a guy that can like handle himself. If I saw another guy eating another guy's face, I don't know that I would get involved. That's the kind of crazy I don't want to fuck with.
I will say this. I think I would like to think that I would intervene if I saw an old man getting his ear bitten off. And then
I think you think that, but at the same time, you're telling me that you're going to actively fuck with the dude eating another dude's ear?
That's what I'm saying. I'd like to think I would.
Right.
I'd like to think. I'm not going to sit here.
You know what it reminds me of is all my friends who are like, oh, I wouldn't suck a dick for $1 million. Like, you probably suck a dick for less than that if they had a suitcase full of cash in front of you.
Right. If it's yours or they deposit it into your account.
But like you're telling me, okay, you'd suck dick for $1 million, but you wouldn't suck dick for 500,000 cash in a suitcase?
Right.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Some of us pay to ride the train, you know, and so riding with
Some of us pay to ride the train.
Like, these people don't understand they give away what the problem with their city is without even realizing they're doing it.
The guy eating the dude's face probably didn't even pay to be on that train.
Face eating guy probably got to ride for free too.
Some of us pay to ride this train. Yeah, well, maybe you should get a better job and get a car.
Do you guys maybe like in the hours and hours of news coverage we've seen on the outside looking in, watching these cities go to shit, we've never watched one of these people in the middle of the news story go, "Hey, wait a tick. I think we might be part of the problem." Nope. It's always, you know what? We're not progressing hard enough. We're not progressivisming enough. We need to really put the, pedal to the floor on this deal.
Who are not always there, who will light up a joint or light up a cigarette, and they think
Look, I don't like smoking cigarettes. It's nasty, and I'm not a big fan of weed. But let's not go ahead and besmirch the good reputation of the cigarette and weed smokers on the train and mixing them up with the guy eating the old man's face. Those are, look, you need something a little harder than cigarettes and weed, I think.
I have no rules. It gets a little old.
Then do something.
Corin Kramer was arrested and charged with second-degree assault. He's due to be arraigned in a Multnomah County court tomorrow. In Gresham, Adrian Thomas.
But first, he has to floss his teeth. He's got a lot of skin stuck in one of his bicuspids. We've gotta get this guy. We gotta get this guy ready for the judge, for God's sake.
Yeah, we gotta make sure he doesn't still reek of his meal.
Yeah, Mr. Approachable says, some of us pay to ride the train. Others pay because they think it's a buffet.
Yeah, that's right. All you can eat.
Yeah, $8.99. I can just go ahead and eat, right?
I can just see the lawyer. Does this look like a man who's had all he can eat?
Bath salts make faces tasty, says Mr. Cullyfish. Yeah,
Sure, that's the perfect seasoning for fucking faces.
I've heard stories before of people who are on bath salts and synthetics and shit like that, and they do zombie-like shit. It's this is the price we pay for not legalizing other drugs. Is people try to find other ways to get high, and it gets away from them a little bit, to say the least. Josh Wood says, I prefer vegan homeless people. Yeah, I mean, a guy who does, who's homeless and does peyote and just sits there munching on a head of lettuce, like that guy ain't causing anybody any problems. It's the guy who's got a hankering for meat that you can't stop.
Oh, you said head of lettuce. I'm sorry.
Oh, see, yeah,
This is a big old misunderstanding.
Reading comprehension. It's very important. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked yesterday about what Joe Biden knew about his son Hunter Biden's, shit he had going on with the Russians and the Ukrainians and the Chinese and everything else. And you guys would be surprised. Karine Jean-Pierre did not give a clear answer to the question, Corey.
What? No way. I don't believe you. This is what makes it so hard when shit like Monday happens. Is just you're so untrustworthy sometimes.
Right. Like the Monday. Are you talking about the Hamlin stuff or me panicking to the old Capitol thing?
I mean, I was just throwing out a reference, but sure, both of it. Let's go.
I'm trying to. You're mixing joke, but I'm hearing. Oh yeah, another thing that happened that makes you not trust people. So I got confused.
Jesus Christ, dude! Hey. Sometimes we're just making fun of the news. It's not always about you.
So when it comes to the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden connection, like where is it? Let's track how it's evolved in the last.
Wait, do they know each other?
Yeah, we have the same last name, but I never met the fucking guy.
Yeah, well, it's a very common last name, that Biden.
Right, exactly. But let's see where this is. Let's see where this has gone in the last 2+ years. It's gone from Russian misinformation to don't even put it on social media. We'll fucking ban you. Don't report on this laptop. To election's over. Okay, there was a laptop, but there's nothing that bad on it. To, okay, yeah, I guess the kid likes hookers, but he has his own business dealings. His dad didn't know anything about it. To the emails showing him writing to his dad about his business dealings and using his dad's name in the business dealings when they're talking about prices and money and everything else. So
seems fine.
So now we're just at the point where they ask him about the laptop and Hunter Biden and his business dealings, and the White House goes, who wants cake? Who wants cake? Anybody want cake? We've got some. It's really tasty, you guys. It's got
some good old cake.
It's red velvet. It's very, very
it's actually,
good.
Who wants cake? They pan over and it's the band cake. Like, all right, get out of here. No more questions.
Man, we don't want to listen to cake. Let's go ahead.
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Get out of here. Let's go.
Hate that fucking song.
Do you really?
I hate the distance.
Do you hate cake or just the distance?
What else has cake done?
I don't know. They did that cover of I Will Survive, I think, right? And then they did. All their songs sound the same to me.
Right.
And by that, I mean, I don't listen to them.
You're saying cake is a lot like Tool.
Ugh. As somebody that used to like Tool and feel like he got had,
no,
it's tough. but maybe.
Zach Halverson turned me on that. I was talking about how I liked Tool one day, and he goes, "Oh, you mean the same fucking bass line to start every goddamn song, and now I can't unhear it?" Yeah. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys, does a bass have to kick us off every time? Would it kill you to, maybe put a drum in there once? It's like, no, man.
Well, my whole thing was, it was just like Lateralis, and then it just took too long for everything to like come out. Like, because between 2 albums, I'm waiting 10 years. That's not whatever. And yeah, it all kind of sounds the same. You know what really turned me on Tool was just, there was an interview with the Maynard guy, and he was just being such a dick about something. It was like his wine or some shit like that. And I was just like, this guy's kind of a dick.
Yeah.
And then I just could not stop thinking about what a pretentious dick he was. And then I was like, all Tool sounds like is like some art kid student's like, God, what if we just jazzed up some Pink Floyd? And then I had this weird moment, and maybe other people won't agree with me or not, but I got this weird moment where I realized every time I was listening to Tool, I would rather be listening to Pink Floyd. And then I just never listened to him again.
May I quote Peter Griffin for a moment? And I should quote Peter Griffin because after all,
the guy Aaron looks like a really thin, strung out Peter Griffin.
If I could quote Peter Griffin for a moment.
Wait, do it again? I couldn't hear it.
The guy Aaron looks like a really thin, strung out Peter Griffin.
That was Husey talking about me.
He's talking about you?
Yeah.
I can see it. Look at your face.
Friend of the show, Husey, was talking to friend of the show, Bob Levy, and he decided to say how lovely April was, and then said, and then you got,
the guy Aaron looks like a really thin, strung out Peter Griffin.
And I'm such an egotist that all I took from that is he called me thin.
And he knows who you are.
Yeah. Well, he's been
Dear
on the
diary,
show.
He knows I exist.
Yeah. We've actually, in the last 24 hours, have secured a couple pretty crazy bookings. One I can't talk about yet until we actually record the interview. But the other one, and I'm not allowed to do that one live. It has to be recorded. But the other one is Jesse Lee Peterson has agreed to come on the show. So
what?
Yeah, and not only that, we will be, apparently the way they want to do it is they want to simulcast with us. So whichever day Jesse Lee Peterson can do it, could be a Wednesday, could be a Tuesday, could be a Thursday. We don't know. They're going to shoot us back a date, and it looks like we're going to simulcast with the one and only Jesse Lee Peterson, which is amazing.
Nice.
I just hope I don't say anything that makes him think I'm a
beta.
You will.
I really want him to call me beta.
He's just trying to leech your fans, bro. He knows you're on the come-ups.
That's fine. I'd like to leech some of his. Look, man, if a show with more fans wants to siphon some from us, as long as that siphon runs both ways, I'm okay with it.
Classic radio, baby.
That's right. So Corinne Jean-Pierre was asked about if the president knew about Hunter Biden's business dealings. And this is kind of like your doctor who was talking about like how it has nothing to do with any vaccines. What the fuck are you talking about? Before we could even say anything. If you want us to think that Joe Biden didn't know anything about Hunter Biden's business dealings, there's an easy way to do that. Just say no. Just go, no, he had nothing. He had no idea about his business dealings. If you give me an answer of like, well, if I answer that definitively, it could open us up to lawsuits or investigations. Why? You know what you don't get investigated or, caught up in? The truth. If what you're saying...
I mean, you do if you've been lying a bunch, right?
Right. But if you're telling the truth, nobody can like dig and investigate or anything else. It's just, that's the way it is. So if I ask you, hey, Hunter Biden's shady business dealings where it seems like he used his dad's name to kind of advance his cause there in business with other countries, did his dad know anything about it? I don't know. It's like that.
No.
That's a yes or no kind of a thing, I feel like. You could just go ask your boss, like, did he know about his son's business dealings? And here's a good rule of thumb. Unless he immediately goes, no, I had no idea, he's probably guilty. There, I helped. Let's watch her deal with it.
With the new Republican majority coming in, the House Oversight Committee is laying out their new investigations. And they claim to have evidence that Joe Biden lied to the American people about his involvement in his family's business schemes.
Uh-oh.
Did he?
So look, I've said this before and I'll say it again. House Republicans promised that fighting inflation during the midterms was going to be their number one priority. That's what they said was important to them, and that's what they said that they wanted to do.
What? That's not answering the question. That's just being bitchy. Come on. They said that he lied about knowing about his son's business dealings. What do you know about it? Well, you see, they wanted to fight inflation. I wish that the press corps could interrupt and go, that wasn't my question.
But instead,
they're lucky they even let Ducey still ask questions.
I feel like old school, like Bill O'Reilly, the way he used to run his show, like that would be a good way to ask questions to the press secretary. Because every time someone would start doing this on O'Reilly's show, he'd just become a total dick. And he'd go, no. Answer the question. Did this happen? Well, Bill, you understand the context. Context, schmontext, you homo. Answer what I asked you. Sorry, Bill.
Yeah, it's just they like all these people are on such a tightrope of like what they can. I mean, they pick who asks questions. Like again, we should all just be grateful they still let Ducey ask questions. And honestly, he's got enough notoriety that they can't say no, otherwise they fucking would.
Yeah. Bill O'Reilly's sitting there going, you answer the goddamn question right now and stop spinning. All right, fine, Bill. I'll have a turkey sandwich with mayo. Jesus.
Yeah, God, extra lettuce. Get fucked.
Was that so hard?
But instead, what they're doing is wanting to do an investigation on the president and his family. That is their focus. They don't want to focus on the American people and their family. They want to focus on political division. They want to focus on something that the American people do not want to see, as we saw.
Yeah, I mean, thank God when your party is in charge, they don't waste the American people's time with trivial bullshit trying to get the president. I mean, that's really good. I mean, at least they're not trying to figure out if he had Russian hookers piss on a hotel room bed. I mean, it's really good that you guys don't.
Well, the Republicans said they were more worried about the economy, Aaron.
Yes. Well, how about the economy of Hunter Biden using his dad's name and then cutting his dad in on deals with other countries where he promised them influence if they did business with him? You think people...
Look, the Republicans promised us they were only interested in the economy this midterm, so I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah.
From the midterm elections. Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of any of the oversight here. We have a White House counsel that's going to my colleagues who are going to deal with this. So I will point you to them. And again, I'll point you one more thing. I'll point you to tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to see a trip, an event where that's going to be done in a bipartisan way. So there's ways to move forward for the American people, for American families, in a way that works.
All right, that's the end of the clip. So in other words, Corey, she did not answer the question.
But and I can't remember the exact wording, but she basically like made it sound like even asking our question was like stupid. You know what I mean? That's the thing that's so funny.
Well, yeah, she's saying like, yeah, she's saying like, well, White House counsel is going to deal with that. So what are you asking me for? God,
right?
Who am I, the press secretary? Oh shit, I keep forgetting they gave me that.
Yeah, shit. Why are you asking me? I don't know.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot a minute. That's my job. Handsome T with $2 says, do we even need a press secretary, spin doctors? I mean, yeah, like it's all kind of theater because you're never going to get anything good out of like the press secretary. Literally, your whole job is to spin so you don't learn anything. So like if you have questions of like, hey guys, how awesome are you guys today at the White House? You're like, oh, we're really awesome. Thanks for asking. But if you're like, hey, how about this really controversial shit that you're probably involved in? They'll just be like, don't know what you're talking about, bro. No idea. Go ask that other guy. It's like, well, what can we ask you? Well, you can ask us what the president plans to do for the Easter egg roll this year. It's like, but I don't
just really makes me miss Jen Psaki because at least she like I liked how confrontational she was. Yeah. And it's an impossible, the thing about press secretary and Ozymandias nails it is that it is a really hard job. It's fun to make fun of her and everything, and I get that, but what a fucking impossible fucking job.
Yeah.
Like, because again, we can be mad at her. Oh, she's not, but there's people telling her what to say, right? She's just the person that goes up there and gets the fucking barrage of bullshit that she has to stick to these talking points. I mean, it's unbelievable how hard of a job. I think a press secretary might be the hardest job in politics.
It is tough because you basically have to wreck your own conscience and lie for like
And your own image. Everybody leaves there looking worse. I mean, we didn't even know we liked Psaki till she left.
Right. I don't even care, like, which party it is. Like, your whole job is to cover up for criminals.
Right. And your whole job is to literally deflect away from an oligarchy. That's all you are. And you're only there because they don't want to put anybody there with any actual information because they might give real fucking answers.
Right. And think about this. If the people you're lying for ever get caught lying, you're the one who's going to get thrown on the burning pile for it because you're the one who told all the lies to the press.
Well, just think of it. It's like an accountant. It's like that tax shit with Trump, right? Like, one, it looks like nothing's wrong with it, but let's say something is wrong with it. Let's say there was something in those taxes that said like they cheated, right? Trump's not going to jail. Some fucking accountant is.
Right.
They have buffers. This is why they have those buffers.
Yeah. I just, that press secretary job, it's just kind of, you run a theater. You're never going to be able to tell the truth. So none of these people are going to get to say, are going to get to ask you anything where you can tell the truth. And if you do say the wrong thing, as soon as you get off that stage and go behind the closed door, they're going to fucking scream at you. So it's got to be the most thankless job. And I think you only make, and I'm saying only because these people live in Washington, D.C., and this is their whole life. They only make like $150,000 a year. Like they're
really?
Yeah, they're taken care of. Like they probably live okay. They can pay their bills and everything, but they're not getting super rich off this gig.
They get government benefits though.
That's true. That's true. And like Jen Psaki, you can cash in on an MSNBC gig after.
Well, let's not pretend that this lady's going the Psaki route, right?
No.
I mean, part of the reason why Psaki got what she did after the fact is the fact that she was really good at her job. Yeah, and we all kind of liked what a bitch was. I mean, you tell me that if her and Peter Doocy started a fucking Crossfire-esque show, we wouldn't watch every fucking episode.
Oh, it would be a lot of fun until they get caught fucking each other and they have to cancel it.
Well, then they just fucking go to OnlyFans and it becomes even more fun.
Oh, then it's even spicier. Jen Psaki had a maximum annual salary of $180,000 a year when she was press secretary. Again, it's not like I'm not saying that that's bad or like she's starving.
Yeah, but for politics, it's not that much.
And for that job specifically in politics, would I hate that. All right, let's open up. I think it's about time to open up our 7:00 stories here today. Let me just mute Corey for a second and open these up and tell you about Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. But for the rest of you, online at midlandarmory.com. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. You can get your firearms, your knives, optics, parts and gear, and much more at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's Midland Armory in Foley, midlandarmory.com. All right, Sam says, Psaki and Doocy on a podcast take all my money.
Dude, for real. If they have a leaked sex tape, they're taking all my money.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This is the tension alone. We are 240 away from next Tuesday morning's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our program, there's the Streamlabs and the PayPal if you'd like to get involved. Becoming a member is a great way to mitigate that goal because every month we take the amount of members we have, divide it by the amount of shows we do, and we just cut the permanent goal based on those members. So thank you guys very much. If you become a member to this program, you get an extra show every Sunday, access to emotes, and you're entered in a $100 drawing at the end of every month. So become a member and enjoy some perks. Here on Steel Toe, you just hit that join button on YouTube. Also, hit the like button. It's great for the algorithm. The like button is great for spreading the word about Steel Toe. And also, make sure you subscribe to our program as well. Hit that subscribe button. Doesn't cost you a damn thing. Like, subscribe, and then in the chat, let me know where we're at as far as likes go. How many likes do we have? Because when I heard the last update at like 7, it was fucking crazy how much it had gone up to. So thank you guys.
We're at 193 for likes.
Holy shit. Well, let's just pop it up over 200 then. What do you say? Thanks, guys. That's, I see just under 200. All right. Well, let's get over 200 right now. Not only that, let's hit 7,400 subscribers today. It looks like we're knocking on the door. How far away are we? We are 15 subscribers away from crossing over 7,400. Thank you, guys. Phoenix says we're already over 200. There we go. Nice work. We got about, we're halfway to, we're about between 500 and 600 people in here. See if we can get it to 300. And, of course, subscriptions are very much appreciated. Corey, I have a feeling that you're going to hate this next one.
Good.
I'll play it for you, and I feel like you're going to be against it.
Yeah, Scotty, well, in the age we live in where access to pornographic sites has literally never been easier, it has some concern about the mental health of our kids and what they're exposed to.
The porn industry has been around for quite a while, and in today's digital age, business is booming. When Lori Schlegel isn't seeing her patients who struggle with sex addiction, she's at the Capitol. The Republican state representative from Metairie passed House Bill 142 earlier this year, which requires age verification for any website that contains 33.3% or more of pornographic material.
Now, first of all, that's a weird number to come to. But second of all, what is that going to change? Like, how do you,
I have no idea.
Like, what is it? Just a prompt thing that all porn sites have always had? Like, are you over 18? What if you click yes?
No, I think this is like a background check. Like, you'll actually have to log in with your ID to watch porn.
Holy shit. That seems a little intrusive, to be honest. I mean, I'm kind of torn on this because
does it seem okay? Check it out. Does it seem intrusive, or like let me show you how stupid these fucking people are? Right? Does it seem intrusive to you, or does it seem like a added value to buying a VPN and watching porn out of the UK geotag?
That's true. You could just get a VPN and
like this is why I fucking hate this shit. It's the same thing with crypto, right? You can't legislate the fucking internet. Like, in the history of the entire internet, the only issue that everybody got on board with was child porn, which I think is good, right?
Right.
But that's the only thing that every single country is like, yeah, dude, fuck that.
Yeah, but if you can't legislate crypto, you know what you can do? You can hire a covert undercover agent to run a crypto company into the ground on purpose, so normies will get really fucking scared of it, tank crypto, and have them begging you to regulate it.
Now you're sounding like a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I mean, when the guy who just paid $250 million to get out of jail is now asking the judge to keep the names of the people who bailed him out private, I mean, it does ring some bells.
Well, not even that. Like, did you see the collateral with his parents' house? That's the weird one to me.
How much was his parents' house?
Well, so his parents' house, I forget what the actual numbers were, but the bail bond that they put the house up against, the house is worth way less than what they let them bail bond the house for.
Weird. Yeah. So like there's too many, and this kid came out of nowhere and he was a nobody. Like, how did he get the money? This and that. It's like, and then you watch the way FTX went down. If you wanted people to never want to buy crypto and be scared of it forever, this is exactly the way you would do it. And like usually when these big like FTX and things like this happens, the government comes right in and they start regulating the shit out of it, like banking and all this other stuff. As soon as there's a crisis, they're in there. So why not create one? And I don't know, this Sam Bankman-Fried, he glows in the dark, if you will. But I'm sorry, back to the porn thing. I don't hate the idea of trying to discourage as many people as possible away from porn. And I know I'm going to get a ton of pushback on this. But like if you have a girlfriend or you're married, I feel like you should be cutting that porn out. Because I can tell you from experience, if you stop watching porn and you're in a relationship, you want to fuck a lot more. And if both of you are on that train, you're going to fuck a lot more. You're going to be happier. You got to, I would actually say that those creepy ass fucking Proud Boys got one thing right. If you're in a relationship and you're watching porn, I think it's a mistake. But again, I don't want to.
You ever watch like porn with your partner and had some like kinky times?
Okay, that. But I'm talking about like just watching porn and jacking off by yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. But like, I also don't think that the government should be in there making a law saying that if you're not this age, you can't watch this. That's just, I don't know. That just seems above the pay grade, so to speak. Well, let's see. Let's see how they're planning on doing this. Because if there's one thing I know, it's that a bunch of 50, 60, and 70-year-old boomers sitting there at a state capitol or the nation's capital trying to regulate anything internet-related is going to be stupid and doomed to fail.
Pornography is destroying our children, and they're getting unlimited access to it on the internet. And so if the pornography companies aren't going to be responsible, I thought we need to hold them accountable.
According to Schlegel, websites would verify someone's age in collaboration with LA Wallet. So if you plan to use these sites in the future, you may want to go ahead and download it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yep.
This is all a trick to get people to go on their app so they can track you.
Looks like.
LA Wallet, the Louisiana digital driver's license. Get the fuck. Oh my, what a dirty, rotten scam this is. And they're just using, and this representative, I'll say this, I bet this representative believes in this legislation, but the people pushing her to send it through have their motives, so to speak.
Well, that's what it's going to be now. Everybody comes in with their like designed internet wallet, and then you can just track what everybody does. This is how they do China's internet to us.
Wow, that's a dirty little trick. I like that the news like threw it right out there though at the beginning. They didn't like sneak it in the middle. They went, well, see, look, the way you do it is you get the LA Wallet app on your phone, and then you use that to get into the porn thing. And it's oh, so I wanted to keep my my laminated license, just the physical license, but I also want to jack off to porn, so I guess I have a decision to make here. My digital autonomy or my dick?
I would say so. I mean, I think it's a must-have for anyone who has a Louisiana state ID or driver's license.
Sarah Kelly is the...
Why are the most unfuckable people in the state of Louisiana talking about the jacking off bill? Somebody help me with this.
Project manager.
They hate sex.
I want them to interview some gamer guy who just pounds it 4 times a day and let him really rage against this legislation.
Invoke, a software development firm here in Baton Rouge, and says there are other ways websites could ask you to verify your age if you are unable to access LA Wallet. She also added, although some personal information will be required, companies must not retain personal data after verification has been completed.
Oh, well, thank goodness. I mean, they're not supposed to keep your personal data. Well, then I trust them. God, why didn't you say that in the first place? I mean, here I was worried that you were just using this as a way to get everyone to sign up for an app so that company could then sell your private information to other companies, and it would basically be a big corporate giveaway to some software development firm in the state. But if you're saying...
Not just...
Yeah, if you're saying that they pretty please with sugar on top, cross their heart and hope to die, stick a needle in their eye, promise that they wouldn't sell your information, well, then by God, that's good enough for me, Corey.
Yeah, when have they ever lied?
Exactly.
It doesn't.
I mean, it's not lying if we never catch you.
Identify your date of birth. It doesn't identify who you are, where you live, what part of the state you're in, or any information from your device or from your actual ID. It just returns that age to say that, yes, this person is old enough, allowed to go in.
Wait a minute. It doesn't track your age. It doesn't take anything off your...
Yeah, you got that? It doesn't track your age.
But it tells you that you're old enough to watch the porn.
Yes.
It doesn't take any information off your license. It doesn't take your age or anything else. But it does know that you're old enough to watch the pornography. Oh, well, the problem is there's people who watch this shit they listen to this with one ear and they go, okay, sounds good. All right.
Okay.
Like they're not watching it they're not watching it and listening to it to scrutinize it and go, wait a minute, I think you're butt fucking me. Like anytime the government passes some kind of law to take care of me, I always make sure I listen with both ears because I go, all right, who's getting rich? Who's making the money off of this one? And
not us.
Yeah, not me.
Will be the website's responsibility to ensure age verification is required when accessing their site here in Louisiana. Representative Schlegel says there will be consequences for those who fail to follow the law.
Someone can sue on behalf of their child. They can sue if children are getting access to pornography.
Hey man, what are you in jail for? I was jacking off without a license.
Here's my real question though, okay?
Yeah.
When did kids getting hold of pornography stop being the parents' job to stop?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not a government. This is not a thing this woman needs to be
like, it shouldn't be at the public schools, and you should be monitoring your fucking kids on the internet.
Right. And also, let's stop it. I mean, this idea that, like, we think back to the good old days, and it was so much different. Finding porn has always been a rite of passage for young children. I mean, whether it was finding your dad's Playboys or nudie calendars that were hanging up in the garage, to the internet age where you're literally just logging on to porn sites.
We used to go dumpster diving when I was a kid at the recycling plant for like magazines and shit.
Yeah. We used to watch to tell you the generation I grew up in, we used to get we'd have a friend's house whose dad wanted to watch all the fights or the wrestling pay-per-views but didn't want to pay for them, so he had the illegal cable box. And you'd go with the illegal cable box guy, and then you'd get all the porn channels, and that's how you'd find them. But the weirdest part was it was at your buddy's house, so I mean you're a young man and you're watching porno with your friends, but what the fuck? What the fuck is a young man?
I feel like we're learning a lot about you today.
Look, it's not like we sat there beating off. That was later. But we always my buddy and I remember we watched WrestleMania 8 or WrestleMania 9 or whatever. And then when that was done on the free cable box thing, we were surfing through the channels. We were like, holy shit. And it was like, now that I was like in 5th grade. So as I think back, it would have been WrestleMania 11 or 12 at 5th grade. Who gives a fuck? Anyway, the point is, now that I think back to it, I believe it was a guy eating ass, eating a woman's ass. But I didn't know what the fuck that was. I just thought everything down there was vagina adjacent when I was in 5th grade. So I'm like,
whoa, she's got a back vagina?
Yeah. I was
and a front vagina?
Oh, he's just giving her smooches on her schmeckle. That's all he's doing. We didn't know what we were watching. And the lady was fully painted, too. I remember that. First experience I ever had with porn was a painted lady having her ass eaten. So love to find out which fine film that was.
So it would be up to the user to sue the company for not verifying age first.
She says problems like depression, erectile dysfunction, lack of motivation, and chronic fatigue can be directly linked to porn. And
look, man, as much as you want to call these people prudes, they're not wrong. You start beating off too much and watching too much porn, it desensitizes the shit out of you. And it can cause you can't get hard to
that's a Tyson Fury. He jacks off twice a day.
Look, Tyson Fury is an animal. All right.
All right.
We're not, if we start basing the world off what Tyson Fury does, none of us will measure up.
Yeah, but it'll be a better world.
Yeah. Well, and one of us would fight Alexander Usyk eventually.
And says to prevent these issues from occurring at younger ages, this law is imperative.
It's tied to some of the biggest societal ills of human trafficking and sexual assault. So it's definitely, and we, in my own practice, the youngest we've ever seen is an 8-year-old.
Jesus.
Now, I should also mention that there is legislation up in Washington that looks to implement something like this on the national level. We'll keep our eyes on that for down the road. Scott.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Okay, yes, porn is dangerous for all of those reasons, and kids should not be watching pornography. Absolutely. But that, like you said, that's the parents' thing.
But again, it's a national thing does nothing. You can literally get a VPN, geotag yourself so your connection's coming from somewhere else and still use the internet. This is this weird thing that our government keeps trying to do is legislate the internet, but the internet isn't a country.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not a national thing. It's an international thing that nobody really owns.
As Senator Stevens of Alaska once said, it's a series of tubes.
A series of tubes.
Okay, you know what? I got to play that guy in just a second. First,
we got to watch it.
First, a few thank yous, and I got to bring out Shaka Zulu. $20 from the Mark. She's the new Tipper Gore, he says. Oh, Shaka Zulu, thanks you very much. Oh, thank you very much, sir. I do a dance for you and your $20 super chat. Looty-loo-ty-loo. All right, there you go. I like my new antique. It's an antique toy. It's nothing. There's nothing gross about it. There's nothing bad about it. It's just an antique toy. And KF with $5 says, Aaron, how did you get the great Lou Albano on the show? I thought he died 13 years ago. So, by the way, Corey, you're now
I did. Just inside, though.
Captain Lou Albano reference for you. You got to get the cheek piercing. All right, we are...
I don't have it. Just underneath all this fat.
You just don't put it in. And it's underneath the chub. $220 away from next Tuesday morning's goal if you feel like contributing to our little listener-supported program here. Streamlabs and PayPal. There's the links in the chat. Super chats count as well. Thank you very much. Union Jack says, I discovered porn the natural way. Dad's Playboy stash. I mean, that's... Look, everybody discovers it differently. But again... It's not the government's job to make sure your kid's not whacking off to porn. That's not a job I want the government having. But, apparently this app developer must be hard up for cash and they needed to pass a favor. Handsome T says Shaka Zulu is clearly a blood. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's gang affiliated. He's just a fun-loving guy who likes to dance. That's all. Be Kind Rewind says, I watched it on dial-up for the first time, squirt. I don't know if you're saying squirt porn or you're calling me squirt. But yes, watching porn. The dial-up days were very interesting for pornography because remember you would have like the websites that would have the 10 or like the 4 15-second clips because that's as fast as your computer could download. And I
remember like waiting for like a nipple to load. You're like, it's a nipple.
Yeah, photos were hard to load. I remember, if this is actually true, I'm going to lose my shit. But anyway, Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says the porn you watched, Aaron, was called Eating Arts. I'm sure that's not true, but I wish. When I was a kid, you would open up a video and it would be like a 10-second video. And it would the website I used to go on was called Sublime Directory. It's actually, ironically, where Kimbo Slice's fights first ended up appearing, his bare knuckle fights. But I would go on that site, and you'd click on like a video description that you'd like, and then it would show you 4 different videos, and they would each be like 15 to 30 seconds long. And you would click on each one. You would click on the one that you thought was best, and then you would put it on repeat. You would basically have it loop. And then you would try your best to have that, take care of you. That was the best I could do back in those days. Marble Arm says, right click, save target. Yeah, I never did that. It was always just waiting for the videos to load. And then God help you if you decided to be impatient and before that loading bar was done, you decided to hit play. Because now you're now you're just stuck in a situation where you're just like, it's all glitchy and clippy and bad, and just got to exercise that patience, man. These kids today will never know jacking off to dial-up pornography. I mean, just like
they might.
Yeah, just like the people my age, get yelled at by the older. You guys will never know what it's like to jerk off to porn magazines. I mean, in fairness, like if I would,
do you know what it's like to have to flip a page before you come, kid? You don't.
When I was a kid, man, if you didn't have porn around, you could always either turn on Undressed on MTV, and you could do it with that, or you could always turn on the movie Wild Things, and you could go with the pool scene from Wild Things, and that that would take care of it. I
used to watch the scrambled porn channel all the time, like try to make it out.
Yeah, that was always tough.
I think I saw Nipple Spice, I think it was called.
Yeah, it was the Spice channel.
Spice, and it's like, it was always fucking scrambled, and you're like, is there a nipple in there?
Scrambled porn on the Spice channel was, that was like desperation. That was like you were secretly watching that. Hopefully, you got some clarity for like 3 seconds.
Yeah,
that's what you were hoping for.
Real Sex on HBO was a huge one too.
Okay, N-Word says, I used to watch music videos. They were sleazy as fuck. Pop music sluts. Yeah, the Christina Aguilera Dirty video was an easy one. That was something else. And I think maybe was the Lady Marmalade video one of them? I can't remember. But yes, music.
Skinamax.
Yeah, music videos could do it because, it was just complete degeneracy in those rap videos. N-Word says that was a good one. Yeah, Christina Aguilera's Dirty was that would be a solid pick if you needed a music video. Now I feel like I'm just reliving my childhood with a bunch of people who were also that age. This guy gets it. All right. I just thought this story was funny. House Representative Lauren Boebert's gun-themed restaurant, Shooter's Grill, in Rifle, Colorado, it shut down.
What?
Yeah, it didn't make it. Lauren Boebert, who just, by the way, she got reelected by like the thinnest margin ever. Like it was really, really.
Food just wasn't a good enough caliber.
Well, you're going to love this. Before we take a call from Granny here, she actually had her restaurant closed down and it got replaced. This is perfect for like a control the borders Republican. It got replaced by a Mexican restaurant.
Jesus Christ.
The outlet, which closed in July, dubbed itself the safest restaurant in America due to its armed waiting staff. Imagine that. Families didn't want to take their kids to a place where their servers could cap them at any time. Founded by Bobert and her husband Jason in 2013, Shooter's Grill served a number of dishes named after firearms, such as the M16 burrito. They announced the restaurant closed its doors in July after the building's owner said it would not be renewing the lease. And in its place has come the Mexican restaurant called Tapachio's Family Mexican Restaurant. Too perfect.
It'd be funny if they kept all the gun theme stuff, though.
Yeah, and just turned it into the opening scene from Tombstone.
Fully automatic fajitas.
Yeah, see, there's all kinds of options. All right, Granny, what's up?
Oh, hey, Aaron. Maybe I was behind in chat. I was calling about the beating off.
Oh, yeah, if you want to talk about beating off, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so the scramble porn was definitely a big thing. Did you ever find pornography in the woods? I mean, a friend of mine cried because we found over 200 magazines one time.
Wow.
In the woods. And we spilled more fucking seed than a bird feeder.
Who the fuck is burying porn in the woods, though?
A goddamn pay-it-forward human being.
Patriot.
It wasn't buried, and yes, it was a fucking American hero. I mean, he was crying. He came back. He said there was a light shining through the trees onto the pornography.
He was like,
and I'm talking like,
he was like Emperor Constantine seeing that signal from God, and then go forth and conquer in my name. Like that was him when he found the porn.
We rode 10 miles on bicycles with backpacks to travel with this pornography. I mean, we went back and forth, and it wasn't even good. I'm talking, there was gilf, there was some disgusting pornography in there.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Granny, was there bush?
Oh, yeah, dude, there was tons of bush.
I can't do
There was bush, there was grandma magazines.
Jesus.
I mean, I think there was shit from fucking Married with Children. And in closing, Mike Ditka went Italian? Like, was that Mike Ditka's kid? What the fuck happened? Bring the beard back. Jesus Christ.
Oh, they're talking about Corey's mustache. Oh, see, Granny wanted to insult your mustache before he left.
Yeah, usually when Granny talks, I can't understand him, so I just kind of stare off into space.
He went on a porn rant.
It's because he's a Cajun.
Oh, yeah, those people are...
I don't respect him.
They're unruly.
Citizen M says, oh, that's where he got the name Granny.
I think that might be where he got the name Granny, whacking off to all that granny porn that he found in the woods. Yeah, other than like a one hell of a model American, who the fuck is just hiding porn in the woods? That's...
Fucking heroes, Aaron.
I don't know, man.
Heroes.
If I saw that would be like seeing like a bag with 10 grand in cash at a Burger King sitting there. Somebody's going to come looking for that, and I don't want them finding me.
Honestly, it might have, like, me and my buddies would leave it in the woods when we'd grab it in the... Because we had like it was like a fort that we made out of sticks and shit. It's like the cool hangout in a park by our house, and we would go dumpster diving at Big Willow Recycling Plant. It's so funny. We told this nerd where we got the magazines, and then the next day he went dumpster diving and got caught. And after that, they put bars on the fucking bin. Like, you know how they have the big dumpsters where you throw shit away, right?
Yeah.
They put iron bars on the dumpster because fucking Chip got caught. It was so fucking funny.
Well, what did you guys give a shit? You already found your porn.
Well, and we had, like I said, we had this weird fort that we dug out, and we built it on the back end of a golf course. So I'm just thinking to myself, like, somebody could have very easily stumbled across that and found a shitload of fucking porn.
Yeah. So now
in the woods. So it might have just been some other delinquents who didn't want to take the porn home to their parents. They probably were super pissed when that porn went missing, by the way.
Right. Well, that you got to kind of expect that, though, when you're entering into a porn economy. There's going to be a lot of theft. You know, it's got to be baked into the cake a little bit. Guys, we are about 15 subs away from 7,400. Let's see if we can knock that out before the end of the show. Just hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I'm sure we're over 200 at this point. Somebody give me a count on the likes. If we can get to I think 300 would be a record.
233.
233. I believe 300 during the actual live stream. We've had videos get to 300 likes before, but getting that to 300 likes before the live show is over would be a new record. So just click the thumbs up and also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Also, 220 away from next Tuesday. There's the info if you'd like to contribute to the program. All right. Or as Phoenix says, hit the like button, you fucks. Marauder 495 is telling me that modern porn stars have bush again. That's true.
I mean, everything's coming back, right? The kids are wearing mullets these days.
I mean, bell-bottom jeans keep like resurfacing every 15 years or so.
Yeah, it's the age-old thing of your parents, right? Whatever your parents think is cool, you won't. So if everybody hates bush, then the kids will like bush. If everybody hates fucking mullets, then the kids will love mullets. It's just a cycle.
I really don't understand what.
Or fanny packs. Fanny packs are back.
Yeah, that's true. Fanny packs are back. But like, I don't understand. Like, even if you hate everything your parents hate,
and being a cuck.
Being a cuck is cool. That's right. I mean, I hate it. So the Gen Z wants to be cuck.
Well, I always laugh at this because it's like nerdy stuff is all in the top. You know, you look at like a show like, you remember Saved by the Bell?
Yeah.
Like if that took place now, like Screech would be the only one getting pussy.
Yeah, because now it's all dorks and nerds. But like, I was watching. April had friends on upstairs yesterday.
Gross.
And
Did you divorce her?
No, not yet. I'm watching an episode of Friends, and they're playing Spin the Bottle, and this guy, or Joey, keeps landing on Ross's girlfriend, and they do like the kiss thing, and I'm like, I'm feeling old-fashioned because I'm like, no, punch that motherfucker in the face. He doesn't kiss your chick. What the hell is going on here? No. And they're like, oh, funny. And I'm like, no, cucky. It's more like it. Speaking of things I watched yesterday, this is, I don't think I've mentioned this to you guys before because I didn't want to take the criticism for it. I watched on Netflix yesterday, April and I both watched for the very first time Roadhouse.
You've never seen Roadhouse before?
I've seen like the beginning of Roadhouse. I've never like sat down and watched Roadhouse before. I have to say, it's a weird movie because like it starts out and you're like, oh, this movie's fun. This movie's pretty cool. And then it starts to drift into like the 80s like it's a very 80s movie. It's like, hey, here's a millionaire who's a dick for no reason and he just wants to have the whole town controlled by himself. And here comes this lone gunslinger coming in and he's going to stop the evil millionaire. And I'm like, okay, we're doing that. But like when it's just a movie about a bar, like basically when Roadhouse is an episode of Bar Rescue, I'm like really into it. And then as it gets into like the millionaire shit, I'm like, okay, this movie's getting a little weird on me. Like that movie goes dark for a little while. Like we're ripping people's throats out and like the whole town shows up at the millionaire's house and blows his fucking guts out with shotguns. And then I was really weirded out by the ending. So here this guy is just getting blasted by all the business owners in the city. The cops show up and it's like a wacky, funny moment. It's like, hey, you see that guy bleeding to death there over his broken coffee table? Hey, guys, what happened here? Someone explain to me why there's 6 murdered people in this house. And they're like, I didn't see nothing.
I saw nothing.
I didn't see nothing either. I got knocked out by a polar bear. Let's all laugh. All right. And then the police are the worst fucking police in the world. They're like, all right, everybody's free to go. Apparently this man must have blown his own guts out 5 times with a shotgun. See you later, guys. Go for a swim and fuck each other in the creek. I don't know. I liked it. I enjoyed the movie, but it was
You just wanted to say crick.
I did want to say crick. But like it was
Creek, god damn it.
I like it was a badass Patrick Swayze movie, and of course, Sam Elliott's in it, and that's fun. And
Sam Elliott is so good in that movie, though. I don't know, that's just a classic one.
And fucking Terry Funk is in it, which is great. And by the way, the guy who played Earl, the drummer in George Strait's band Pure Country, was in that movie. He was the bartender.
Weird.
Yeah. I'm so autistic when it comes to movies. I saw Earl from Pure Country. I saw the bartender in Roadhouse, and I went to April. I go, oh my God, that's Earl from Pure Country. And she's like, what? I'm like, never mind. I shouldn't have been as proud of that as I am. That actor's name, by the way, John Doe. John Doe.
Of course it is.
So Roadhouse, that movie though, it's like, it's fucking weird, man. It was made in 89 and it does feel like a great 80s wrap-up movie. Like it encapsulates every aspect of every movie made in the 80s. There's bars, There's rock music. There's an evil millionaire. Guy meets girl. Kung fu. Explosions. Motorcycle. Like they just.
What else do you want?
I know. I'm saying they just decided to throw every '80s movie right into one and went, "Here's Roadhouse, motherfucker."
That's why it's the best.
It was an enjoyable watch.
Yeah, it's a really good, like, I'm not saying it's going to win any fucking Oscars or anything, but it's a really good movie for what it is. I love movies like that, though. Like, there's movies that just, like, they're there to just have fucking fun and they know exactly what they are. I can get down with that.
Zen Rhino with a good point. He goes, Aaron pretending that's only an 80s trope, as if Bill Gates isn't buying up all the farmland, trying to depopulate the planet and block out the sun with chemicals. All right, you know what?
Sounds like a Simpsons episode.
Fair point. Good old JR with $9.99. He wants to know, Corey, did you save Princess Peach yet?
I didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, keep working at it. You know, take those warp tunnels. You know, there's no shame in it.
I'm a little fat for warp tunnels now.
Remember they had a cage for the band so people wouldn't throw beers at them? Yeah. See, I thought the bar rescue shit of like watching the bar evolve over time and get bigger and better and they add shit to it was kind of fun. And then they start getting into like the evil millionaire and like, who the fuck is Patrick Swayze to just stop an evil millionaire? He's a bouncer, for God's sake. And he's going to stop the evil millionaire?
He's Patrick fucking Swayze.
All right, Dalton's going to fucking kill everybody, I guess. Like, the bouncer comes in there to save some redneck hick bar, and all of a sudden at the end of the movie, he's fucking Rambo. You're like, wait a minute, this movie took a turn on me. Ash Fuller says, Kelly Lynch is so hot. April was fucking, she wanted to get it with Kelly Lynch in that movie. She was really enjoying Kelly Lynch. I also, it really...
Kelly Lynch is hot in that movie.
It really is kind of a sign of the times, too, that movie, because, like, you saw the way those girls were dressed at a shitty dive bar, and you're like... Because it's very comparable to Raleigh's, and you're like, girls all just wear, like, Carhartts and lesbian clothes now at bars.
I mean, it's super, super cold now, though, right?
No, I'm saying, like, in general. You don't see women dressing in, like, nice dresses when they go out anymore, unless it's, like, a nice place. And in this movie, it looks like like you stick to the chair when you sit on it, but these women are still wearing, like, really nice, tight dresses and shit. It was weird. The 80s were a different time.
They were wild, man. They were wild.
And, of course, Jeff Healey being in the movie, the musician. Very
oh, yeah.
Awesome.
That was actually him, too.
Yeah, that was the Jeff Healey. The Millionaire's 10 out of 10 wife. Well, the Millionaire's 10 out of 10 wife, who, by the way, ended up not mattering. Like, that whole thing. Like, he sees the woman, she's all beaten up. She's got the bruise on the side of her face. Then she shows up whore dancing on the stage and then kisses Patrick Swayze and everything. And she ended up being nothing in that, but there was no reason to have her in that movie. But I don't know. It's one of those movies where if you think too hard about Roadhouse, you're the problem anyway.
Probably. I don't know. It's great, though. It's a good movie. It's just fun for what it is.
April, when he was storming the house and shit, like he was Mark Wahlberg in Shooter, her and I both did look at each other at one point and go, this movie's fucking getting away from itself a little bit, I feel like. It's just like... I mean,
it is like three movies combined into one movie.
Yeah, it's Bar Rescue, it's Tombstone, and it's Rambo, like all rolled into one. Stevie J says, you could tell me he was a millionaire because he had a helicopter. That was sweet. Right, I know. There's a lot of those fun 80s tropes in that movie. Like, oh, look at the millionaire flying his helicopter right over the poor farmer's barn, making him feel like a poor piece of shit.
Oh, he's got to check his diamond-encrusted watch over and over again.
Exactly. Oh, look, he's eating his meal in an evil-looking atrium with a lot of animal mounts on top of it.
Open his jar of caviar because he needs a snack.
Look, his woman's being beaten, which doesn't pay off later in the movie at all, just so we know he's a bad guy.
Oh, look, the main character's interacting with her, showing us money doesn't matter.
Yeah, or like when he rips the guy's throat out at the end of the fight. I know it was mentioned early in the movie that, he did that to someone one day. But like that guy, he pulls the guy's throat out and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Where did this movie just go? I thought this was a fun action flick. Now we're pulling throats out? Christ, man. And why didn't you pull out?
This is a great movie.
Yeah, like why didn't you pull out that move earlier in the fight? The throat rip was that's a pretty good finisher there. The bad guy millionaire from Roadhouse was nothing on Bill Gates. Okay, yes, Bill Gates is way worse than the guy from Roadhouse. I agree. In one way, he's real. Jameson's Repair says, wait a minute. Mark Wahlberg is in Shooter?
Yeah.
What? Mark Wahlberg is Shooter. I mean, he's the guy. He's Bob Lee Swagger. Thought that was the only reason anyone watched that movie. I'm going to say this. Maybe this is my
Here it comes.
age.
I can tell you're really going to lean into something because you had to correct your posture before your dog shit take.
Look, I like Shooter more than Roadhouse. Is that defensible?
Yeah, I'd say it's defensible.
Okay.
I don't know that I would agree with it, but I feel like it is defensible. Okay. Shooter is an underrated movie. That movie is really good.
Shooter is a fuck, and it's such an easy watch because it God, I'm gonna fucking suck Shooter's dick, even though it's a very simple movie. It progresses perfectly. Like it elevates as it goes, like at the same level. It just exponentially, ratchets up.
Yeah. Well, and it's like what I was saying with Roadhouse too. It knows what it's trying to do, and then it does that.
Yeah. Exactly. It doesn't try.
There's something to be said about these movies that just know what they have to do. One of the reasons why I think that newest Indiana Jones movie sucked so bad was it was just taking itself so seriously, and it's like you don't even know what the fuck you are. You're an Indiana Jones movie. Calm down.
That's a perfect description of Shooter I've ever heard. It just always is itself and never tries to be more than itself.
Right. Is it the best movie ever? No. But does it know what it is and keeps in that lane the entire time? Absolutely.
Right. There's
and I'll tell you, you're the one that got me to watch it. Like I think like right around this time last year, you made some reference to it and I had never seen it. And it's because I'm not the biggest Mark Wahlberg fan. And when I saw the trailer and the trailer looked really boring. And then he was, you know what it looked like? It looked like a reboot of Clear and Present Danger in the fucking trailer. I don't know of a trailer that has done a bigger disservice to a movie than that.
Really?
And then I watched it and it's pretty good.
I think the first time I saw it was on TNT because TNT had that movie out like right as soon as it went to video. Scruffy D says, you just like Kate Mara in that wife beater. Look, Kate Mara was not bad in that movie at all. Plus, Corey, I'm a sucker for Elias Koteas.
What?
You put Casey Jones in a movie, I'm a happy guy.
I hate you.
I see Elias Koteas show up in a movie, I go, hey, you know what? I feel a little more at home. Bruce says everyone installs a trim down their firing pin in their guns when not in use. Bob Lee Swagger was a conspiracy theorist and he didn't trust anybody. So whenever he leaves his house, he takes his firing pins out of his gun.
That's not a bad angle though. I liked it. Also, shout out to Jameson Repair who says, wait a minute, Harrison Ford was in Indiana Jones?
Yeah. Wait, Mark Wahlberg was in Shooter? Next you're going to tell me Stallone was in Rocky.
Wait, back off. James Earl Jones was the voice of Vader?
Ugly Fuckling says, did Aaron run out of topics and now talking about shitty movies? No, I wanted to talk about how I watched Roadhouse yesterday. Sorry. You know what? Fuck me. You're right. I apologize. It's not like everybody really likes talking about movies for a little bit when we take a break from the news and everything else and talk about movies.
You can't fucking please this crowd ever.
No.
If you don't do news, they want more news. If you don't do sports, they want more sports. Whatever you're doing, they want something else.
I will say this. When there's 500 or 600 people and nearly 3,000 people total throughout the course of the show who are watching, you're never going to please everyone. And some of those people are
We're
going
at 482 right now. You like those numbers, baby?
We always drop down towards the end of the show. That's true. No, we got to the mid 550s today. Near five. We've gone over 600 a few times, and now I'm kind of chasing that dragon. Every day it's like 560, 575, 580 for the peak, and I'm like, we're almost there. We're so close to 600 all the time. Citizen M says, Shooter, the 2007 film virtually no one watched. The only good thing in that is Kate Mara. You fucking take that back. Ned Beatty is awesome in that movie, and so is the guy who plays the Russian dude in the wheelchair. Both of them are fantastic.
You lost me at Warren Beatty.
Ned Beatty.
Him too.
Both. All the Beattys. Is that how you feel about the Bacons too? They're all the same? The Baldwins?
Never heard of them.
I got pressured into smoking a cigarette, but shooter.
Wait, back up. Alec Baldwin shot somebody?
Yes, Alec Baldwin was in a movie that had a shooter, but it wasn't called Shooter. Brown Candy says...
If he had any fucking hair on his nuts, he would reboot Shooter right now.
Brown Candy says, my favorite part of Shooter is when they're in the snow-filled mountains because it disproves global warming. Brittany says, wait a minute, there was a shark in Jaws? Yeah, I know. That's I didn't mean.
Wait, that was a shark?
Yeah. Sorry about that. JJ says the old guy is outstanding. Exactly. That's Ned Beatty. There are no Sunnis and Shiites. There's no Democrats and Republicans. There's only haves and have-nots. And there are only so many sides there's only so many seats at the table, Gunny. Don't you want to be on the side that gets you well paid for your efforts? He's just such a good piece of shit in that movie. And by the way, the movie Shooter, no better description of how this country and like the world is run than the Russian guy giving him that speech in the cabin where he's like, there is no leader. It is a conglomerate. There's no head of the snake that you can cut off. If one person betrays the others, he's done away with. It's like, yep, that's pretty much it.
Danny Glover was pretty good in that too.
Danny Glover was awesome, yeah. And, the guy who...
That's a really good movie. Who was hating on it? I like that movie.
That's a great movie. And remember the guy who plays Dr. Rosen in Mad Men, Linda Cardellini's husband in Mad Men? He's the Attorney General.
Oh, yeah.
Like, again, I pull this shit out of my ass, but it's... By the way, you rewatch Mad Men lately and learn that you love it because it's a great character-driven and well-written program?
No, I have no need for a nap, so why would I ever revisit it?
I'm going to rewatch Mad Men before 2023 is over.
I mean, that's fine. You've wasted your time watching worse media.
I've bit off more than
I finally come around. Did you finally come around and realize The Boys is good, you fucking weirdo?
No, I gave up on The Boys. I'm in season 2 still. I'll pick it back up again, but it's like the stare down at the end of season 1 between Butcher and Homelander is okay, but it's just like it's what's that?
It's better after season 1 is rough. Season 2 is all right.
All right. Well, maybe I'll try to dive into to season 2. All right. Conor McGregor and Jake Gyllenhaal are going to be in the new Roadhouse this year. Please tell me that's a fucking lie. Hold on.
So Conor McGregor is playing the mustache guy, Sam Elliott.
Wow, you're right. 2023 Roadhouse. Jake Gyllenhaal, Daniela Melchior, Conor McGregor, Lucas Gage, Billy Magnuson.
Yep.
Oh, this sucks. No. I like Jake Gyllenhaal, but fuck.
Holy shit. Speaking of reboots where you're like, no, guess what I stumbled across this weekend?
What?
They are rebooting Night Court. And the judge is the judge's daughter. And fucking Larroquette is in it.
Larroquette's alive?
Dude, I'm dead serious. It's fucking hilarious.
Is there a trailer for it yet?
I got it right now for you.
Okay.
I'll get it.
We'll race. Night Court trailer. I've got it.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's real.
Indulge me. I just like to know what's underneath all this.
You're the judge.
When we were pitching it, I kept calling it a
it?
new boot because it's very much a continuation of the show that I love so much.
All rise. The honorable.
They just say they're calling it a new boot? Uh-huh.
Show that I love
They're
so
goofing?
much.
All rise. The honorable Abby Stone presiding.
Abby Stone is the daughter of Judge Harry Stone.
Oh, you get it? She's his daughter.
I know. Quit doing that shit. If you're gonna reboot something, just reboot the fucking thing. We all know there's no connection to the actual original. Just make... And again, it's like the new Ghostbusters films they're making. Just stop calling it Ghostbusters. Don't call this Night Court. Have it be a sitcom about a courtroom. That's okay. It doesn't have to be Night Court.
From the original.
First of all, nobody who would watch this show remembers the old show was on like, what, 35, 40 years ago?
90s?
80s, 90s, yeah.
I think it's early 90s, maybe late 80s.
I mean, they're all dead. I mean, wait.
It's not true. Larroquette's in here.
Is Harry Anderson dead? I think he's gone.
I think he's dead. I know Bull is dead, right?
Bull is dead, yeah. Larroquette's the only one who made it.
She really wants to make a difference. She's an eternal optimist. They gave me this fancy wooden hammer, so I'm gonna get to do what I want. I couldn't believe that I was getting the great fortune to work with John Larroquette.
When the door first opens and we first see Fielding and Abby sees him for the first time at, 35 years.
John Larroquette has I've done nothing the last 30 years beard.
I used to have that beard. Oh.
Years has done to this old salty dog. I'm afraid you've confused me with someone else. Someone who likes people. Being back on Night Court, seeing the new fresh faces of these very talented comedians who I'm working with makes it worthwhile.
How quick do you think he said yes to this? Because I don't think he's working that much right now.
No, John Larroquette hasn't worked in a long time. I mean, either he said yes to it because they wrote him a check, or he said yes to it because he's like, if I don't do this, they're gonna fuck it up. At least I can.
No, you're missing the other third option, which is usually what happens.
Or what's that?
That is, he was figureheading this entire project because he wanted to play that character again because he wasn't working. I would be interested to see the credits and see if like somewhere in there he doesn't have like an executive producer credit or something.
Yeah, probably.
Because that's how it goes with like the Deadpool movies. Ryan Reynolds was like platforming for those after the Wolverine one.
Yeah,
messed up. So
throwing things in that we never saw coming.
But I am not afraid to open a box. Stay out! Harry!
This is the best job ever. That's right. You heard me correctly.
I gotta find ways to keep my brain from eating itself.
It's really become this amazing.
Are comedy writers all just nutless now? Like the jokes are so fucking bad.
Yeah, you can't joke about anything anymore.
It's honest to God, it's like watching children write jokes. These jokes are written for children in an adult setting. It's so out of place and weird.
Yeah, dude, comedy isn't like it's kind of, you know what's happening is it's turning like comedy is turning into what sports talk turned sports into, basically.
Yeah.
They're just nerding it up. Like, you know what I mean? Like at first, like with sports, because like sports are still fun, but sports radio for the most part, it's just guys being geeks, right? And it's just not fun.
Yeah.
Like we talked about that. And that's kind of what's happening in comedy right now is that it's either a female talking about anything sexual, so the juxtaposition of gender roles becomes funny, or it's just the most tamed, watered down, boring jokes ever.
Or like Brittany says, maybe we're just over sitcoms.
I don't think that's the case, because I think sitcoms are ripe to come back because they've been gone for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, well, Big Bang Theory did its best to kill it.
Well, Big Bang Theory is like one, but I mean, you got to remember 20 years ago, like, you go to prime time and every channel is running 4 sitcoms.
Yeah, like you had, 20 years ago, you had.
That's just not the case anymore. Now there's like maybe 2 nights a week where they run them.
Yeah, you had Friends followed by Scrubs, and then you had like Ed and all kinds of shit.
All kinds of shit.
Yeah, there was all kind like How I Met Your Mother was just kicking off and all that, or we're just getting old. Either one.
Could be all of it. Could be all of the above.
I got a couple of updates from some really shitty stories that start off 2023. Jeremy Renner has given an update from his hospital bed. I guess Hawkeye's going to be okay, but he got fucked up. So we woke on Monday to find out that Jeremy Renner was in critical but stable condition in the hospital. He was helping a stranded family member when he was run over by his runaway snowplow as he tried to jump back in.
As you do?
Like, how are you not turning off your fucking snowplow? I thought, like, he was helping someone on the side of the road and, like, a plow ran him over and somehow he lived.
That's what I thought, too. I thought he got hit by a plow.
Yeah, and I was like, how do you live if you've been hit by a plow? You're, like, instantly, like, just mush, I would think, after that. But apparently, Jeremy Renner has thanked well-wishers for their kind words in his first post on social media since his snowplowing accident on New Year's Day. Renner posted a selfie to his Instagram Tuesday afternoon in which bruises to his face could be clearly seen. Well, I mean, you get run over by a plow and don't have bruises on your face. Thank you for all your kind words. I'm too messed up now to type, but I send love to you all, he wrote. The actor is in critical condition following the accident. He had 2 surgeries that involved metal pins being placed around his leg. He is now awake and talking. Renner has been helping a family member,
which his wife hates.
Yeah, that he's now awake and talking.
Yeah, he was like the perfect husband for a second.
Yeah, and then she like accused him of like doing coke around the kids and shit. Like she got really nasty with Jeremy Renner. Renner had been helping a family member with a personal vehicle that was stuck in the snow. He used the 14,330-pound snowplow to help the family member before getting out to speak with them. Why aren't we putting this motherfucker in park exactly before we get out of the 7-ton plow to talk to somebody? Look, I'm not trying to speak ill.
Because he's on cocaine, obviously.
Oh, right. During the conversation, it was observed that the piston bully snowplow was starting to roll. At that point, 51-year-old Renner tried to get back in and was run over. Where's the photo? There we go. Here's the picture of him in the, there you go. Him in the hospital. I mean, I know this is like cold comfort, but that doesn't look too bad for a guy who just got run over by a snowplow.
I don't know. It looks pretty bad, dude. It looks like he's cosplaying the Joker.
Well, I mean, yeah, his face is pretty bruised up, and like, I don't know, the eyes to me just look like he's doped to the gills. I mean, he's just drugged up real nice, so he doesn't.
It looks pretty fucked, man. That's a lot of pop blood vessels, and that eye looks fucked.
Well, I mean, but he got run over by a 7-ton plow. I mean, the fact that he's still got all his arms and legs is pretty impressive to me.
Can't really tell if he has his arms and legs by that picture, Aaron.
Well, I know he's got 2 arms because he's got one dangling down here and he's got one holding up the camera. And
you know that he has 2 partial arms.
Okay, I know that he's got at least 1 leg because they put 2 metal.
He actually is using a selfie hook.
Oh no, not a selfie hook. Well, then I have been tricked. The sheriff added that police do not suspect foul play, nor does it suspect Renner was at all impaired at the time. Well, there goes the cocaine.
Cocaine leaves your system real quick.
Oh, is that what it is? See, I thought maybe it meant that he wasn't doing cocaine, but you could be right. I don't know. Thank you very much to Brown Candy for $5. Says, what kind of snowplow did he have? My mother-in-law needs that model. Well, it's a gigantic 7-ton bastard, so wherever you find those. That's what he has. Is that goddamn... Yeah, that's Daily Mail making noise. See, this is why I hate using Daily Mail. It'll just... Something will pop up and just start making noise.
I'll be right back. I got to run my car again.
ESPN analyst Bart Scott has been branded despicable. Now, look, one thing about this Buffalo Bills thing is that everyone is looking for somebody to be a villain. Like, everyone wants to virtue signal about how... Like, in the internet age now, it's not enough that you go, oh, thoughts and prayers to Damar Hamlin and his family. I hope he does okay. I hope he's good. You have to also call out someone else and they're shitty and look how bad that person is so I can feel better about myself. A lot of people were doing this to Skip Bayless, and we'll talk about Skip Bayless in just a second here. He's going through some shit over his Damar Hamlin take. But people will take things willfully out of context and try to make it the worst possible representation of what you said simply because it's so sick. It's simply because they can then feel better about themselves and show everyone else how much better they are because they called this person out for being a piece of shit. Bart Scott, first of all, when this situation happens, there's no playbook for it. You know, there's no plan in place. Like, as a broadcaster, we've all had to watch things. See you, Earl. Thank you very much for stopping by. We appreciate that.
All right.
It's this weird thing where when you're broadcasting a moment like that, you don't know what's going to come out of your mouth. You've got to fill time. I'm sure when you're on that level too, you've got a producer yelling in your ear while you're trying to talk. So
at least one.
Right. Forgive these fucking sportscasters who are not good ad-libbers to begin with. Forgive them for not completely knocking it out of the park on saying the right things about Damar Hamlin while it's going on live on television. I mean, it is so easy to go in and just start like, piling on a guy who's live on television because he didn't say the right thing about the guy who might be dead. That just happened in front of him for the first time.
In a weird, horrific accident that nobody's ever seen.
Right. ESPN analyst Bart Scott has been branded despicable. Now, again, this is where the media sucks. By whom? Whom has branded Bart Scott despicable? Did you read a tweet?
Some are saying.
Yeah. Did you read a fucking tweet where one asshole said he was despicable? I'm sorry, but one accusation does not a despicable make. He suggested T. Higgins was at fault for lowering his helmet on the Damar Hamlin hit moments before the Bills player had a cardiac arrest on the field, but others say he was explaining, not blaming. Exactly. All they were doing was talking on a show. This is what I hate. They want these people to have like hot take sports shows and, oh, these guys say whatever they want. Then when a guy says whatever he wants on the hot take sports show, they get all pissed off.
Like, that's kind of it, right? Everybody wants a hot take till they get the hot take. It's kind of like if somebody's, like your girl is in front of you and like, does this make me look fat? It's like, yeah, you want the truth, but you don't want the truth.
Exactly. So, like with this Bart Scott thing, we'll play the clip here. Oh, by the way, someone's informing us that we're very, very close to 300 likes on today's show. Keep liking the shit out of that video. Keep subscribing to the channel. Let's see if we can get to that 300. We're also
268.
268? All right, let's get it to 300. We're only 32 away, and we're only 15 subs away from 7,400. So thank you guys very much for that. Take a second, hit that like. But this Bart Scott thing, let's play it here, and then we'll talk about it. If you have a take on Damar Hamlin, you're allowed to be wrong. It just happened. It's brand new. Let's not play the clip because ESPN can be pretty finicky about copyrights. We'll just
intentionally. What exactly did T. Higgins do last night to Hamlin?
Well, right before the tackle, he lowers his helmet and he kind of throws his body into his chest. He's standing up because he's thinking he's got to chase T. Higgins at an angle to make a tackle. So he didn't expect T. Higgins to launch his body back into him. It's one of those things. A lot of times you sit as a linebacker, unblocked, unengaged running back comes through the hole, and he knows that contact's coming, so he lowers his helmet, and you can't get underneath him. So he's able to get into you, and your chest is exposed. So they've taken that out of the game, but they don't really regulate it as much as possible. I expect the league will be a lot more vigilant when it comes to that and using that penalty.
Right. First of all, great. So we're going to get more fucking pussy-ass regulation out of a freak accident, which, by the way, I don't think the cardiac arrest had anything to do with the hit. It didn't have anything to do with that. That hit.
Been watching football my whole life. Never seen anything like it.
That hit has been made harder hundreds of thousands of times since the invention of football. And nobody has suffered cardiac arrest from it. And second of all, someone needs to explain to me where Bart Scott accused T. Higgins of doing anything wrong. All Bart Scott did was state a fact. T. Higgins lowered his helmet to make the contact. That's it. He didn't say this person saying, oh, it was a dirty play. It was not close to a dirty play, freak accident. Bart Scott wasn't saying it was a dirty play. He's saying that he lowered his helmet to prepare himself for contact. That was it. You guys got to stop being such I mean, you got to do one thing.
He wouldn't be so heart attacky if we just regulate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those things where if you got to pick a street. Either we're becoming, as people like to say, pussified, or you don't want people making hot takes on sports shows. Because you can't be one of these people who goes, oh, we're turning into a bunch of pussies. And then you're going to criticize a guy on a hot take show for having a hot take. If you can't handle that shit, then you're part of the person becoming the pussy. But, everybody's ready. Everybody wants free speech until it's time to be free speech. Everybody wants to allow everyone to say whatever they want until someone says whatever they want. It's, stop being so eager. I think even Barack Obama called people out on this. He's like, stop being so eager to call out other people thinking it's you accomplishing anything.
Well, it becomes like misery porn at some point.
Yeah. It's like the Skip Bayless thing, which we can transition into now. Skip Bayless tweeted something about the Damar Hamlin thing on Monday night. That was completely reasonable. Now, not only did the internet go, oh, Skip Bayless is a piece of shit, but now Shannon Sharp has walked off his show. And they don't know.
Really? Wait, Shannon walked off for that?
Well, not live on the show. He didn't show up for work on Tuesday. And there's no timeline on when he'll be back. I don't know if he came back this morning, if they've been on already. But, and I think Skip Bayless deleted the tweet. But he didn't tweet anything bad. All he, it doesn't, oh shit. Maybe, you know what? I'll have to find a screenshot of it.
Yeah, he returned Tuesday after missing one of the things, and they had a very tense interaction, I guess.
Oh, he must have returned Wednesday because he was gone Tuesday.
Sorry, after missing Tuesday.
Oh, okay. All right. Skip Bayless tweet. If we can find it here. Yeah, here we go. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of the game. But how? This late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. People took him saying they're considering postponing the rest of the game, but how, as him going like, how dare you? No, he was literally asking, how are you going to do that?
Shannon has been like low key, like just trying to not slap Skip like the last 2 years, it seems like. Also, I sent you a New York Post article that has a video about halfway down where Shannon Sharp says why he wasn't on the show.
Were they making a big something about nothing?
No, I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. I didn't know anything about this till I don't really watch the sports shows.
But like Skip Bayless's tweet, people took it out of context and then felt like they had the moral high ground to get outraged about it.
All right, but look, he wasn't lying, and I think it's, again, you and I were talking about this, is that, okay, so now you have the Bills and the Bengals who could theoretically be playing for the number 1 seed.
Yep.
Where do you put that game that you just postponed? And I don't know that shutting the game down was the wrong decision.
Right.
But when you cart that guy off and, he's out there going to the hospital, like, what does stopping that game do to help that person?
I get that. I think
like if the game is going on or the game is going or is not going on, what does that do to help the player in the hospital? I understand that for the Bills, like a lot of the players are super wrecked because they watched a guy almost die. That's their brother. But at some point it's, I don't know. And maybe it's just because I'm a comic, it's on with the show type shit. And I'm not like, if there was a way that stopping the game helped the person that got injured, I would be more apt to be like, okay, fine. But to me, it doesn't do anything to help the person who's injured. And it doesn't do anything to help your league because it's going to be just a bullshit. And it just, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was for the players who watched it, because how are you going to get into the mindset you need to be for a football game? I get it. You couldn't let that game continue. In fact, one of the things that...
but isn't that the whole thing about football? It's supposed to be about mental toughness, right?
Yeah, that's a different... But you're not expected to have to watch a guy die.
I mean, like, whatever, dude. They fucking Shannon Sharp's brother Sterling basically broke his neck. They carted him off and completed the game. I mean, it's just... It doesn't do any good for the person who's injured to have stopped the game. So it's just really kind of virtue signaling. Yeah,
I would argue that in Sterling Sharp's case, though, nobody on the sidelines was wondering if Sterling Sharp was dead or not.
I mean, I feel like I remember the commentators talking about how he might die.
No, but by the time they got him in the neck brace and carted him off the field, like, he was awake and talking and he was alive. And like they said, the Bills and Bengals players both said, we saw him turn blue. Like, he was dead. He's dead in front of us. And he was. I mean, he was clinically dead for a little while until they got his heart beating again. But I don't think, and at that time, I don't think there's any decision but postponing the game. Remember how much flack Vince McMahon caught for when Owen Hart got smeared all over the arena? He fucking kept that show going. He finished that paper.
Right, but it's still, the show still went on and people still talk about it. And not like, my problem is that no amount of stopping or starting that event is going to help or hurt the person who got injured.
Now, also, the issue that Skip Bayless raised, which was how do you reschedule it? He is right. I mean,
you have the playoffs coming. So are you going to hold up the entire fucking playoffs a week? Because you're not in an era where we're concerned about concussions. You're not going to have these people go out and play 2 games in 1 week. You're not going to do that.
Right. It's already too late because today's Wednesday. So you couldn't do Wednesday and Sunday. And after this week, the playoffs begin. So, Buffalo's not going to play Sunday and Monday back to back. So
put it down as a tie and move on.
Right, you put it down as a tie, and now you've completely fucked both you've either fucked the Bills and the Bengals, or you've fucked the Chiefs with this whole thing. So I think, you know what? Just call it a tie. Put it down in the record books as a tie and move on with the season. If your chance, I believe.
I just don't see why Skip saying something about it is really that big of a deal. It's so crazy what people get up in arms about. And, the people who are getting super pissed about it, aside from Shannon, like, they all seem to be people I've never seen. Like, in my Facebook, right? The people that were commenting the most about it were the people I know don't watch football.
Yeah, I guess Sauce Gardner gave him some shit and a couple other football players, but like all the guy was asked, not only did Skip Bayless ask a question that's okay to ask, it ended up being the right question because they don't know how they're going to reschedule this, and they probably won't be able to reschedule this. So Skip Bayless is getting shit on for asking a question that the league wasn't prepared to answer. And he was saying, the football game seems irrelevant now because of this young man's health. But the NFL wants to postpone this game. How are they going to pick it up again? This game means a lot in the season. Unless you're going to stop the whole season, which they're not going to do, that's a fair question to ask. So,
but even if you were saying they shouldn't have stopped the game, you want like you're saying, you want hot takes.
Right. And by the way, Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless are the two like hot takes guys in sports. So if you're going to shit on those guys for having hot takes, then you might as well fire them and cancel their paycheck because that's what their whole paycheck is based on, is giving you guys hot takes that keep you talking.
Right. I mean, isn't that the whole fucking point of their stupid fucking show?
The whole point. Let me play the clip from Undisputed today. I won't put it up on video. I don't want to get popped again, but let's play Shannon Sharpe talking to Skip Bayless about why he wasn't at work yesterday, which, by the way, giant fucking pussy. Shannon Sharpe is not showing up for work because you didn't like a tweet that you're two middle-aged men who didn't like what the other middle-aged man tweeted, so you didn't show up for work.
I can't watch that show. I don't really watch him anyways, but the last few times I've seen it, he just gets so fucking angry at Skip that he's going after him. It's like, they just don't like each other. They need to not be on the same show is what that is coming out to.
Right, because if you're going to have a show like that where guys are going to argue about sports, it sounds weird, but they can't hate each other. They have to like each other. Like Wilbon and Kornheiser don't hate each other. They can argue about the sports and then they laugh and move on to the next thing. These guys didn't they just have an argument recently?
I feel like they like each other, though. I think that's the difference. I feel like Shannon genuinely dislikes Skip Bayless. And I feel like Stephen A. Smith dislikes Skip Bayless when he was on it. When Skip Bayless was on Around the Horn, everybody, I feel like Skip might be a prick.
Yeah, he is not only a giant prick, he's one of these sports guys who holds his nose up in the air and thinks he's like above the other sports people, which is he thinks he's like the intellectual of sports. Howard Cosell had that about him a little bit.
I was just going to say, he thinks he's Howard Cosell.
He thinks he's Howard Cosell, and he's not.
You know who else has that I've met a couple times in person is fucking Paul Allen.
Really?
Yeah, Paul Allen can get a little fucking full on himself, and he's kind of a prick at the restaurants he visits.
Oh, okay. Well, he did get a divorce like 8 or 10 years ago, and I think that I've heard from other people that changed him quite a bit. Maybe it humbled him. Who knows?
Hopefully,
yeah.
Make him humble.
Break his back. Fuck him in the ass. Put him in camel clutch. Make him humble. So this is Shannon Sharpe explaining why he was a little pussy bitch. Oh, by the way, congratulations, guys. 300 likes on today's episode. Appreciate that. Very cool. This is Shannon Sharpe explaining why he was a little pussy and wouldn't go to work yesterday.
Morning. There's been a lot of speculation of why I wasn't on air yesterday, and I won't get into speculation or conjecture or innuendo, but I will say this. In watching that game on Monday night, what happened to Damar Hamlin struck me a little different. As a brotherhood in the NFL, when injuries happen, when we know injuries are a part of the game, I've seen guys suffer ACLs and Achilles tear, but I've never seen anybody have to be revived and fight for their life on the field. So it struck me a little differently because I remember seeing my brother.
Sorry to interrupt this clip, but so Shannon, follow up. When we find out what the fuck this was, are we going to talk about it?
I mean, he's just too connected with what happened to his brother, honestly. And I don't blame him. You know what I mean? Like, dude watched his brother break his fucking neck.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. But like all these guys were going, we're a brotherhood and this has never happened before. I've never seen it happen. Cool. Me neither. So when we find out what the fuck happened, are we going to talk about it or no? We're just going to, if it's the wrong conversation, are we just not going to have it? Even though it's your brother and you've never seen it before and this and that. This is what I worry about. This has never happened before. There is connecting tissue with other football players in high school and college who have been dropping dead. They had to create a term for it. Sudden adult death syndrome. None of these are opinions. These are inarguable facts. Can we not at least investigate some kind of connecting tissue as to why these people in the prime of their lives with no pre-existing conditions did what they may have in common that caused them to drop dead during cardiovascular activity? I mean, and the sad part is, I know what the answer is. Right. I know what the answer is. Even when we find out that this was just cardiac arrest, it wasn't cardiopulmonary communism or whatever the fuck that idiot said 8 minutes after it happened. We're not going to have the conversation. We won't. Not only will we not have the conversation, you won't be allowed to, even though it happened in front of everyone's eyes on national television. It's the greatest magic trick that people in charge pull is do it right in front of them and then tell them it didn't happen. Wow, holy shit. Sorry, Shannon, go ahead.
Brother paralyzed on the field temporarily, and he was able to regain focus. Skip tweeted something, and although I disagree with the tweet, and hopefully Skip would take it down, but I didn't want.
Oh, fuck you! Hopefully Mr. Hot Take takes down his hot tweet take, which, by the way, wasn't that much of a hot take. Just because you motherfuckers, just because you athletes can't read and you can't do practice basic reading comprehension, and I don't like Skip Bayless, but that doesn't mean Skip has to take down his tweet. What a passive-aggressive, cunty move.
Isn't there a show called, like, fucking First Take or something like that, too? I mean, it's in the fucking name.
Yeah, and this one's called Undisputed and First Take and, you know, sports ball madness, crazy horse shit. And holy fuck, did he just say that? And then on the show, holy fuck, did he just say that? People go, oh, did he just say that? Stop this show. But like Skip said, the league wants to postpone this game and reschedule it. But how? It's late in the season. This game's very important to the playoffs. Obviously, none of that matters right now. It was a pretty well.
How is that?
tweet.
It's like a lukewarm take. That's not even like. I don't understand people.
That's just a statement of fact. It's like, hey, the crops need rain. It's really sunny and hot out. How are we going to get rain for the crops? All of that seems irrelevant now. The farmer's sick. Same tweet. Totally makes sense.
And hopefully Skip would take it down.
Ugh.
But I didn't want it.
Well, time out. I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
Go ahead. Let's go, Jen.
Oh, wow. You're right, Skip. Oh, he fucking hates Skip Bayless.
Dude, I'm telling you, the last whatever clips, because I have a friend of mine that like sits at work bored and watches all these things, and he'll send me these like clips of them. And there's a Reddit subforum of them going after it too. But Shannon just gets super pissed at Skip lately, I guess. And like their show's gonna end in a fist fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this. I will put this video up. I'll risk getting the claim here, but you guys got to watch the body language here.
And he was able to regain focus. Skip tweeted something, and although I disagree with the tweet, and hopefully Skip would take it down. But I didn't want it.
Well, time out. I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish. All
right. Okay.
No. You let me finish my point. You just passive aggressively told him he should take his tweet down. He gets to respond to that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
Go ahead. Let's go, Jen.
Okay.
I mean, I cannot even get through a monologue without you interrupting me.
Oh, shit. You're right. You are right. This ain't a show anymore. This is two guys.
Oh, this is like a lover's quarrel.
Yeah.
Could have came back. Skip.
Well, I thought.
Skip, just let.
I didn't know you were going to bring up.
No, I was just going to say, Skip. I didn't want to yesterday to get into a situation where Damar Hamlin was the issue. We should have been talking about him and not get into your tweet.
What are you talking about? What are you going to say about Damar Hamlin? He's fighting for his life in a hospital bed. There's nothing else. He's fighting for his life in a hospital bed. You guys do a sports show. Now you got to talk about how the league's going to move on. Oh, I didn't want the focus to be your tweet. What do you want to do? You want to set up a camera outside his fucking hospital bed and wait for him to move? I hate how people take these sensitive situations and use it as a shield to make themselves look better. It's so fucking obnoxious.
When he brought up the tweet. It's not even like Skip was talking about it.
Right, you brought up the tweet. Skip even said, I wasn't going to bring it up, but I didn't know you were going to mention the tweet. And then he goes, well, now, Skip, I don't want to talk about the tweet. Motherfucker, you brought it up. I'm actually on.
You're literally talking about the tweet.
I don't like Skip Bayless. I'm on his side on this, 100%.
I don't like him either. I actually find him to be completely unbearable, but I don't think he's wrong in this.
And the reason I don't know about you, but the reason I find him completely unbearable is I find it to be an act, and he tries.
Oh, for me, it's because he's a Cowboys fan.
But he tries way too hard to like have those moments.
He's and when this show was first on, or so when I first saw Skip, he was on a show called Around the Horn, and he was just like whatever. But he does the exact same thing that Stephen A. Smith does, and that's why I hate them both.
Yeah.
Where they don't even really mean what they say. They're just trying to go out there and just say something that'll really get them, you know? And then again, for them to just be mad at him, whose entire career is only there because of hot takes, right?
Right. Now, one guy actually on ESPN that I'm really liking in his football coverage and stuff, and I wouldn't mind if he got a little more airtime, Rex Ryan is really good.
Yeah, he's all right. He's a better commentator than he was a coach.
I mean, look, went to the AFC Championship game twice with Mark Sanchez. That's not easy to do. It's just...
Don't ever mention Mark Sanchez to me.
Was the issue? We should have been talking about him and not get into your tweet. That's what I was going to do. But you can't even let me finish my opening monologue.
You literally brought it up.
Yeah, you literally brought up the fucking tweet.
Without you interrupting.
Okay. I was under the impression you weren't going to bring this up because nobody here had a problem with that tweet.
No. Clearly the bosses wanted you to offer explanation. So clearly somebody.
No, they did not have. Nobody.
Let's go, Jen.
What a cunt Shannon is. He didn't get what he wanted out of that exchange. So he goes, oh, fuck it. Let's go, Jen. What an asshole. Like
the biggest asshole. Spoiler alert, the biggest asshole.
It's like you said. He brought up the fucking tweet.
Yeah.
And then said, "Oh, let's not mention the tweet."
Then he's pulling back and gaslighting him out. I didn't want to talk about this. Why the fuck are you talking about that?
Yeah, then don't bring up the tweet. I would have no problem if people would do this. And you and I have done this when arguing before. When we go, I didn't want to do this. And like, well, you said this. And like, did I? Well, fuck. Anyway, yeah, okay. I shouldn't have brought that up. But then, because you can continue your argument if you just, when you get called out on your thing, you call out your thing. If you go, all right, Skip, you're right. I didn't want to bring up the tweet. I shouldn't have brought up the tweet. So let's switch gears. Forget the tweet. No big deal. Now let's talk about, now can I get through my monologue? That would have been fine. But instead, he was like, why are we talking about the tweet, Skip? Why are you interrupting me? Because I didn't know you were going to bring up the tweet. You said you weren't going to. Oh, then why?
Well, not only did you bring it up, but you passive aggressively fucking should take it down. Like, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, and then not only that, when he told you, I thought we weren't going to talk about the tweet, Shannon Sharp goes, well, I didn't want to talk about the tweet today on the show. Oh, you just wanted to bring it up the way you wanted to bring it up, and then nobody gets to bring it up after. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I can't. So the tweet wasn't in the article. Did he finally end up taking it down? No, because that was this morning, right? That clip was from today, 1-4.
Yeah, that was literally today.
Skip Bayless. Real Skip Bayless. Be funny if I was blocked for no reason. Oh, wow. You want to know what a fucking cunty, egotistical shithead Skip Bayless is?
Did he retweet it?
No, 3.2 million followers. Guess how many people he's following?
10.
None. Nobody.
I love it.
He follows nobody. All right. So January 2nd. Oh, no. The tweet is still up there. Wow. It's been viewed 162 million times. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of this game. But how? This late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. Again, somebody please tell me what he said wrong.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
Right. Where was he incorrect? But I don't know. The entire and yeah, somebody said it in our chat earlier. Like he's like, I thought we would talk about Damar Hamlin. It's like someone said you can't fill a whole show with Damar Hamlin. What's left to say? We all know what happened. Don Lemonzade says, read the replies to it. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I'm sure it's just fucking bullshit. One thing I did want to mention, Corey, before we get out, we got about between 10 and 15 minutes left. Vikings got the living shit kicked out of them. You've got to be in a weird kind of place right now because your number one team just got passed up by your number two team. So it was kind of a good news, bad news thing for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, if it's the Vikings versus the Niners, I'll always go Vikings because they've never won it. But I can't remember who it was. It was on one of the Viking news sites. But the funniest quote I saw all weekend was that the Vikings are either going to win the Super Bowl or lose their first playoff game by 40 points.
Yeah. Well, look.
And it's, it's exactly, this is what I've been trying to advocate the whole year about pumping the brakes on that is like the defense is a real liability. And that's something that, like, it may be a bad thing to have it in our offense's head that, like, no amount of lead is insurmountable because, you know, where's the issue to tighten up when you're down 10-0? Because the thing that's really crazy is that when this team gets moving momentum, whether it's down or whether it's up, they go with all the momentum.
Yeah. Yeah. I got to ask you something because as it stands right now, I didn't know this. I thought Green Bay or Detroit was in the 7 spot, but apparently it's Seattle.
Seattle.
Yeah.
Well, if Seattle loses,
I don't know.
And then the Packers, like, so that Seattle needs to lose. And then if the Packers or Detroit win, they're in. So, like, if Detroit wins and Seattle loses, it's Detroit. If the Packers win and Seattle loses, it's Green Bay, I bet.
Let me do something weird. Tie between Green Bay and Detroit. Los Angeles beats Seattle, and then Washington beats Dallas. Do they get in? Nope, it would be Detroit. Okay.
Yeah.
So Detroit has the tiebreaker over.
It's really crazy. This year is probably I don't remember another year where we're going into the final week and the number 1 spots are still up.
Yeah, so no matter what happens this week, the Vikings are pretty much set in the 3 seed because San Francisco's not losing to Arizona at home.
I think if San Francisco loses, Philly loses, and we win, we still can be the 1 seed, though, right?
No, because Philly has the tiebreaker. They beat us head-to-head. They're a game ahead of us.
Oh, but the Niners have the tiebreaker over
Philly. Yes. So if we win and San Francisco loses, we get the 2 seed. But I want to talk about this a second. Do we maybe – now, I don't think Seattle's going to beat San Francisco. But being the 3 seed, we know we can beat the Giants. We've done it before. Do we perhaps look for – no, it looks bad either way. I was going to say, do we maybe want Green Bay to get in there and beat San Francisco or Detroit to get in there and beat San Francisco? But then we would probably end up playing Dallas because Dallas would play Tampa. And then we would be playing Dallas and Philly would be playing the 7th seed. So, okay. But I'd rather play Dallas at home than San Francisco on the road, wouldn't you?
I don't know, man. Yes, so by the book, yeah, for sure. But as a Viking fan my whole life, the Packers coming in the playoffs.
No. It would be Dallas. We wouldn't play the Packers.
Oh, it would. Wait, who would it be?
Philly would play the 7th seed. If San Francisco loses, Philly plays the 7th seed because they get the lowest seed. We would have to play the winner of Dallas versus Tampa. I would rather play Tampa here.
Yeah, but then you're talking Brady in the playoffs, and he just put up a decent performance against Carolina, whose defense is super tough.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have Brady than Micah Parsons, though. Dallas kicked the shit out of us, and it was no fluke. And they did it.
I want revenge, baby.
They did it here. Okay, look.
They did do it there. That is true.
Chances are we're playing San Francisco in the 2nd round. If we get there. I mean, we're playing the Giants, who we beat with a 61-yard field goal. I still feel pretty good about us beating the Giants, though.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not worried about anybody but the Packers just because the border battle is always crazy, right?
And they're playing really well.
Dallas shelved us.
Yeah.
And then I don't fear, I'm not scared of the Giants. I'm not scared of, I will say this, if Detroit manages to get in, I still think that's a very scary playoff team because they mortgaged everything for next year. And if they hit the playoff, they're playing with house money.
Right, because they got 2 number 1 picks, 2 number 2 picks. I mean, they're going to load up.
Even if the Packers like upside down get into the playoffs, the expectations were that they would have been there the whole time, right? So that doesn't undo the expectations of the season, whereas nobody was expecting anybody to do anything in Detroit.
Right. And that fucking Aiden Hutchinson is a monster.
Yeah, dude. And so is their running back. I mean, I don't know. And maybe it's just because I'm, been a Viking fan my whole life and watched the Detroit Lions suck. I can't bring myself to be mad at the Detroit Lions. I just can't.
Yeah. Triple N said something really funny. Corey looks like an NFL coach. It's kind of
that's what Herman was saying. Andy Reid.
Yeah, you do look kind of like you would be a good NFL coach.
I will say my chin got a little fatter since that beard was around. I was pretty surprised when I had an extra chin. Now I've got 2.5.
Garbage. It's really unfortunate that Buffalo that Buffalo versus Cincinnati game, because that really does matter. Because if the Bills tie with the Chiefs, then the Bills are the 1 seed. So
that's what I'm saying. And I don't know how they're like, again, are they just going to push back the entire play? Because they can't reschedule the Super Bowl, can they?
No. You're right. No, they can't do that.
And like, they've already been selling some playoff tickets for, like Philadelphia.
Yeah. Well, they've been selling tickets for us here.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see them. Like, how do you put off that game? I don't think stopping that game was the right decision. I understand why they did it, and I'm not mad about it. But it just, man, this is going to get really, really messy. And if they end up giving that a tie, that doesn't help anybody either. Because what if one of these teams gets fucked out of the first round when maybe they would have had a bye because of the tie?
Right, because if Buffalo would have beat Cincinnati, basically Buffalo wins out, they get the 1 seed.
Yes.
So, yeah, I don't know.
If they tie and they win and Kansas City wins, Kansas City basically is just handed the 1 seed?
Yeah.
The real fun thing, too, is the Jaguars and the Titans play this week, and the winner is in. That's kind of cool. I love that. I love when it's like extra playoff games.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the
And
Jaguars.
what I'm seeing here is that Detroit needs some help, but if the Packers win, they have a tiebreaker against Seattle, apparently.
Let's see. Green Bay wins, Seattle wins. Oh, my God, you're right.
Yeah, so the Packers just need to beat Detroit.
How the fuck does that work? Because as of right now, Seattle at 8-8 and Green Bay at 8-8. Seattle has the tiebreaker, so it must be common opponents.
But conference, right? Because who's Seattle playing this week?
No, because Seattle's playing LA. So if they beat LA, that's another NFC win for them. It's got to be common opponents.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just know that I just looked at something and it said that if the Packers win, they're in.
Yeah, Seattle Seahawks.
But Detroit must need the Seattle to lose and to beat the Packers.
That is correct. Now wait a minute though.
But what I'm looking at on the NFL standing thing here says that if the Packers win, they're in. So I don't know.
Is it because it's a 3-way tie with Detroit, so they go to different tiebreakers?
Did they play Seattle and did they beat Seattle? And does the head-to-head matchup matter first?
That's what I'm looking at. I'm sorry, guys. Fucking hell, I'm just looking. Seahawks, Lions. Oh, the Seahawks beat the Lions.
Yep.
Okay, so the Seahawks beat the Lions. The Lions beat the Packers. So the Lions win the tiebreaker against the Packers, so that knocks the Packers down, but the Seahawks have the tiebreaker over the Lions, so that's why. So if Seattle ties with the Lions, they're in. If Seattle ties with the Packers are in. I get it. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. It's a little fucky, but it does make sense. Wow.
I would say it's a lot fucky.
So it could end up, if Green Bay wins, San Francisco loses and we win, we got to play Green Bay at US Bank again. Okay, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Seattle, Green Bay, Detroit, or the Giants? Who do you want to play?
Seattle.
I would say Seattle too, followed by the Giants.
Followed by the Giants. I don't want any part. I want no part of fucking the Packers. Again, just because for two reasons, actually. One, the Vikings and the Packers, anything can happen there. One. And two, if the Packers win and then somehow they have to go play the Niners are 4-0 against Rodgers in the playoffs. So the Niners will probably just take care of it.
I want Detroit to play San
That's
Francisco.
the whole difference between the two teams, right? Because like on the Niner end of it, fandom-wise, bring whoever the fuck you want. Like I'm not scared of anybody.
It's such a loaded team.
That team is so crazy, dude. And like, it's like, I know people don't care because they're not Niners fans like me, but like, I don't think people understand what a fever dream it is that we got Christian McCaffrey. Like, it still doesn't feel real.
Well, and not only that, but like, you guys aren't paying a quarterback next year. So
no, and we might. And if Purdy wins the Super Bowl, they'll just keep him under his rookie contract.
San Francisco is such a fucking college offense that they don't need a quarterback.
Right. And that Ray McLeod is looking like Deebo Samuel while he's injured. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Dude, Shanahan should win Coach of the Year. This motherfucker's about to make a deep playoff run with a third-string quarterback.
And haven't they won 8 in a row?
Yes, they were 4-4.
Yeah, they haven't lost since McCaffrey got there.
Right.
Holy shit. Or Doug Peterson in Jacksonville could be Coach of the Year.
I don't think, I guess. I don't know. Like, that's one of those kind of like the Dungy Gruden thing where like he's going to get a lot of credit, but like Urban Meyer set that team up. Like if he could keep his dick in his pants and he was there coaching it this year, they probably would have had a very similar record because all those pieces are what he put in. And Lawrence is the only one that matters, and he clearly was the prince who was promised.
I could go ahead and make an argument for Kevin O'Connell to be in the top 5 for Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I don't, again, and I know you and I feel differently about that, but I really don't see that much. Like, I see a difference in the way the players attack and feel it, but like, how many one possession games did we win this year? Like, whereas we lost, like, those are coin flip games. And the fact that we're winning coin flip games where we lost them last year shows me that like the team's not really that much different.
But if you
know what really turned me against Zim though, as a big Zim guy, you know what turned me against him?
When he was a fucking prick to Kellen Mond?
No, when Kevin O'Connell was saying that he wanted to talk to Jefferson and he had to give him directions to the coach's office because Zim never invited him to the coach's office to talk to him.
There was a lot of shit. Like Eric Kendrick said after they hired a new coach, he goes, "Oh, it's just nice to have a coach who talks to the players, you know, and we have you know, you're not in fear if you fuck up. You're not scared if you make a mistake. It's kind of nice." I agree with Johnny Chimpo before we go here. The real MVP is Seattle for trading Russell Wilson for a haul and still close to the playoffs. Seattle, New Orleans, and Detroit are scary next year. And Philadelphia.
Is Geno Smith the comeback player of the year then?
Gun to my head right now, yes.
Because also, I mean, the Seahawks are just like made out like bandits.
Geno
right?
Smith was left for dead.
Yeah, and like they dipped out Russell Wilson, who looks like he is dead, for a Geno Smith who apparently was suffering from what I like to call was on the Jets.
Yes. All right, that's going to do it for us today, guys. Thank you for getting us to 300 likes for the first time in a live stream history. I appreciate it. Corey, thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, sir.
And we will talk to you guys for our final evening show of the week tonight at 7 p.m., and then back again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Central. Subscribe, like, tell everybody about the show.
We're going to YouTube right now.
Corey Adam Comedy on YouTube, Corey Adam Comedy on Twitch, Corey Adam Comedy on every other platform there is. Go follow. Put the link in the chat, because when I put links in the chat, it fucks up. You guys,
let me do it. Let me had it earlier. Let me do it.
Let me throw the link up in the chat. We're also, thank you guys very much, $200 away from next Tuesday morning's goal. We appreciate all the support. There's the links in the chat. Go watch Corey. Corey, take it easy. We'll talk to you next week.
Yep, later.
Corey Adam. And we will talk to you guys tonight. Later, everybody. We're working on that outro, by the way. We'll get an outro very, very soon.